Alright, we should be live. Of course, it fucking starts to lag like crazy. Why? Oh my god. Hold on. In? Come on. We good? We good? Nope. God dang it. Of course, we aren't good. Internet has been fucking spotty all day today. Unfortunately. So, of course, we aren't good. Uh, Ah. Why? Why the hell? Come on. Come on. Come on. Fuck it. Wow. Okay. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna start the recording like much later on if that's gonna. Come on. Come on. Just work. Thank you. Are we good? All right. I don't know what the fuck did it, but we're good. I think we're good. Okay. All right. The lag is go. Okay. So, oh my. You know, I was just about ready to just completely. What's it called? I was very ready, and I mean very ready to just completely throw everything out the window and try to get stream to work for the next hour. Glad that's not the case. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully, you've been having a good day and didn't have a good time on stream. If you're wondering what all that was about, internet has been a little spotty today, so I was a little afraid, a little scared that we are going to experience the worst travesty of all time on stream. But thankfully, that wasn't the case, and internet just took a little kickstart. Okay, we should be good. Maybe. Come on. Oh, fuck. That's to be expected, I guess. Come on. No, I know you can do it. Come on. Come on. Full bar. Let's go. Oh, bro. It's been a fucking struggle. Alright, we're back. We were still experiencing internet issues. Hello! Hopefully, I didn't really miss anything. But yeah. We're back. I had to raise a complaint with the ISP. For the last 2 days in this horrid summer, the Wi-Fi, the internet had been dropping intermittently. Like it wouldn't be so frequent, but it would be frequent enough to where it would notice it. So, for example, I'd watch YouTube or something else, it would just show up. So that's why. And this is not like raising a complaint with the OSP by calling him, because apparently the most effective way is to raise a complaint with the chatbot. And at least for us, it's not AI generated. It feels weird to say this, but it's the older school chatbot, which will have already multiple responses pre-prepared, and you got to choose one of them. At least the good thing about it is when you do make a complaint, it gets fixed. Like, the most it took was like an hour, so service has been nice in that regard. But yeah. Hello, Callum Murphy, DL Desperado, Roy, and Zane. Jersey St. Mac, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day. Continue to have a good time on stream. Welcome, all of you. So, before we jump into the game itself, what I wanted to do was, well, I should probably inform that internet may be spotty, but now that I've raised a complaint through the app, it should work. It should be smooth sailing for the most part. We may experience a few hiccups here, but so I apologize, but I can't really do anything about it. Anyways, so I wanted to go in the game by, first of all, taking a look at the PV itself. I've looked at the PV as like inspiration for how to make the thumbnail and such, but mostly, what's it called? I was just trying to, yeah, I was just trying to. I had muted this, what's it called, trailer, so I didn't even, and I was skimming it over just to see what was going on. And that was all, just for the thumbnail. So I don't really know what's going on other than we're in N-Corp, I think. And Bamboo Hatted King is here, and also Muersault Ego. That's all I know. So let's preemptively like this, and let's start. To inform if the overall volume of the thing is good or not. I think it's good. Anyways. Apparently the residents of Butler Street had all chipped in to commission all kinds of agencies like the Zwei and Combat specialized fixer officers. But none of them could actually do things right, and the job got passed on to us. I'm assuming that's Limbus company. Meaning the distortion phenomenon. And yeah, the N-Corp taboo you can't record, so there we go. This is some what the fuck? Huh? I couldn't even tell. Oh lord. But we're back? Oh god. Well, unfortunately, that's just gonna be the case here. I'm really sorry about it, but we should be back, I think. Yeah. This is some very spotty internet. As soon as you have a finicker that the internet is dying, just type it in chat so it's up to my attention, because I won't be able to like keep an eye on my OBS every single time, or else it'll actually just not let me be fully invested in the story when I do play the game. But yeah. Hello, MY, M for Y. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day. Continue to have a good time on stream. Welcome.
피골이 상접하니 피눈물만 흐른다.
To flesh, as flesh to bone. Okay. Tears of blood shall flood the streets. Quite an apt turn of phrase, isn't it? Hello, John Potential. Welcome to the stream as well. Welcome. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream with the rest of us. Welcome. And glazing bamboo hatted king is the reason this
괜찮은 표현 아닌가요?
Note to read the top. Oh, event reward identity. That's interesting. S-Corp. What? S-Corp Chunican. Somebody from S-Corp? Okay. Oh, yeah. Don't worry. I'm not pulling. I barely know any of the. I literally barely know any of the characters.
살과 뼈가 붙어먹으니 피가 아주 철철 흘러내리잖아요.
Huh.
덕분에 저희 추노꾼들은 살판 났죠.
Who the hell
잡아와도.
is this? That makes it a good hunting season for us. Chunikans. You run away, we catch you. You run away again, we catch you again.
도망가고 또 도망가고.
Huh.
아주 일이.
I suppose we have you to thank for fattening our bottom line.
끊이질 않는답니다.
Oh,
이리 나오시죠.
Come on out, so I can tie you up like the convict you are. Let's not keep my scarlet bonds waiting, okay?
노비면 노비답게, 죄인이면 죄인답게.
Wait, somebody from S?
이 오랏줄에 묶이시길.
I guess that makes sense now that
몇 놈 놓치긴 했지만.
him is out and about. If you manage to wriggle loose, yes, but there's no shortage of nobis to chase and catch, is there?
어차피 잡아들일 노비는 차고 넘치잖아요.
Huh.
지금 이 순간에도 담을 넘고 다른 구역으로 떠나려던 민초들은 한가득이고요.
Wonder what taboo you have to commit to have the, because I don't know. It almost, if this is from S-Corp and they're talking about their foolish common folk scaling the walls to flee into the other districts even as we speak, and they're kind of doing the role of catching convicts, so to speak, I can only assume that this is an S-Corp taboo hunter. Wonder what taboo you have to commit for the S-Corp to come after you. They haven't really
이번 추세에
exploded much
일일비하지
or at
말고
all, really. Let's not get too high or low over this next chase. We'll cast the bombs next time.
다음에 잘 잡아보죠.
Until next time.
바람에 닳고
What's
비에
it, team?
씻겨도
No? The winds may wear me down and the rains may weather me hollow, but the edge of my blade shall never dull.
결은 흐려지지 않았으니
As a way of blade lineage more uptight story, so I assume it's similar. Okay, interesting.
본위대로 맡은 바를 다할.
Ooh. Wait, is this Ongdu? That was the first thing I
제12부서
thought
현장
of when I
출입팀
saw
소속
those
이스마엘.
mechanical arms and I
의뢰하신 바에 따라
saw it was
뒤틀린
LCD.
포획 시작하겠습니다. 그저
Hey,
칼을
she got the
휘두르는 것만이
mechanical
전부였던
arms. Let's
자들은
go.
모두 곁을 떠났고 X사로 돌아가고자 뜨는 것만이 시작하겠습니다.
Oh, to escape the reasoning team.
그저 칼을
Those who sought only the library to brandish the swords were abandoned.
휘두르는 것만이 전부였던 자들은 모두 곁을 떠났고 X사로
Those who have shared with us the commitment to someday return to S-Corp had their lives cut short by none other than the sword of their
돌아가고자
fallen
뜻을
mentor.
품었던 자들은 우두의 검에 베어 목숨을 잃었어요.
Man,
그러니-
Ishmael really can't beat the allegations of most of her identities are just her being an Asian woman. That is it. Like it's such a long-running theme. It's not even a joke at this point. It's just an objective fact.
지금 검계라는 이름을
Come
마땅히
on.
댈 수 있는 자는 저 하나뿐이겠네요. 저는 선배분들처럼 강하지도 않고 아씨처럼 뛰어난 직관과 지성을 가진 것도 아니라서요.
Deceptive or intelligent as
살수
the
보니
lady. I draw the arc of my blade along the trajectory of my life. I cut down what must be felled and spill the lifeblood of that which must be killed, human and distortion alike.
살아왔던 궤적대로 검을 휘둘러 베어야 할
Not gonna lie, I really like Ishmael's hairstyle here. Like, I didn't think it would suit her as well as I thought it would. Huh. I guess normally when Ishmael always has her hair down, so whenever she kind of has tied her hair back or done something else, it's always just a little interesting.
것을 베고 죽여야 할 것을 죽일 뿐이죠. 그게 사람이든
Of course, it touching the ground. Ignoring the practicality of having this hairstyle, or just Ishmael's general hairstyle, to be fair. It's nice.
돌아오고 있어요. 뒤틀림에서 다시 사람의 형상으로. 살수의 방식으로는 절대 도달하지 못했을 결과일 테죠. 이젠 좀 알 것 같네요. S사로 떠나기 전까지 제가 현장 출입팀에서 무엇을 배워가면 좋을지.
The West Corp may indeed be passing through hard times. This ally was not. Oh, not ally. Ally. It's been a bit, forgive me, since I've had to read. So I'm gonna be mispronouncing stuff, but I definitely will read. This ally was not quite so wretched in form, was it, Mentor? And yeah, I'm preparing for my voice to get completely wrecked. This was very cool to see. Event exciting.
숨을 거두리라.
Throats and claim the bone.
삼켜지기 전에 되겠다.
Isn't that? Wait. Wait, oh, what? Isn't this... What? Isn't this the normal idea of blade lineage and Canto had to become an identity? So why are they showing this here? Oh wait, no, wait, no, wait, that's using the gear too. Wait, no, that's actively using the ego gear. Back on, I think. Also, crazy that we get a crazy that we get an insane laugh out of Muersault. That has to be a first. think the first time I skimmed through it, it was so confusing to me. Because I was like, wait, wasn't that already an identity? Why are you showing this in the showcase? Mnestic experience. Mnestic means something related to memory. So it could either be nostalgic experience or mimetic experience, if you want to call it that. But yeah, that was a nice trailer. I think I'd got too raptured just reading the text, so I may not have appreciated the animations as much as I would have liked. But yeah, two Blade Lineage IDs, and they both only 20% increase with the event currency. Ah. Corp has a heavy whaling industry, neon night clubs, and weird fish-themed food flavors. She was always Asian, and we just lacked eyes to see. Interesting. Huh. Well then, let's move on to the game, shall we? Okay, let me unmute the game. Alright. Hey, 9 keeps. Lovely. Yeah, let me just put it down. There we go. As you can clearly see, I have not logged in. I have only logged in like 3 to 4 times, and I think I missed the 3 times where there had been updates to Limbus Company, and I just didn't log in. So I didn't get the 1,300 rewards for a big update and the weekly update, or whatever it was, 300 lunacy. So yeah. So there we go. I haven't been playing. As you may already know, my policy is extremely simple. If I don't feel like playing, no matter what the fuck happens, if the game is gonna end, or EOS, a bit later, then sure, I'll play it, but most of the time I'm just like, eh. No amount of login rewards, tie-ins, or encouragement would get me to log in unless I really want to play. So there we go. Okay, I think we're fine. Anyways. Okay, so I should probably bring this up. Yeah, in one of those logins I was like, okay, I wanted to get the bad end reissue ID. She's out. I didn't look at her kit. I got her. I maxed her out. And then didn't touch anything in Limbus Company. And today I opened up the game, just do a, what's it called? The ticket locks in. Yeah. The ticket locks in, the XP locks in, and then just to see how she plays. And I'm like, you know what? Great. Now the next 2, the only 2 left to have a complete team of IDs is Honglu and then Heathcliff. And I may get Honglu, but I don't know. I really don't know. So there we go. Anyways, that's mostly it. And there's Dante's notes. I haven't clicked it. I probably should read it at my own time, maybe in a stream. You know, some mirrors of names and spiders. There's a mirror dungeon, Refraction Railway. Oh right, Refraction Railway 6 came out, and then the Refract Trial. This thing also came out. Cannot enter. Why? Sure. Oh, you gotta clear Nocturnal Sweeping Heart first. Anyways. So let's... Dungeon. Oh, I'm talking about the S-Corp Honglu identity they showed off. I'm talking about that. So I was like, hey, the Honglu Callisto identity didn't really interest me that much. Even though I can probably use it. Most of this team is like accidentally thinking and kind of disjointed. So there we go. Okay. But I'm thinking, depending on because I haven't read the kit for the S-Corp Honglu, but depending on what it ends up being, I might just get the thing get S-Corp Honglu for the for just saying, oh hey, that's nice. A new person, why not? Auto coin nests and display detail DFI. Oh, in combat dialogue subtitles. That's a thing now. That's awesome. Show battle hints? No. Wait for announcer lines. End after battle? No. Hey, that's nice. It has a spider's only in my team, even though turn 1 of the battle has already. Right, because when I was trying her out and I was reading her defense skill, oh, that's how she murders. The House of Spider Identities. It's her defense skill. Nice defense, by the way. Oh, it was funny to read it. But hey, event open, 20 threads. That one, the Unsevering, really have come a long way. Hey! Mnestic experience, what's in the reward exchange? Let's see. I mean, I feel like I can get the... Oh, right, he's an event rewards. Why am I saying I won't get him? Duh! He's gonna be good to use, I think. Anything else? I mean, everything else is here. I kind of need it, to be fair. Event bonuses. So either you do this or the Blade lineage characters. Oh, wait, right. I had bamboo. Oh, I forgot. I could get a 20% extra with a bamboo Blade lineage Mentor Muersault, since I actually have that identity. Of course, it isn't going to do much for me, but still. Free guide, 20 pulls, level currency, all the good stuff. Okay, so I don't think I'm going to be using Muersault, Thumb Cap and Muersault, to be honest. So just for now, just for today, just for the stream, as they say, I'll change it to this Blade Lineage Mentor. Oh, right, actually, yeah. Good point. I thought I was going to borrow something else, but yeah, fair enough. Right, let's enter. Yeah, stages. 9.5, 15, consultation session. For what I think. Ask, really. Realistically. Let's go in, shall we? We're entering N-Corp for this one. Alright, I'm gonna have to read quite a lot, so let's prepare the throat. No, wait. For this one, we should go about it like this. No, Heathcliff's been in the Vanguard for too long. I should pull him back and let him... Oh wait, is Dante doing a mental simulation battle? Dante. Huh? Oh, sorry, did you say something? I provided you an answer to your question, but you exhibited no observable response. Is the sinner's combat performance deteriorating beyond manageable parameters? I don't think that's quite it. No, things aren't that bad, but it's just hard to focus on one conversation when I'm trying to support battles happening in completely different places at once. Oh, right, we're getting used to... Right. for... Was it... Wait, what skill... Okay. Since it's been about 3 months, remind me again, chat, what was the thing he unlocked in Canto 9? It was Era, right? And in Canto... It was in Canto 9, right? Where he forcibly tried to do Broken Malkuth. Yeah, thank you. It was Era and Broken Malkuth. So because of Broken Malkuth, he can call the sinners to one place whenever he wants. And he can also communicate with them, basically, and take a look at their viewpoints and gather information from there. So basically he's going to be strategizing and then giving out order to like 3 or 4 different teams simultaneously. And that's exactly what he did towards the part 3 of Canto 9, I think. Yeah, that's what I remember. On top of that, Rodio's shopping chatter is starting to get a little distracting. Wait, hold on. Yeah, he has to activate the Broken Malkuth first to be able to do this, right? Because I was just thinking in my head, isn't this... Wait, hold on a fucking minute. He can forcibly activate this, right? It's not like he needs a response from the sinners. This feels... This almost feels like a power that NCorp has and probably would like to enforce if it doesn't has it on its nest. He's basically becoming about as strategic as the Doctor's just going to need a lot of practice. A few days after we entered NCorp's district. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Sorry if Dante just permanently got this new skill that they're really having to practice. Because it seems extremely on point now that I think it through that line of reasoning. This seems something that NCorp would envy quite a bit. The bus pulled over in back streets of NCorp to take care of a distortion case. Okay, so we're in the back streets, okay. This contract was supposed to be handed jointly with the LCD team, but... distortions suddenly started cropping up all over an area of the back streets called Butter Street. Oh, I thought it said Butler Street in the trailer for some reason. My bad. Without any coherent pattern, no obvious point of origin or route of spread, nothing convenient like that, and I had no choice but to split the sinners into several groups and send them out. Oh, that's what we're doing. Altus, Ishmael, Sinclair, Don Quixote, Yisang, and Muersault were on their way to rendezvous with the LCD team. Alright, that's interesting. Heathcliff, Gregor, and Honglu were suppressing distortions that had shown up from other directions. With our onboard stock scrapped down to the bottom, Roddy and Roshu, who were done with their share of the suppression work, were put in charge of buying supplies for the bus. As for Faust was with Dante. She decided to stay behind with me on the bus. I wanted to get through the consultation sessions I'd been putting off and thought I might as well get myself some much needed practice with handling the new Golden Bow power I had acquired. Before the game would let me update it. That sounds rough. But that's the usual jank that we have come to expect of Limbus Company. What can you do? To reiterate, there are no issues requiring special concern regarding Faust. It is true that Faust has, on several recent occasions, expressed dissatisfaction with a certain Faust. However, those instances should be classified as a mere personal grievance. I mean, that's good if that's all there is to it, but this was not the first time Faust had seemed unlike herself. Genuinely skip all dialogue, so I'm here to read the story with you. Hey, I appreciate you, buddy. But hello, welcome, cool thing. So welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream with the rest of us. There had been times before when she spent far longer alone than usual, lost in thought, moments when she could not produce immediate answers to questions from the other sinners or me. Could it be you can't access the gesture shaft? May I ask your basis for that inference? Because you're acting a lot like you did back on the warp train. It appears there remain occasions on which you are still capable of surprising Faust, Dante. I mean, it's not a perfect omniscience. It may be quite a high level of near omniscience with the Faust, the gesture shaft and the center of knowledge, or the network of knowledge as I would like to call it, and experiences, but Says right, you really are cut off from the gesture shaft? That was not intended as a confirmation of your conjecture. Maybe she's saying that while she can technically access the gesture shaft, it may as well be that she can't. I wish I could ask more and get to the bottom of it, but the way she was sidestepping the subject told me that prying wouldn't give me any further insight. Fair enough. That's just how Faust is. I'm really curious what the fuck we're gonna do in Faust Canto, not gonna lie, because this seems awfully suspicious. This seems very much awfully suspicious. Right, I won't press you if you don't want to talk about it. Your reserve is appreciated. Shall we move on? Yes, your consultation is the next agenda. After cross-referencing the records pertaining to the recent events in the House of Spiders, it would appear that memories concerning the individuals designated as Sora and Ren currently remain only with you, Dante. As such, should the influence of Ryoshu and her sword lead to further omissions in the official records, the manager will be responsible for supplementing the necessary information. Huh. Oh, this Faust nearly done, and then we'll dive into the Inferno. No, I was on a completely side tangent because, hey, if I'm going to be reading a lot of in Limbus Company Intervello, you know there's going to be a hell of a lot of side tangents because I've only been doing Lobotomy Corporation streams for so long, and it's been taking a toll. But anyways, my side tangent was the fact that I was recommended from Everything Fantasy, that channel, where the composer and RPG magician fella kind of remixed Leviathan into a final RPG boss battle theme, and it was great. It was lovely remix, but I just imagine that we might, against all odds, we might have to face the guide in a battle somewhat seriously in the Inferno. I feel like that would be a segment that would fit right towards the end of the journey, or however long Limbus Company goes on for. So that was just food for thought after listening to the remix for me. Yeah, not the first time I was the only one left with intact memories, huh? It's been a reoccurring trend, that's true. K-Corp, memory wipe procedure, Catherine's erasure by the Golden Bow's power, and Ariashiki severing people from existence. You still remember it because of the Golden Bow. Almost like it... what's it called? Almost like it kind of serves as a connection point to... I don't know, a sort of mainline timeline, or where stuff in the world was not erased yet. I don't know how to describe it. It's probably... It almost feels like it's a... It serves as a compass and vault of truth. As in what actually transpired around that. So, because of Dante having a golden bow in his clock, that's at least what I theorize as a very surface level theory. Like the golden bough preserves the truth, in a sense. I was the only one who remembered what had transpired. But ironically enough, the memories I had prior to swapping my head with this clock still showed no sign of returning. Why won't my old memories come back though? Is it because of this clockhead? Speculation based on the experience with the bus team thus far will not meaningfully contribute to the recovery of your former memories, Manager. Inductive reasoning conducted from memories with gaps, after all, is bound to have structural limitations. Bongi would serve as an adequate analogy. Bongi? What? Yes, Bongi. Receiving feed and increasing in body mass alone would provide it with no meaningful basis for identifying the purpose of its rearing. Even at the terminal stage, when exposed to kitchen instruments and the head of the stove, its limited experience would prove inadequate to construct an understanding of its ultimate fate and purpose. I guess we're going with the idea that you can't really take ant colonies and try to explain to ants what human society is, right? Because there's too much of a civilizational and in terms of just intelligence, order of magnitude, intelligence difference between said species. Huh. Interesting. So she's saying, at least from our experiences so far, we won't be able to comprehend this. Likewise, the ultimate answer to your doubts can only be obtained from the whole of the experience that you will have accumulated at the terminus of your entire journey. That is, your allotted mission. Okay, question. Is this the first, and I quite literally mean, the first mention of Dante's allotted mission? The terminus of your entire journey, the Inferno. Is this the first acknowledgement in the lore by the character themselves that yes, there is an end to this journey and that's going to be the end? Because treasure awaits at the end of the road, at the end of hell. And that treasure will give me back my memories in my head. Also. Nah, okay. Indeed, at the end of the road you will be able to engrave your aspect. I still have no fucking clue what the aspect is. Second or third cutscene, okay. Still have no idea what exactly what aspect means, or even whether it's an object, or if I... But if I know one thing, it's the me from before all this had begun. It's the me from before all this began had wanted it badly, obsessively, desperately. It's more like an instinctive knowledge, but with my memories gone, that feeling, however strong it is, does not change the fact that it's just another word with no discernible mental image. I mean, when you think of the aspect, that scene would climb into your mind, right? The sort of plethora of colors coalescing into a single star type image. And you're not going to tell me what exactly it is, are you? The aspect? What it means or why I wanted it so much? If it remains a piece of information that must be disclosed to you, then no. If it remains a piece of information that must be disclosed to you, I am unable to tell you. Fate no mind, you're still following your star acceptably. Please concentrate on the journey. Follow your star. More importantly, have you grown accustomed to that incomplete power? Current observation suggests you have yet to arrive at that level. Well, I've gotten pretty used to focusing on one place at a time, but keeping track of several places at once is still a bit rough. Altus's team is doing well in combat even without my direct supervision, and Rodier's team is shopping and not engaged in battle at the moment. Taking my mind off them would prove much easier. But that wouldn't give me the much needed practice, so I'm doing my best to keep an eye on every sinner's status. It almost feels like it almost feels like Faust will have either a breakdown, or we'll just have to fight the entirety of the army of Faust along the different identity universes, along the different mirror worlds, right? Sufficient familiarity should result in substantial tactical value. You'd be able to cast a wider net with information gathering and employ previously unavailable tactical patterns. Right, and I'd also be able to tell when it's a bad time to call someone in too. Even as I continue talking with Faust, I'll make sure not to stop observing the places where each group is and what they're doing. Yep, pulling Heathcliff to the rear was the right call. I don't see any injuries. His team's still doing pretty well even without my directions. As for Rutia, wait, did she just stuff all of the pastries and bread she brought into her pockets? How did she manage that with a huge baguette? Of course, Rutia's pocket is a fucking dimensional pocket. And how does this group, let's see, looks like they joined up with the LCD team without any issues. We are losing focus on the reality around us. LCD, that guy over there must be... Hang on. Faust is a dude I've seen before, but he seems a bit different from what I remember. Could you specify the issue? I'm monitoring the situation right now. We should probably join up with them too. Let's end the consultation here. I don't know why that was hard. This is rather perceptive, Dante. If the incident is of a serious nature, perhaps a request for support from the LCC. No, it's not an incident. No, I wouldn't say it's not serious. The idea that Rodia's pockets are just a bag of folding is amusing to me. True. Definitely. Hey! Peak of coat of many pockets. Rendezvous. Alright, so to give me a general idea, since I know Rem here, our moderator, has played the event prior to us, how long is this gonna be? I assume like 6 or 7 hours. And it's gonna be a little rough on the voice. Not even a little, it's gonna be a lot rough on the voice. Oh, interesting. Okay, so it's not as long as I would have thought. So we should max, if we're really distracted, we should be done in 5 hours. That's good to know. That's good to know. So I'll be right back. Give me a moment. I need to get more water. Alright, we're back. Okay. Everything's good. Stream's good. The internet is not spotty, which is a surprise. This is going to be This is going from bad to worse, really. Dante seems to be tied up helping the other groups. Outus's command calls have been working well. Outus's command calls have been working out well enough, I'll give her that. We managed to hold the line better than expected, but we're definitely starting to feel the strain. Why are you waving your hand over? Arm and hand signals? What signals? What's swinging the arm sideways even supposed to mean? You don't know? Scatter, damn it! So scatter! Okay. Alright, that's not good. Butter Street. That was close. We almost got flattened. Damn it, even rookies with nothing but the most rudimentary of military training would have recognized a hand signal that basic. Well, we're not all trained soldiers here, are we? Verily, the flourish of a single hand doth indeed make boast of a chivalric elegance, yet when thou suddenly wave thine arm about, clenching and unclenching thy hand in that mythical fashion, only to suddenly turn tail, forsooth I am left bereft of understanding what thou meanest to say. Anyway. Yeah, I gotta get back into doing like a better impression of Dawn. This is not good. To think that of all the people in the team, only the Swabby has the discipline to interpret a basic field signal. Wait, who are you calling a Swabby, huh? And what does that mean exactly? Oh, it's a sailor? Okay, interesting. I only picked it up during my sailing days, and realistically speaking, did you really expect ordinary people like the others to understand professional military signals? This is unacceptable. After all the operations all of you have been deployed under my lead, you're all still ignorant when it comes to non-verbal signals. I don't think even Dante would know those signals. Yep, might as well be splitting hairs, literally. Let us appease our agitated hearts and follow Miss Outus's direction. We should disperse and withdraw. Megaton landing! I like to imagine that Erza has even more fucking energy than Don Quixote on a happy day. Hey, pretty cool, huh? Let's face it, I know how to make one heck of an entrance. There's a flashbang. I really doubt she can outmatch Dawn. Hey, fair enough. It's just she'll have her moments where she will outshine Dawn when Dawn's a little more muted, a little bit more on the behaving side. Whoa! Aren't you supposed to be cleaning up the distortions upstairs? Hmm? Oh, finito a million years ago. Yes, I can. You guys are taking forever, so I figured I'd take a peek and lend a hand. You're welcome. Split by your thundering descent, the floor's form and shape are now crushed beyond meaning, sunken deep enough to be linked to the incipit of a wellspray. Okay, that's quite the articulate description. So you feel it's deep enough to be the entrance to a well, huh? Water will start gushing out, eh, Yi-san? Don't you worry your head about it. It's all after team to take care of. Now we know why some people may dislike Erza on the after team. Anyway, that should be all of them, right? The force of your landing neutralized the last of the distortions outside of the building. Great! Can you check up on the distortion peeps' faces and clothes? Their faces are all segmented. Makes my skin crawl. Not a pleasant sight. As for their attire... this one appears to be a sweeper, and that one yonder bears the attire of an ordinary fixer. And this distortion I landed on, probably a local resident, judging by the clothes. Did any of you happen to see anything nearby bursting with a big pop and flash? Nay, not once. Okie dokie. You know what? Then let's all head upstairs. The suppression request is kind of a pain. We'll need to put together a nice, neat plan before we start poking it too hard. A plan, sayest thou? How was it not a mere matter of slaying distortions where they stand? Huh? Wait, did nobody brief you? This has often been the structure of our assignments. We are given instructions, we perform them, and only afterward do we begin to perceive the nature and contour of the task to which we have committed our hand. Yeah, we don't really go in with the plan most of the time. We kind of just wing it and it works out. Really? Yes, every department has its own way of doing things. No big deal. I'll explain everything once we're upstairs. Oh, by the way, you didn't get to meet the whole team last time, did you? Only our new girl. This time, that dude, I mean, Mr. Bamboo-Hatted Kim's also here, so... Huh? He's okay now? Sure he is. You'll be surprised once you see just how okay he is now. But last time you said he was still under treatment. To be precise, I believe Miss Angdu stated that his mind is yet to regain its former tranquility. Aha, that. You'll get it once you see him. I feel like we'll just end up having the same conversation twice if I say anything about it now. Okay. Oh, okay, that's a cool CG. Not gonna lie, that's a cool CG. Entirely in grayscale, huh? Painted black and white. Hey, let's go. Let's go. Nice introduction to these two again. Ah, you've arrived. It's blinding. It's so bright. The midday sun is pouring in like crazy. Yet the warm tickle of the sunbeam is rather agreeable. No, this is not sunlight. Of course Muersault would know that. Because unlike this, there is more to the sunshine than its warmth. There is more to the sunshine than its warmth. Then what exactly is this light? Why is this thing on again? It's bright enough to fry my eyeballs. Apologies, Lady Ezra. I'm yet to be accustomed to this machine, and this is my first time laying a hand upon the complicated workings of such a contraption. Hey, that line from the Arcanite's collab. Yeah, I remember Muersault saying it before. Somewhere. It activated of its own accord, and I've yet to discover the method by which it may be silenced. That's why I told you to leave it alone. Fiddling with things you don't understand usually ends with something, or you, broken. Nothing good comes out of it, I tell you. But Mentor, Lady Moses have instructed me that at every moment and event, clues are hidden under the veil of one's surroundings, and must be examined with care. Yes, and that only works if you're savvy about the knack. Hang on, did you just say Mentor? I had not been afforded a proper opportunity to introduce him to you. This here is the esteemed leader of the Blade lineage, who is all but a master under whom I have apprenticed. Do you really have to dress it up like that? I told you I only took on the role because there wasn't anyone else around to take the job. Hey, we're getting more personality for the guy. Aside from like one flashback and his distortion phase. Switch. Where's the switch? Ah! Gotcha. What? Of course. Oh. Oh, it was the fucking camera. Studio lights, huh? Studio camera. I forgot what this was called. And also, who are you? Goodness. Known as Bamboo Hatted Kim. What? Okay. Alright, that did take me by surprise, I'll admit. That was quite the surprise. Oh my god. I thought he was standing there. Okay, that was great art and scene direction. I thought bro was just standing there. I didn't fucking think that he stored his clothes on a rack. He's just in a suit and tie, resting on the fucking sofa chair. I don't know if Angdo is just so genuinely disappointed by his demeanor, or if she's just like, yeah, that's just how my master? Yeah, that's just how my mentor is. Wait, that's Bamboo Hatchet Caves. Who's standing in the corner? Hello, Steve and Harmonica. Welcome to the stream, both of you. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continuing to have a good time on stream. Welcome. I would just assume it's like a dressing rack. Yeah, that's me. Guess I should say pleased to meet you, folks. I feel like this was extremely intentional to make him a pretty generic Korean guy in his, rather than being in his older years. It's just either middle-aged man or in his, it looks like he's still in his younger years. Have not lost the youth. Yeah, it really just looks like it's been hung up by the side of a wall or something. Search for the inflection point. Inflection point. Ooh. Curious where this is going. He looks like he took some in Kaplan comment is crazy. I'll be really associating him with the likes of Netzach in Lobotomy Corporation. More often than not, first impressions are prone to change. The bamboo-hatted Kim I remember was a man who drowned in his own fathoms, blaming himself for his powerlessness with a listless, heavy voice. That, however, had been while he was distorted and sunken into himself, so I figured his original personality might be somewhat different. But this is not just somewhat. His personality isn't even in the same ballpark as my expectations. You're telling me this guy here is Bamboo-Hatted Kim? Yep, we double-checked with Erza and she said he really is the same guy. Oh, that fire in your head's not hot at all. Fascinating stuff. This is gonna take some getting used to. I'm sure this is gonna be this is gonna surprise a whole heck of a lot of people that are gonna end up playing this. Can you... Okay, can we check again, just in case? Dante really cannot get over the surprise. I really can't wrap my head around the fact this is the solid, serious man who wouldn't be at fault. Just look at what he's doing. He's rubbing my face all over me like he's checking out some kind of mental piece ornament. Bro almost has no fucking respect for... Bro has no respect for personal space. He's rubbing my face all over like he's checking out some mental disorder. Lots of ticking and talking going on. That's supposed to sound like them talking to you folks, huh? Does it sound like talking? What? It's supposed to sound like them talking to you folks, right? Huh? Further confirmation would be redundant, Dante. This individual is conclusively identical to the one designated as Bamboo Hatted Kim. Bamboo Kimino. Hello GSG, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and didn't have a good time on stream. What the hell? Hey, I like that name. Instead of calling him Bamboo Hatted Kim, we should call him Bamboo Kimino. Sorry, Kimono. Bamboo Kimono. Derogatory. Affectionate. Okay, not gonna lie. I love the nickname Bamboo Kimono so much. I'm just gonna run with it. Bamboo Kimono. Oh my god. Oh, my throat is not gonna like all the laughing I'm doing in this horror summer. I've got no idea what you folks are so suspicious about. Dude, just what exactly have you been telling people out there about me? They're all staring like they've seen a ghost. Keep on. Oh, why is that so funny to me? Okay, let's calm down. I don't know why it's so funny to me. Bamboo Kimono. I told them that you're gallant and formidable warrior mentor. But they don't look like they've heard the most flattering things about me. Don't you hear it? The faint undercurrent of disappointment in the taking. I also told them that you are a man of few words, but with much affection for the followers under your command. Angdu. Yes, mentor? That's a complete and utter lie. Man of few words is definitely not something you can say about a guy who's as talkative as me, don't you think? Yet I spoke no falsehood, although your conduct is rather shallow, and perhaps less refined for a leader of an organization. You are much more reserved and taciturn when conversing with those unfamiliar to you, are you not? Angdu, there's a thing called context, so you gotta provide the relevant context, or else it's just gonna give the wrong impression and the wrong image will form in the head. No matter who one may be, one's bound to inspire either approval or disapproval from those around him, so I refrained from mentioning any truths that might invite the latter. To even hint at anything that might tarnish the reputation of my monster would not be unlike splitting on his name and mine by extension. I only guess the worst character was meant to Muersault, but it's Muersault. Yeah, fair enough. The other identities are more so just it feels like it's more so a exemplified. Is that the word I'm looking for? Exemplified versions, like exemplified personas of little parts of our sinners, as for like the mirror world identities, you know? That's what it feels like to me. Like, these are the same people, but they have different life and different experiences. So they have fundamentally changed. But at their base, there is sort of a core where you can understand, yeah, this is a... We can... It's more so that we're talking about, not anybody else. I think of them as a cross-fusion of both characters. Yeah, I think that works better than... It is definitely is a cross-fusion. But yeah, Endo is very much a lovely student. It's just, unfortunately, you've got to be a bit more honest. I simply had no reason to put on ears in front of my own folks, in any case. Oh, so you can't see anything if I block this part, Do tell, how many fingers am I holding up? Those are not my eyes, you know. Your own folks, huh? Then you have already acknowledged and accepted that you now belong to the Limbus company. Why didst thou not pay a visit to the LCE? Verily, when one's mind is plagued by the absence of tranquility, venturing forth into open air and touchable fields of grass cleareth the swarm of the heart. Okay, this is being made into a meme. Verily, when one's mind is plagued by the absence of tranquility, venturing forth into the open air and touchable fields of grass, cleareth the storm of the heart. Even Don Quixote recommends you touches some field of grass out in the forest. I was so bamboozled in the middle age. So making him a real character unlikable, if he was just a stoic warrior, he'd be kind of boring in my opinion. I guess. An asset of the company is expected to act in the company's interest, yet for whatever reason, I didn't see you fighting on the field of battle during Operation Spider Pyre. We'll have to account for your absence in the mission. Countess addressed Kim as though she was conducting a formal investigation, every word flat and hard. It was obvious she was not about to let her guard down anytime soon. What mission? Oh, that one. He finally seemed inclined to assume a more serious disposition. He stopped peering into my face and turned toward Outis. Although his hand was still on my head, bro really would like to fiddle around with their head up. Alright, clearly there's some disconnect in expectations here. Listen here, you. I'm really not all about hard, bothersome work. Get what you mean? Ah. So you've declared yourself the enemy of Outis. Alright. Congratulations. I respect your choice, but be prepared for the consequences. The real disconnect was between his stoic expression and the words coming out of his mouth. What? So let's talk about the kind of fellow I am. Meet the resident layabout who's forced to do his job with a frown too, I might add. Only when he's got absolutely no other choice. I'm really not some big shot undo apparently been promising me as folks. And I'd very much like to stop getting roped into stuff that keeps putting my life on the line. Fine, then why did you join the LCD in the first place if you'd rather be unemployed? No. Alright, Ishmael, that was a bit harsh. Come on now. that was a bit harsh. Now come on, you can't just say that. Ishmael's always coming in with the fucking rocket jabs. I guess for some people, just living in the city is already hard enough, so it's a genuine confusion moment when somebody says they prefer not to work. And that statement gets taken in the context of, oh, you'd rather be unemployed. No, never mind. They probably forced you to stay. You catch on quick. First they spout this nonsense about distortions and all, then force hired me, calling me a company-owned resource or whatever. And the other day they were again on about, what's his name, Golden Bow? Yeah, they invited me on a tour to another department to listen in on some important presentation. And I accepted. I thought it would be a fine opportunity to broaden my perspective. Angdu dear, there are times when your commitment to duty shines brighter than the sun. I find that attitude so dazzling that I have to squint when I'm looking at you. Who knows, maybe that's why I'm wearing this bamboo hat, to shade my eyes from your utter brilliance. That's a lot. That's quite a lot of compliments. Do you mean to say that you are in need of a shield to protect your eyes? Lazy Airs might I submit a request for a pair of sunglasses for Memento? Only if it's not too much of an imposition on the budget, that is. If I could be unemployed and still have my snacks and hobbies without worry, then yeah, probably. Okay. I think that's a reach. It's a bit of a reach to call him that he doesn't normally shower. Let's not put him into the regular old stereotypes that we may be tempted to. I'm really just trying to give this guy the benefit of the doubt at every single turn. That's not what he meant, Angdo. That right there. That's what I keep telling you not to do. You can't just say yes to every silly thing he says and turn it into a supply request. Small expenses add up a lot, you know? You gotta save up everything you can in the piggy bank while you can, or you'll end up broke. It's gonna take a while for me to get used to air down. Almost read that as air down onto. It's hair down onto. It just feels like she fell down from the wrong side of bed. Is crazy. Oh fuck. God dang it. Not again. Ah, the stream is fucking dying. Come on. Come on. We're back. 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 Yes, we're back. Nice. I disagree on the shouting because I bet he falls asleep in the bar. Is there truly no room for consideration? No means no. Then pray make the purchase for me. I shall cover the cost of my... Okay. So, Angdo, as much as she's a great student, is also almost obsessive to a fault on taking every word of her teacher seriously. No, wait, huh? Wait, what? I put more, Oh god, I accidentally almost choked. Oh. I almost choked on my own spit there. Hold on. I'll be right back. Give me like a minute. Fuck. we're back. Yeah, we're back. Oh, it looks like chat froze. That's all good. Yeah, let me remedy this. Okay. There we go. Yep, chat is back. Nice. Oh, this is gonna have an impact on my throat. Because doing this stream and then reading in 45 degrees Celsius summer it's on the border of being kind of miserable, but what can you do about it? It's on the border of being miserable. I just hope whenever what? I mean, I just hope when it's my birthday it's not that fact. Oh right, I should probably inform people. And when more people arrive, I'll make the announcement then. Anyways. Yeah, everything's looking good. Nice. My poor mentor is in the state of great discomfort, yet I possess neither the wisdom nor the knowledge to navigate the silver tongue of merchants and the maze of stalls to locate the very best items, so I must beg this favor of you. You're giving me a freaking headache, girl. I'm aware that you and yours are no stranger to such dealings. There's no one else I could trust to complete such a procurement with the swiftness of the wind. You know what? Never mind what I said. I'll just get you what you want. I heard the gentle lady, mentor. Your suffering shall soon be alleviated. Right, and he does not have the heart to stop her. My apologies for interrupting you mid-conversation. Pray continue. You had reached the part where they invited you to the tour under the... She's fucking obsessive. No sooner Angry's words left her lips than her eyes glinted with something I couldn't really put my finger on, but it was a strange intensity that sent a chill through my spine. Yeah, so that day I was just gonna relax here and watch some TV. Well, good on you for showing up to work today, I guess? Let's say there's a debt to be repaid. At least you understand that we are indeed indebted to the company. Yeah, I suppose I do. Kim's gaze lingered on Angdu's prosthetic arms as he answered. Oh. So the first would be taking her in, and then the second would be giving Angdu those prosthetic arms. Oh, Miss Angdu, your arms! Only after following Kim's gaze did Sinclair seem to notice Angdu's brand new prosthetic arms. The last time we saw her, Angdu had lost both her arms, and I remember Ezra asking her to sit tight and choose what type of prosthesis she wanted. Those arms are probably it. It's not just the arms, even her clothing. Those are a lot different, and that sword. I had those arms fitted anew as soon as the operation was concluded. The gracious hosts in one of the LCD teams had prepared them in advance. Oh, in advance, okay, interesting. With evident satisfaction, Angdu held up her dark metallic wrists as if to showcase them. The components fixed along her arms clicked and rattled, unfolding for a moment before neatly folding back into place. Oh, such graceful smoothness went to machine articulation. It's as though I'm beholding the marvelous prosthesis of the illustrious Siegfried himself. Yep, the showcase would have gone lackluster without that trademark reaction. Those are strikingly similar to show Schwartz Industries N7 lineup, but I thought that model was discontinued. Of course Sinclair would know a lot about prosthesis. Strikingly similar to Schwartz. Wait, Sinclair, is that something your parents' company produced? Not theirs. It's one of the prototypes developed by LCD's Phenomena Deciphering team. They put him on her for trial. Doubt you'll find another like him, based on technology spun from distortions. What? Oh, I see. For a brief moment, Sinclair's eyes lit up as if he had glimpsed something that brought him back to a memory, but just as quickly he fell silent, whatever he had wanted to say next catching in his chest. Does something trouble you, Master Sinclair? What? It wasn't hard to understand what struck the tender memory for Sinclair and why it cast a shadow over his face. But sorry, it just reminded me of something from a long time ago. My dad used to work with prosthetics before he passed away, and I thought this was the exact same model I saw back then. His household company. Ah. It appears I lack tact. These arms have stirred a painful memory within you. For that, I apologize. It's alright, I'm fine now. Sinclair's voice still carried a faint tremor, but beneath it, there was a firmness that had not been there before. He really had grown a great deal. You can thank yours truly for picking up the sword. I was there with her. I did inform Lady Ezra that my blade, that any blade that could sever as a that could serve as a weapon would suffice, but she insisted on browsing the goods. I dare say I was given the opportunity to lay my eyes on every type of sword I could ever hope to see in this life walking through the workshop street that day. Oh please, girl, we walked for just 12 hours, that's nothing. Of course. What's a 12-hour endurance stream? He seems so mature now. I mean, yeah, he's went through quite a bit, even in just Canto 9. So, and character growth before your eyes, right? He's just whistling in the background. And such. In his hand, studying it with curiosity. What do you suppose this is? A battery, maybe? Oh, there's some kind of strip inside. Let me just pull it out. No, that's... I would have shouted a sharp warning at Sinclair as if she had realized something. But Muersault's hand shot out before she could even finish, clasping over Sinclair's wrist before the strip could be pulled out. That's a film reel, isn't it? Maybe. I think. It's either photos or a film reel. It's a photo reel? Yeah, if a photo or a film reel. What did I do? Exposure to sunlight damages these objects. I already pulled out a little bit, though. It can be rewound. Carefully rotate the ridged section on the cylinder. I'm currently blocking the sunlight from reaching the exposed section. Damages of no concern. Okay, you mean this one, right? This is the part that rotates? Yep, it went back in. With a quiet nod, Muersault took the object from Sinclair's hand. It seems to be a film roll. Aye! Okay, so I was right. It is a film roll. Oh god, my voice is dying today. That's not good. Oh lord. There's something written on the outside. Experiment 4. It appears to be a compact roll for a film camera. You seem to have handled one before. Yes. Muersault's answer came without any further explanation, but the way he adjusted the camera on the tab certainly didn't look like that of a first-timer. I once received a report containing photographs taken on film camera during the war. Film rolls used by Corp are particularly difficult to falsify. They were often used to collect intelligence during secret operations. The film fixes light directly onto the medium, from what I heard. Whoa! So that's the Corp technology. Let's go. Taken on film cameras during the war. Corp are particularly difficult to falsify. Yeah. I mean, Ezra would know, wouldn't she? Because Wait, was it? Wait, no, it wasn't Ezra. was it that had the experience? Right, it was Virgilius that had the experience with watching something in one of the NCORP's facility where he wasn't supposed to watch it, and that ended up in the NCORP related facility, I guess you could say, because at the end of the day, it was most about the ring corridor than anything else. Oh, right. Right, because they've both been in the smoke war, of course. Anyway, we managed to regroup in one piece. Let's come up with a plan to deal with these distortions, guys. Where should we begin? Then in the next breath, she returned to her usual bubbly self and steered the conversation away from the subject. Both Ezra and I, we're both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. For all her unfailingly perky disposition, Ezra too may be carrying traumatic memories every bit as devastating as Gregor's. Does there yet remain aught deserving illumination? Huh? Yeah, wait, you're right. Haven't we cleaned up the distortion already? I couldn't feel any more traces of distortions nearby, and it didn't seem like any of the other Sinner teams elsewhere were actively engaged in battle at the moment either. Dante is asking whether the distortion suppression has not in fact already been concluded. Oh, not yet. These people we just fought, they only got caught up in the distortion. They didn't actually distort themselves. We haven't really gotten close to the distortion's inflection point yet. Inflection point? Inflection point? Anywho, finding an inflection point without a team leader around is gonna take some time. Maybe it won't be too bad with your help. As Ezra swept her eyes around the room with a look of frustration as though she had just been handed a puzzle box with half of the pieces missing. By inflection point, are you referring to the point on a graph in which the directionality of its curvature changes? Calling to mind the present context, it may less be a mathematical term and more a specialized polysim referring to the point at which distortion occurs, the motive intent, or indeed the point at which inflection of the mind occurs. Yep, that's about right. That's the kind of inflection point I was talking about. So in our department, we use that term to mean the source of a distortion, the inflector or cause behind it, stuff like that. You know, distortion's hard to treat if you don't know the core cause. Treat the symptoms you see on the surface all you like, but if you never find the root cause, the distortion's never getting solved. Though I guess you guys never really had to look for that kind of stuff, huh? The foe was vanquished, as we're wont to do. Was that not so? Of course not. Why would anyone come here with us? Come to us with a distortion suppression request if it were that simple in the first place? But yeah, most of the time, Deep's tribe brute force approaches to it first, and when things go south, they send a request to the company or to our directives office. That means the client this time must have been bingo. Apparently, the residents of the Butter Street had all chipped in to commission all kinds of agencies like This Way and the combat specialized fixer officers, but none of them could actually do things right, and jobs got passed on to us. Ah, okay. Oh, this, you know how I really find this so interesting because I read Distortion Detective on stream, so it's just a treat to actually see them in action trying to solve a distortion case that LCV distortion, the Limbus company distortion way. The Erza, Moses, Wespa, and then now the other two detective group way, you know? Meaning the distortion phenomena related to this kind of photograph is still occurring unchecked somewhere on the streets. Exactly, that's... Muersault recited the information as though he were pulling it from a file he had already sorted and placed in the back of the shelf in his mind. Okay, pinframe team, huh? Anything you can tell us about them? Yes. It is one of NCORP's many field departments related to information gathering and processing. Their primary duties include the handling of NCorp's internal information, analysis of NCorp's internal intelligence, the sorting and arranging of NCorp's internal information, and intersector... that'd be enough. Wow, is he a talking encyclopedia or something? Yet another thing to be jealous of. You think it'll be okay if we borrow him sometimes? Might be an issue for us if we just went and borrowed our team's encyclopedia. It looks like everyone agrees that he's an encyclopedia. I mean, for the most part, he is, aside from Faust. Faust and Muersault are like the team's encyclopedia. Muersault is the realistic, experience-based encyclopedia, while Faust is the more esoteric, not esoteric, the more exotic encyclopedia. Anyway, Encyclopedia is right. They're from NCorp's pinframe team. Seen them a few times before in NCorp's nest. But why would people already busy enough dealing with nest affairs come all the way out to a shabby back street like this? Got any guesses? I'm unable to determine that. The possibility range of connection between the two pieces of information is extremely broad. Listing every relevant reason as to why they may have come here would require a considerable amount of time. Therefore, I will not present a determinative answer to that question. Wait, what? Ezra staring holes into me with an unspeakable... Is this dude always like this? Wouldn't pull any answers from me, you know? Because aside from combat situations, I've still got no way to figure out what's going on in his head. Okay then, Muersault, maybe this will be easier to answer from an objective point of view. And that was when I noticed something I'd never imagined would happen. Muersault's eyes widened, his gaze fixing me with such force that I could almost feel the faint tremor in it. A leveling stare that came with... Oh! Oh! Oh, we hit a nerve! Oh god, why is the stream dying? We're back? Okay, we should be back. Aye, we're back. Oh no, we hit a nerve. We actually just hit a nerve. Muersault's eyes widened, his gaze fixing me with such force that I could almost feel the faint tremor in it. A leveling stare that came with... Manager. Oh, that statement is based on sheer fucking experience. And painful experience, I might add. A clipped tone and a look almost bordering on rebuke. A given judgment may seem infinitely close to objectivity, but ultimately, all things are subjective without exception. That's interesting. So that's what Muersault subscribes to, huh? I felt silent for a moment, lost in thought. A given judgment may seem infinitely close to objectivity, but ultimately all things are subjective without exception. I'd rather disagree, actually. Not everything is objective, not everything is subjective, because if everything was subjective, we would have no way of measuring, gathering knowledge, applying said knowledge to things. Just spitballing here and talking about science, really. Or any sort of stress, criteria, or measurements, really. I think those would contribute to objectivity more than just wrapping the thought in everything is subjective. Part of it was because Muersault's reaction had caught me off guard, but I also wonder whether this response might be connected to why he always refused to make judgments for himself. He would always refuse to make judgments for himself. And if this has something to do with his turn, which I know is just around the corner, got it. Then tell me 3 subjective reasons you think are most likely for why these people had to come all the way into the back streets. I need to understand who he actually is as much as I can. Because I'll never know when I'll get another chance to really get to know him if I brush this off with a simple, "Oh, I see, my bad," as usual. Yes, manager. Is it just me, or does Muersault's eyes seem a little bit sharper than before? Maybe it's just me. I don't know. It might just be me. I presume that the mission was one or all of the following: retrieval of a video recording or recordings in violation of NCORP's taboo, prompt elimination of the violator, contact with an informant in the back streets collaborating with the NCORP's nest, or identification and arrest of a wanted individual or individuals designated by the nest. Taboo? You mean these people could be taboo hunters? Nah, no way. They don't send out taboo hunters for every single violation, you know? Like, Wings usually leave minor taboo violations to be handled by subcontracted fixer officers, or employees of the department in charge. I'd say these guys here are NCORP staff. Miss Angdu, what are you looking for in their pockets? I'm looking through their belongings for enlightening clues, yet be hidden in their sleeve or the fold of their garments. Lady Moses has been gifted with the art of discerning the truth from what lies before her with but a single glance, yet my eyes are foreign to such a concept. She's really trying hard to get into the role of being a detective. Let me take a look too. This is an employee card. Okay, this one's wallet, so let's put that back. Don't want to be robbers. Aha, this might be it. It's an order missive. Ezra pulled a sheet of paper out from an NCORP staff's coat and read its contents aloud. You know, that's a response for me, at least, in terms of Muersault, signifies that, oh boy, we're in for a wild ride. We're legitimately in for a bit of a wild ride, not gonna lie. For Canto 10. And I'm gonna absolutely love the death out of everything here. Work details: elimination of the individual of a Category 3 taboo violation. Address Butler Street. This is the place, which means all of this might be pointing to something. Whoever used to work in the studio, and the distortion phenomenon might be connected. Yeah, now that you mention it, when that whole pop and change thing happened, it did kind of feel like a camera flash. Alright, let's start by combing through this place. Let me know if you find anything suspicious. Ah, at long last hath the hour arrived for my debut as a detective Muersault. Don Quixote must have been miffed from above for not getting to play detective back in T-Corp. No idea where she'd been keeping them, but she immediately pulled out the detective props that had been given to Rotia, Ryeshu, and Honglu back then. Verily, I had foreseen that the day would come. Fortunately, Autis wasted no time putting an end to Don Quixote's badly timed shenanigan. A sharp dressing down from her was enough to make our dejected chivalric adventurer stuff the costume away. Okay, then we should get to moving too. Hey, the first fight. Clear within 10 turns. Wait, what? Clear within 10 turns? Misconceptions. Oh, wait. Ooh? It's fixed. Okay. I mean, sure. That's literally the team I use. I ain't complaining, game. I ain't complaining. It's 20%, 60%. Nice. E. I guess I could. We'll go with blade lineage mentor. Why not? To battle we go.
죽음
Yes.
충동 억제,
We know.
관념 봉인.
Level 58 will be fine. Because coincidentally, the entire roster is all the Blade lineage IDs. Ah. We spent a long while riffling through the photo studio with the LCD team, but no one found any decisive evidence. There sure are a lot of people around, but almost all of them are just pictures of buildings. Nothing much to tell. There sure are a lot of photos around, and nothing much to tell from that. Aside from the canister containing the film roll Sinclair picked up, there are no remaining items here that can count as a proper clue. Executive Manager, I've confirmed that the rest are all empty plastic containers. It's probably best to check the contents of that film roll directly. Yes, Executive Manager, I'll find a way to develop the film. Did you guys find any sort of photo development room or equipment nearby? Search a little bit more before we see what's inside that film roll. Mentor, what do you make of this object? For the 8th time, Angdu, I have no idea. If I had wits bright enough to understand all that lies before me with a single glance like that team leader, I would have passed the royal examinations long ago and secured myself a lucrative position as a court official. Royal examination? Oh, in S-Corp! As a court official in S-Corp? But Mentor, hadn't you already passed the royal... One swung and a sword does not retrace its arc, Angdu, so it is life. There is no undoing what has already been cut. Huh. Thus it is unnecessary to dwell on what can no longer be undone. There is no after for what has been slashed away. Not for you, Mentor. Ought you not dwell on what can no longer be undone? I misspoke. I did not mean it that way, Ongdu. I merely meant to say that I do not wish to recall my past. I am aware, you have told me yes. Not since long ago, wherever you were placed in a position to retrace the past. Mostly at the eateries where you filled your belly on... Oh my god. Mostly at the eateries where you filled your belly on unpaid tabs, and each time you brought down the stone wall before our house by your own erring hands. Those are exactly the kind of things you should never forget. Oh, my belly. I feel a stabbing pain in my belly. The spot, the very wound you once gave me afflicts me yet. The one from when you thought you were only poking me with a scabbard, yet by some cruel turn it was your sword that ran me through. Mentor, you said it was completely healed and that I need not concern myself with it. Those very same words have been repeated at least 80 times. Man, she keeps track. But it still aches every now and then, chiefly when I hear your sharp, cutting words that I really don't want to hear. Ah, is that so? Angus only... She maintains a fucking notebook. She maintains a fucking notebook for everything. She has memorized everything about her master. Oh, what's this? I have written down the words that I have just said. If hearing my sharp cutting words affects you so, perhaps reading them instead would cause no suffering. If hearing my sharp cutting words afflicts you so, perhaps reading them would not cause you no suffering. Man, she really is just fucking obsessed to the last detail about everything. Way too over-providing. And takes everything seriously. Kim's face began to contort like a wet dish towel being wronged around. I really can't believe that this is the same mentor Ongdu follows so devotedly, for all that dignity and forbearance Ongdu said he had. Where's all that? Young Ongdu, there's a matter I would ask thee. Apparently, I wasn't the only one who felt that way about him. Pray speak freely. This may perhaps be discourteous inquiry, but I, too, when speaking to the others of those whom I serve, often ornament my words with the laudation of an acceptable degree, yet... I understand your concern, Lady Don Quixote. I suppose this is your first time seeing Mentor with his shoulders so unbraced and his bearing so loose. In truth, when I first beheld him, I also wondered whether such a man could truly be a leader worth placing my faith in. However, upon my honor, I assure you that I've never once uttered a falsehood when I spoke of him to you. My respect towards the blades of my own and foes alike, my determination to safeguard what must be protected, even should my arms be torn apart, all of these are undoubtedly the teachings that my mentor has imparted upon me. Truly, why, if fortune should grant the opportunity, you may witness Mentor's true self yourselves someday. That is to say, if we let ourselves be carried by the currents of the river to arrive at such a chance. Angdu gave her prosthetic arm a casual sweep, smiling sincerely as though she truly believed every word she said. Then leaned closer to Don Quixote, she whispered, "Besides, unless I speak with this feigned and stern ignorance, there will be no end to his digging in There will be no end to his digging in his heels. I would ask for your trust, for all is aimed at his benefit." Oh God. Forsooth, thou too hast been burdened with the trials of serving your superior. So that's what it was. I get it now. Just as I witnessed the building of this peculiar bond of commission and camaraderie between our chivalric friends, the door leading outside was flung open with a loud slam. I'll just do. You've arrived at the target location. It appears that the advance party has already been defeated. Wait, who are these people? Didn't they say they were only a single violator? Oh crap. Looks like it's too late to talk our way out of this, whatever excuses we come up with. Oh boy, this is not gonna go well. The same thing happened last time when I saw the corp employees. I thought we had the wrong intel. And all of a sudden... Flashbanged. A sudden flash blinded my vision white, as though I had stared straight into a burst of searing light, so intense and bright that it made my head swim. Yeah, there was the same pop and with my vision blinded, the only thing I could make out was Ezra's soft murmur, until even that came to a stop as a breathing hushed. Oh. It didn't take long for me to realize what was happening. Seeing it again doesn't exactly warm the heart, wouldn't you say, Anto? The West Corp may indeed be passing through hard times. The ally was not quite so wretched in form, was it, Mentor? Is that right? Looks much the same to me. Ah, this place. Did we just get teleported to West Corp? No, Dante. It generates a considerable sense of very... what? Very similitude. What? Very similitude. Very similitude. This is... I think I know what this is. This is a presence. I haven't been able to detect it until just now, but somehow it was now surrounding us, saturating every corner of the space where we stood. What the heck does verisimilitude mean? Verisimilitude.
Verisimilitude.
The quality of appearing to be true or real. Something that has the appearance of being true. It generates a considerable sense. Oh, it appears to be true, that's what she's saying. Though it appears to be true, that it's something else. The dreary stone walls, trees bent and coiled in grotesque forms, the sheen of the light, And even the air we breathe, all of them point towards a single phenomenon. Oh, is it distortion? This is the depth of the fathoms. Fathoms made entirely out of distortion. Fathoms made entirely out of distortion. There are completely different distortions where the corp employees were just a moment ago executive manager. This is exactly it. This is what I was trying to explain. What? So these are the so these are the distortions, eh? Distortion. Where Ezra pointed, the people in smart, neat suits had vanished, and in their place, figures clad in blood-stained dopo robes were approaching us with dragging, uneasy steps. Oh, that's a cool design for the face, or distortions. Right. Let's fight first and talk later. Ready, Yongdu? My blade is poised to strike, Lady Ezra. And wait, where's bamboo-headed Kim dude? I'm afraid he has already taken his leave. He said he had no desire to cross blades with the Chunikans of his corp twice. Come on, man, not again! He's a repeat offender, that's for certain. Executive manager. Wherever Kim gone off to, this definitely isn't the time to be asking trivial questions. Right, let's do what Ezra says and get ready for battle. On your orders, executive manager. Men, prepare for battle. Are we gonna have Ezra with us? I don't know. Ooh. Hey, that's 9 people. I wonder when the slot size is gonna increase to 9 people all of a sudden. I mean, if that's the case, then that tells us that the whatever the distortion is, it's a S-corp person or something like that. Alright, I'll be right back. Just give me like a minute. Yeah, 2 minutes. let's look in. Ezra! So, I think we already know what we do. So, LCD, Mars Workshop. I don't think anything here has changed, at least. 6% speed, damage, blunt bonus damage. Target has a negative effect, deal charge. Control back. Defense gain 1 assist defense, so that's good. So you just have to be unclashable. I think that's how I remember it. Security mask. S-Corp Fixer. Observable logs. There's nothing here. Hamstringing. Base power for 1 for every 6 poison self and bleed on target. I'm gonna assume that whoever this is from S-Corp. So the S-Corp Taboo Hunter might be our target, or might be the final boss then in that case. 100 per coin. Poison and poison count. This unit... Whoa. If this unit speed is faster than the target, convert the final coin into unbreakable coin. Alright, so gotta look out for that. Avulsion wound. Gain 2 bleed for every stack. Okay. Count. This unit did not take any critical hit this turn. Just 1 stack. Hey, hasty enemies. Passives. 1 head splitting memory. Gain 1 bind next turn. Gain current turn count. Clash power rounded down. On clash lose, gain that for every bind on target. I don't want to read what are the skills about. Scouring Hunter Band. To cover the eyes is not to be blind with these fabrics created using Q-Corp Singularity. Q-Corp Singularity are fashioned into many forms such as blindfolds and headband. Oh, Q-Corp. Q-Corp isn't that the one where I forget the... Oh, who was it from Canto A had relations like she's married somebody, a high official of Q-Corp, commonly used throughout the East. Blindfolds and headbands. It is not unusual to see fixers and employees of corporate entities in the East covering their heads and faces with these products. The fabrics serve the same function as sunglasses, visors, and combat prosthetics eye. Found elsewhere in the city, they can scan the target information in real time, augment the wearer's vision, and provide tactical analysis. At times, it can also serve as a means of communication with distant allies. Yeah, the girl who wanted Shichungon. Tracking traces on Clash Win, gain poise for every illusion wound of the target. Do not let them win. On hit, if the target is staggered, inflict 2 bind next turn. Gain 1 to 3 offense level up and 1 to 3 defense level down. Okay, jumble numbers. Increase after winning the clash. Increase after losing the clash. Nice. And not that much. This is incapacitate. And this is bind. Choco. Base power. Yeah. I guess that's just the trait they're all gonna have on every skill. Gain, yeah, sure. Inflict 3 binds and then bleed. one more bleed. And 2 bind. Hunter Scouter. Oh, convert all coins into unbreakables. Yeah, makes sense. Not surprised there. Gain 3 poise, 2 more poise and flash win. Bleed, it's just a lot of bleed. 3 bind this turn and the next turn. Based on bind inflict frost. The target is staggered. What the hell is this? Oh. Oh, that's nasty. Fix the target speed to 1 and then base point power to 0. Turn end, lose 1 stack. If the prisoner transport arrangement's buff on the inflictor expires, this effect expires as well. Look how the baseborn hunt the other baseborn to serve them up the powers that be. Interesting depiction. If this unit inflicted trust on target, gain prisoner transport arrangements. If the trust effect of this unit inflicted on target expires, if this unit is defeated or staggered, is this effect. If the target this unit inflicted trust on is defeated this turn, boost the prisoner. Escort commands 2 sorts of taboo hunters, the royal censors and the Chunikans. Agents of the royal court, the royal censors generally operate alone, moving in cover to pursue those who have dared to break the taboo of the Salpipio. And Chunikans, much like fixer officers, form bands within their own ranks. Once an order or a contract to hunt down a branded is bestowed upon them, each band hunts its mark in the manner preferred by the band. The hunt for Nobi knows neither honor nor dignity. Huh. Interesting. I guess the incapacitate is for the bind. And for this is prisoner transport arrangements. Okay. Alright, let's go ahead and finally interact with Bamboo Hatchet Kim. Right, I want to see what is level 60, Blade Lineage, LCD, Syndicate. Base Dokaibi arms, base offense, base defense takes less damage. On skill use, gain 1 haste next turn, 2 times per turn. Combat end, gain 2 poise count. Dokkaebi arms. Do you perhaps speak of Dokkaebis that appear often in Tales of Four? In this case, we believe it's the for after all I've witnessed while relying on the hospitality of a Limbus company, the existence of Dokkaebis from folklore may well within the reason. Come to think of it, I do recall hearing of a name called Dokkaebi unit. Dokkaebi unit in Limbus company? Wait, I don't know what that actually is. Resentment. That's interesting. Attack power up, defense power down. 2 waste up. Attack power 2. 2 waste up. Poison and bleed. Haste, poise, bleed, choke. Acupuncture. Coin power plus 1 for every more haste, more poise, poison bleed. So it's a combination of poison bleed. Claim their bones, whoa! Friendly gods. The skill does not trigger defense skills. Deal more damage for every 1% missing HP. Deal more damage. Critical hit for every haste. tried getting her to use the claim abilities. Base power +1, poise, lead, allies. Loose central ping flame. Hello, Capivoris, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Welcome. Don't mind me. We're going through the first fight node. I'm just re-familiarizing myself with the combat mechanics and Limbus company and reading some stuff. But aside from that, the Intervello is taking a toll on my voice. On my throat, really. So it's been a little rough, but that's about it. At +5, what the huh? What's that? Type 2 blade throw. Defense shoulders of flash power, gain 1 hit center besides that. Break it goodbye. See, throw jam regularly here in case of the sword and scabbard. Use effects of grab of the throw away from the face of work. The rest is particle powder from the scabbard and pattern by more protocol. Each time you see an unsheathed those sword for the thrown, the blade comes out way sharper and lighter, and that more you're holding happens to focus on the sharpness. Looks like ding, and voila, you get a nice buff on your weapon. I think it's one of the key series models that the Mock Workshop classic lineup, by the way. Check out the finish here. It's heck! This is the Yi Type 2 model that went out of production. You know what? This stuff really isn't easy to come by. We're lucky we found it here. It's such a rarity radio that you have to wheel. I know it's fine. Well, I can see it's literally made for you. It'll look really nice with those boosters on your new prosthetic arms. It'll need some getting used to, but you'll be a heck of a fighter once you get a hand with it. Anyway, consider it a gift from your first video. Officially one of us now. Officially our new girl. No more temporary ID. This is an entire conversation log stored... Bruh. Stored inside this, brother. By the way, remember that classic lineup part? It's super desirable, but there are delicate parts that you should wash out into the break. Okay, you know what? Let them break if they really comes to it. Just don't die on this. I shall take them to quick stuff on it. Boys, gain 1. Skill 3. Okay, so on skill 3, gain 3. Nice. Even the balance is reduce interval flashable. Okay, consume all on self. Gain 5. At +5 haste, reuse this coin once per skill. Lovely. So you want her to be fast and speed. Fist defense! An ally is about to take. Okay, nice. That's nice. Poise. Wait, hold on. Observing the stones on the board. Exclusive skill. Assist defense. Exclusive skill. Gain poise. More than points. Gain even more poise. Wow. Okay. Well then, I have... Alright, pass it. Okay, Dokkaebi arms. Yeah, we saw that. If there's an ally at less than 50% HP on the field, excluding this unit, gain 1 assist defense 1 per turn. Oh! So that's just automatic. On the outside, it looks no difference from the prosthesis you might find in the Mnestic or Matrixzry. But apparently this prosthetic limb has been previously used technology new. I wonder what it could be, since I don't open up this prototype was led by the other department of the space. Assume it has something to do with power distortion, so that's not to say I would certainly regarding the matter, I would only be in charge of transporting it, you see. It's just as simple as speculation, really. If any, I doubt this is your average prosthetic limb meant for body enhancement. Demon Fire Spine Cleaver. Gain 1 for every 3 poise. Nice. On skill on base attack at plus 15. Activate even the blade which sends rippling on the enemy. So as soon as you get plus 15, it's auto. On defense skill Flash Loose, if this unit has more haste, 3 plus more haste, this unit cannot be staggered from taking damage until defense skill ends. And activate to claim their bones against the enemy after being hit. Ooh. Swift Blade. Crit gain 1 haste until next turn. So by the passive, on defense skill Flash Loose, that's where we will activate the claim their bones. The way I must return. When 3 or more other blade lineage of allies are died, gaining poise using the same point of each. By one more of the lineage allies are dead, gain 2 points each. Combat start apply. Sword play of the homeland itself. That's when you have multiple blade lineage identities.
군수는 금기.
Right, blade lineage meant for. Play of the homeland is cheating. Oh, I didn't quite look at its effect so much. When it plus 5 poise upon skill use, skill 1 and skill 2 gain a point power. What? And deal more damage based on the hit. At 7 upon skill use. Skill 3 just deals more point damage and deals even more damage. Critical hit. Dang. There we go. Muersault's red skill for struggling up with this. Faster speed, right? We want them to be faster. It's true.
군수는 금기다.
Okay, drop the sword. Poison bone power. Other blade lineage allies in the same universe speed. Fights instead. Discount slash power up, please. Yield to my flesh. Gain plus 3 aggro to the skill slot next turn. Until the skill ends, this unit cannot be staggered from taking damage. Gain 5 points after getting hit. Use to claim the bone skill. Critical damage every frequency. So 30% damage. With my flesh to claim the bones. There we go. Overthrow. Gain 1 slash power up next turn. Nice. Claim the bones. Every 7 so attack plus 1. Deal even more damage on critical hit. Deal more for every missing HP. Only a single enemy deals more damage. Lead and paralyze 5 Paralyzed. In memoriam. 3 or more, believe it. Okay. Sword player opponent. And that brings the HP down to 0, nullify that damage. Then this unit HP gonna drop below 1 for the turn. Huh. Combat start, support. Allies that has been used to poise deals more damage using splash skills. I like the music. I definitely do like the music.
당신 짝패군요.
가속 펀치!
Yep, there we go. Oh, bro.
6천.
Hey, nice heal to my flesh.
지령대로 움직일 뿐입니다.
해군. 좋아. 지령에게 불확실한 것은 없네.
Yeah, dimensional bag. Yeah, I don't think anything happened. Then we're good to go. And if this move we get my flesh, but deal with it. Yeah, probably. Now we are at the high speed. Let's go. Hopefully this time with less travesty out here. Leave that unopposed. This, I'd say, and this.
나가주게.
Skill free. Fair enough.
충정. 지령이 이끄는 대로.
Yeah, I'm slowly getting familiar again with the combat system in the game. I mean.
미래를 과거와 같이
느낄 수 있겠죠.
Lovely, that should be it. Ooh, his ego. Oh, what do we use it on? Okay, I kind of want to see what the details here. When used for the first time, consume 15% less SP. Nice. One for your Wrath, Pride, and ND legal resource, so that's just 4 Pride, 1 ND, and 1 Wrath. This unit gain drinks the fallen during this encounter. Deal more damage against the main target. Voice count, alright. Attack weight, based on resonance. Other allied women use identities that have the lowest HP heal, NSP, and 4 drink to the fallen. Gain 1 voice for every stat. Voice. I think they mean potency, not count. Yeah. Corrosion, targets randomly. Plus 12 flash power and max 24%. Add an extra damage on top. More. That seems like a big damage boost. Like you have to start doing 160 more damage. The base ID, or Muersault, I think. That like the lineage of these. Final point power. One hit. Flashable guard.
나아가주게.
대전 대행 완료.
감로 확보. 이연.
좋아. 코이. 헛!
Okay. Hey, let's go. Shadow Wested Blade Singer.
망월 참아. 숨을 거두리라.
Dang.
굳이 직접
뜻을
목격하지 않아도
해금하겠네.
느낄 수 있겠죠.
Nice.
대화를 하는 것이 지령에 어긋나지는 않죠.
What was South's requirement for? We have 0 gluttony. Well. This is skill 2, I believe. Yeah. Ooh, wait, yeah, resentment. A resentful scabbard. The scabbard itself is resentful now. Resentful scabbard when an ally. Okay. It's pride resonance. Lovely. Great to see in game, of course. Also, I just can't, alright? I just cannot do this. Oh, and using Yield My Flesh until skill end, this HP does not drop below 10. Lose the poise, Clash around the belt. I'm using to claim their bones, gain 4 poise. Dang. Sword of the Homeland, true effect. It'll just increase even fucking so. I gotcha.
포위만 구축. 운명적인 죽음일세. 증량 5배.
5 times the weight. Let's go.
내가 찾은 나만의 항해 방식.
I'm happy that he can also zero.
하, 벚, 총옥과 비. 코코.
Oh, this feels nice finally being able to tell what the hell they're saying in mid-battle.
굳이 직접 목격하지 않아도 느낄 수 있겠죠.
Yay! I feel like this has been going on for a lot longer than I'd like to imagine. Okay. So I guess 4 turns, huh? 4 turns. Nice. Alright, let's decimate some of these fellas. Why not? Why not? I feel like they are going to like snap like twigs. I'm not exactly that fair.
시원합니다.
Lovely. Again.
사물. 앵화.
그대 흔들렸군.
Right, there's that gone.
소리와 호흡을 멈추고
Hey!
굳이 직접 목격하지 않아도 느낄 수 있겠죠.
Yeah, damage rate. Get his ass.
삼켜지기 전에 되겠다.
운명적인 죽음.
굳이 직접 목격하지 않아도
Tis
느낄 수
destined.
있겠죠.
It's a destined death. Distorted Butler Street, District 14. That should be all of them. Yeah, that, I might need to look at myself in the mirror again, because, that's... I'm not gonna lie. It's probably because I maybe didn't quite sleep as well as I thought I did. Because, man, I was getting a little sleepy in that fight, not gonna lie. Also the reason why I wasn't saying anything. Surveying the area with measured alert, Angdu casts the blood from her sword with a few sharp flicks before sliding it back to its sheath. Huh, they're not charging back. Doesn't look like they're beating up the distortion ones beating up the distorted ones reverts them immediately this time around. Perhaps a fortunate turn of events in a way. Let us search for clues while time allows us. Right. You take that side, Angdu. I'll search here. Ezra and Angdu moved about as though they were used to this kind of situation. Without even taking a moment to catch their breath after the battle, they began searching the space. 3 feet! Don Quixote was the first one to voice her doubts in the surreal, unfamiliar situation we found ourselves in. We battled distortions upon our arrival hither, yet never before have I behold our surroundings changed with so sudden a flash. Rithi, I cannot make sense of this situation. Couldst thou render a detailed account of this distortion phenomenon? Apologies. It would appear I've overlooked the briefing due to the urgency of this predicament. This is, according to the definition presented by Lady Moses, a location-type distortion. It's basically when a whole space distorts, and since places and buildings can't move on their own, the distortion gets fixed in a certain space. As for this one, looks like the distortion's already progressed pretty far along. Middle stage probably. They don't usually get this big, but this one here covering almost an entire street. Then those people. They entered the space and got caught up in it. Our job right now is to get to the bottom of the phenomenon. What exactly gets people caught up and what happens to them once they're in? Of course, we can't really rule out the possibility of a powerful distortion that's encroaching upon its environment. Well, by that I mean when a distortion bleeds into the space around it and warps it. Oh man, I'm actually talking like our team leader. Rubbed off on me, I guess. Ezra continued with a sheepish giggle. In any case, we won't be able to suppress or cure the distortion even if we whoop those guys' asses 100 times. We need more clues to help us locate the inflection point. Maybe I should examine these people over there. With a call, Ezra directed our attention to rows of collapsed people all around, all of them clad in double robes. And these are the glyph blazoned upon their headbands. True. The spokes propulsion and pursuit. It marks them as Chinnokans, functionaries charged with scouring and hunting runaway nobis. You hail from the homeland as we do. I'm not unsurprised that you know of them. I could hardly fail to know, for I too was once enumerated among their quarry. Scientists and technicians were daily being disposed of. Their stations in S-Corp after. Whoa! Scientists and technicians in S-Corp were on a daily basis being disposed of. So it was no idle tale. Scientists who ply their craft without fattening S-Corp's coffers are seized forthwith and made novice of the corporation. Enemy of the nest. Indeed, I count myself fortunate to have absconded with my friends. Wrong word. Which, what, where? Forthwith, not for score. Forthwith, and I made novice of the corporation. I feel like I may be reading a bit on autopilot, not gonna lie. I could hardly fail to know, for I enumerated, yeah. To have absconded with my friends before the band of Nobi could be impressed upon us otherwise. Nobi, the wretched, I suppose, the wretched appellation conferred upon the people for the convenience of those in power. Nobi, the wretched appellation conferred upon the people for the convenience. A vile practice and an excuse for the power-mongering, nothing more. The so-called taboo hunters of S-Corp operate by much the same anatomy, as in they took items from their labs. Oh, that's what they were doing, not okay. It's not disposed of the scientists. I thought that's what they were doing. And no, they're just seizing everything from labs and such. Operate by much the same anatomy. Does the breaching of taboo summon the hunter? Or does the hunter first seize his prey, to therefore frame the capture with an invented transgression? If the powerful so desire to chase a man down to take possession of his very being and keep him caged, then they need only decree that he should bear the lot of Fenobi. Such is what S-Corp has become today. Disposition. My mentor too is one of the victims of that accursed practice. Then could those people have been sent out to capture your mentor, Yi-san? Or me perhaps, or none of us? You mean to state that they may be conceptual forms of Chinnokans generated by distortion? That is a plausible conjecture. You're getting nowhere with this clue hunting. With a heavy sigh, Altus pressed her fingers against her brow as if her head was starting to pound in frustration. resources. I mean, if they're taking away, from the sounds of it, it feels like they're taking away any and all mortal possessions as well. You just get stripped of fucking everything. And if they so desire, I mean, you're just gonna die at the end of the day as well. And get everything taken from you and have it be, quote unquote, under the corporation as an asset. To delve further into the matter, it is necessary to determine why the S-Corp and its Chunikins have appeared as the motif of this phenomenon. Considering the course of events we have seen so far, would it not stand to reason that distortion stains all nearby things with memories most foul? The presence of Chunikins suggests a possible correspondence to Yisang's memories. Conversely, however, the absence of T-Corp's time collectors weakens that hypothesis. In which case, the most plausible theory is that this particular distortion could have stemmed from the bamboo-hatted Kim or Engdu's memories. Likely gone the next day, as there's likely a tsunami heading in your... Yeah, that's true, that's true. If you don't have a house, you don't have a place to stay, so yeah, you're just gonna get cleaned up by the sweepers, so that's so not to dirty their own hands, it's just gonna be, oh hey, you don't have a house anymore, whoops. Yeah, so they don't have to deal with the body or anything else. It just gets neatly cleaned up the next day. Engdu furrowed her brow and fell into thought, as though she couldn't grasp the full picture of the problem. I've seen a few distortions that show trauma or affective surroundings. But this one, I'm not getting that pop of inspiration. Can't even guess at what this distortion wants either. Wait, is that a trigger? Is pop supposed to be a trigger? Hold on. I think it might be. It might actually be a trigger. The white flash of light suddenly drowned my vision again as Ezra clutched her head and cried out with annoyance. If only Team Leader was here! Cracking this would have been a piece of cake! And we're back. So, this is why you kept asking whether we had seen anything bursting with a pop. The N-Corp employees must have had it rough too, getting dragged into the distortion like this. I mean, what else were we supposed to do? It was self-defense. They're about to attack us. I suppose finding the root cause and taking care of it would be the fastest way forward. Let's just do what we can for now. Okay, first, we need to develop the film we found there. We'll head to the nearest darkroom and... Nah, actually, let's first drag that slippery hat-wearing Colt back here and get him talking about the Chunikins. That's probably our best bet. Every time we take a job, that slacker just slips off without telling anyone. As one part of me watched Ezra stamp her feet in frustration, I was also carefully following Heathcliff's team through the other part of my vision. Oh, I think I can help with that. Have you located him? Huh? What? Lost Clock found something? Yep, I found where bamboo-hatted Kim is right now. Well then.
이제 다음 시련만 넘어서면
Let's go.
본인 또한 감히 나리의 가족이 될 수 있겠군.
Note
그렇게
19.
된다면 본인은 더 이상 추울
We're
일도
just going through different
외로울
pictures,
일도 없을 테지.
photos, and such. I mean, I say the previous attempt was pretty successful, so I don't really think I need to change anything. Aside from having Arya, I guess. So who do I change?
자유로워질 수 없어. 이 거미줄을 끊어내지 않고서는.
Yay! Oh no, the lag. Okay, we're back, we're back. The lag has hit. It has reclaimed, but we're back. To battle we go.
강습 준비 완료.
Meanwhile, Heathcliff's team. Bloody hell, what's up with these gits? They're showing up out of nowhere. How should I know, but judging by the getup, they seem like S-Corp fellas. And things were going so well, could have talked it out, because fedora guys who were rummaging around the place earlier, you know? The fedora guys would be N Corp, and basically these are S Corp. No, you just had to go barking at them first. Would have saved us a whole lot of trouble. If you hadn't, right? Oh, so it's my fault? Those bastards look like they were nicking stuff. This is our contract area, ain't it? If they walked off with something important, we would be the ones catching hell. Wait, what? I had... What? Huh? Sorry? I had all 12 slots? How do I get out? I did not even notice. I think I'm gonna need it then, huh? Listen, bud, no. Everyone's itching to... Not quite as easy as it is. Okay. Not everyone itching to swipe hair coupons into their pockets the second they get the chance. Oh, but how many bloody months are you gonna build that? Excuse me. What, you got a problem too, mate? No, not at all. Just wondering whether that gentleman over there is also one of our enemies. Huh? Is that the end of your troop performance? Shame, I was really enjoying watching you folks dance. I'm gonna be staying in this place for the peach blossom land of the lessons. Had there been a cup of fine Magioli to go with it. Rice wine. Focusing captors. Yeah, that's an enemy, alright. Huh? But he has a name tag though. I think it says LCD. LCD or whatever, who gives a toss? Am I supposed to put up with every bastard having a dig at me? Oh dear. Such bold swings, don't know where. There was an encore to that performance. Slippery little rat. Well, I do find this amusing enough, but if you intend to play with me, you have to be more aware of your surroundings. Hey, behind you, there's... Wow, he took out all those dope-awaiting people with just a single strike. Hey, the skills are real. I'd say that about covers the price of admittance for your troop circus, wouldn't you? Well then, I leave the rest to you folks. Wandering blades and neuron tails never linger on the stage for long after all. Wait, where the hell do you think you're going? God damn it. That was it? Okay. Oh, we just summoned this. Okay. Wait, why is there... Why is there a... Question, why is there a blood feast? Memory transition. Lose one stack of this unit has 0 stacks of this effect turn starts, certain units and effects transform and stagger to code from stagger. Once the above effects activates, reset memory transition stack back to state 1. Anyways. I think I'm supposed to attack whoever is a target, right? For the issue. Or... No color. Ah. Oh, that thing. Nope, everything's dominating. No struggling. Whatsoever. Not at sight. Skill 1. Yeah, I think that skill 2 is fine. Then we ignore skill 3. Okay. This fellow has genuinely responded. We're not more up to speed now in this one. Looks like that sin was rather effective, huh? Ah! Sorry. Okay. I forgot how crazy Ryoshu's thing was. Animation is unusual. Acupuncture. Nice. Am I supposed to murder my own people? Hold on. Question, I guess. Am I supposed to trigger her skill? Maybe. She gets more powerful if we do. I mean, you can have Sinclair. You can have Sinclair. That'll be fine, right? Yeah. So that's just that. So might as well. I wish I could. Can't really get it really easy. I wish I could. Oh. Nice. Hunter scouting. Now we just made sure to have the speed in mind. Yeah, it's nice. Oh! So, huh. Just fucking erased? No acknowledgement in the... I see. So there's no fucking acknowledgement here as well. The ID has been erased. I wonder what happens, like, diegetically, what the hell's going on in the story when a manager uses... When Dante uses Ryoshu, commands her to use her defense skill, because this feels like 125% fixed damage. So she's gonna target Sinclair next, right? I'm not tripping because there's nobody else. 300. I think. Hey, we're literally gonna eliminate everybody. Woohoo! Everything's dominating, unfortunately. The best merking targets are hungry if we had Sinclair. They just get provide and sit on the bench and watch. Ah, that's interesting. Okay, almost gone, but not quite. Lovely. Oh. What? Whoa! That's the Flash! ICN Corp Class 2 staff. Hey! That's crazy. I've had this on background so I can spoil myself in this space. Yeah, fair enough, deal this, brother. Appreciate it. Okay, that's cool. Okay, I have to admit, that's cool. And now we're fighting on equal footing. Lovely. Hey, let's read about these guys. Nailhead Strike, 2 Haste, Bleed and Tremor, Hitting Nail, in 1 offense level down for every 2 bind, in equal stack, Converse, in okay. Focus and Compose, Hitting Nail, Paralyze, Intelligence Gathering, when using a skill of identical rank to the skill. What? When using a skill of identical rank to the skill photograph, Flash Power -5. Defense skills and ego skills are counted separately. Wait, what? To the skill photograph. Wait, wait. So, when this gets inflicted on us, if we use a skill of identical rank, then it would be -5 flash power. So if I hit a skill 1 with a skill 1, it'll be -5 flash power. And if they hit with a skill 2, don't use a skill 2 to counter them. Oh, that's an interesting gimmick. Yeah, that's an interesting gimmick. I like it. I definitely like it. Intelligence Obsession. Doesn't surprise me. That was ice. That was this. Reticent? No, this is icy. Yeah, bleed tremor increased. Snapshot. +1 for every 4 bleed on the target. Okay, this unit speed is faster than the target. Convert all coins into the break, of course. Offense double down, paralyze in the middle. So I only gotta go look out for the intelligence gathering and then we'll be fine. Gotcha. Rank 1 in its favors. Skill 3 is interesting, but I'll ignore that now. We just get more spots, to be fair. Yeah, these people are totally get hurt. Oh, status on Incorporates. I forgot. Should have read the passives as well. That has so much impact. Jesus. That has so much impact. Hey, anti-bunk. Lovely. The even more heightened. Hey, and then goes in it all. I like this team, not gonna lie. I like this team. Because, hey, purposefully erasing your teammates and then having people on backup. This is a very interesting team, not gonna lie. Yeah, you know what? Just for the sake of reissue, I might just get the fucking, instead of getting S-Corp Hongu, I might just get my guy to be on the team so that every time somebody is erased, I can just have people that I like to use on backup be used. You know what? It's only these four. Try! Give him hell, Ishmael. Give him hell. Lovely, that's also gonna trigger Kozen. Ah. Well. Probably should have. But unfortunately, I have too familiar with what I was doing. Focus, refocus. Is that good? I don't even see what the fuck is going on. I can't even see the damage numbers when she does her skill. Can't even see the... Oh. Okay. Alright, basically everybody's dead. Alrighty. Sure. So let me get this straight. Dude was here just a minute ago and now nobody knows where he was wander off to. Yeah, Bullock just turned up out of nowhere, flapped his cums, then did a runner before anyone could grab him. Running reissue in Mirror Dungeon is a dopamine hit. That's what I've heard. She's literally the best soloer in the entire game. Ezra let out a long, listless sigh as though she was getting sick and tired of even complaining about him. Lady Ezra, I cannot say your frustration is misplaced, yet I trust you are also aware that more often than not, Mentor's actions have carried a profound design. He has never left his post without purpose so far. No, I get it, okay, but come on, would it kill him to give us a heads up before he goes zooming off on his own again? It's not we'd stop him. What are we gonna do? Time him up? Lock him up in a closet? We don't do that in our team, right? I remember last time we all thought he was being a good patient and sleeping it off in the recovery ward, but nope, when the LCE got infiltrated, he snuck out without telling anyone and came back like nothing happened, and the team leader didn't even chew him out for that. Sorry, what? When the LCE got invaded, bro was out exploring the entire facility and then came back to it when everything calmed down. Lady Ezra, that's... oops, once I wasn't supposed to mention that, was I? And the reason he failed to participate in the operation was simply because the LCD was lax in supervising its personnel. Is that what you're suggesting? Yeah, okay, let's see what the image is about. Jesus fucking Christ, 115 is just a numbers galore to the max. 115 coin power is insane. Lady Moses bade us hold our tongues for this very reason. She knew full well Mentor's intentions would be misunderstood in precisely such a manner. What part of this have I misunderstood? Did you not just disclose that the man deserted his post without authorization? That's the thing, he wasn't just wandering around, he was outside all alone, taking down the ring automaticans who had locked down the door that leads into the LCE department. And it's not like he was dealing with the strongest enemy out there. But the recovery ward didn't have an emergency alarm, and nobody from the department was there to warn him either. He somehow just caught on and did the job himself. Huh. Heard it's all thanks to him that the facility team managed to get the comms back up and contact the LCE chief dude way faster, and that helped the LCA to actually deploy. They would have been delayed for another hour or two if he hadn't stepped in, apparently. What? Okay. No. Okay, we did not know this, but I'm glad to know that. Pro's like, okay, we're under attack, takes care of the ring members, and because of that, LCE members actually arrive an hour or two earlier. LCA members, actually. Whoa. And he went fighting even though he still wasn't fully recovered, so he came back looking like he had been processed through a meat grinder. So yeah, he did end up staying in bed like a good patient, in a lot of pain. And in his weakened state, by the way. Then the soldier is not entirely deserving of reproach. Nope, he's less talking, more doing type, I guess. Anyway, we were all stuck inside the building back then during the incident, so fine, I suppose. There was no way helping it. Today, though, never mind. It's always like this with him. He always slips away and pops back in, saying it's done. Point is, what happens if one day one of those solar missions doesn't go his way and he just drops dead in the street somewhere? How are we supposed to help him then? Actually, how does he even know what's supposed to be done in the first place when nobody gave him any instructions? Looks got to be relying on his gut feeling, innit? Gut feeling? Look, I only saw the bloke for a bit, so I can't say I've got him all figured out. He's an annoying bastard, but he didn't strike me as someone clueless sod. Some clueless sod who doesn't know where he's stepping. Heathcliff scratched at his chin, then kept talking as though he was stating an obvious fact. Today's proof enough. He's not one of us. The clockhead can't have reached him from that far and sent him to back us up. And there's no way he just happened to run into us just when we were about to get into battle, innit? Whoa. Then, well, could be bloke's got some stupidly sharp head on his head and pieced things together. Could be that. But I've got these moments where I get a flash of that gut feeling, however you want to call it. My bossman Matthew said he could hear that kind of shite too. He said I could hear them gears turning. Oh, I think I hear right scurrying about. You do things you couldn't make heads or tails of. Listen, there was this one time when we were expecting a life and death fight. Matthew says he can hear them gears turning, walks into a random pub, starts throwing back drinks like he'd lost his bloody mind. That does sound like someone who's lost his bloody mind. Back when I was on the ship, some sailors used to drink the barrel dry before battling whales to blunt their fear, only to stumble around the deck and fall aboard. Yeah, and boss could knock it back like a whale. Still, the point is, getting plastered right before a turf war, not what the most sane person would call a good idea, had us all crossed, so we went stomping after him. And guess what? Turns out that pub was the secret hideout where the opposing syndicate was holed up. They were crowding around the gaffer, running their mouths about how they'll kill him and put an end to the dead rabbits. That's when we came storming in and had them surrounded instead. Not a single one of them got away. We beat them bloody and every last bastard. And boss knew it would play out this way. Sorry, but this really sounds like bastard. barstool bragging to me? You sure that wasn't just a coincidence? I should think it was no mere chance. If you are saying as much, then surely this was but one among many coincidences, is that not so? Yeah, every time Matthew pulled one of those stunts, our lot ended up growing bigger. It wouldn't have kept working so neatly if it wasn't just a coincidence. If it was just a coincidence, dang. It is likely what is often referred to as indeed an instinctive sense or experience-based precognition. More accurately, an unconscious process by which information accumulated in the subconscious is sorted and converted into sensible conclusions. Another thing about Ryoshu is that if she kills the dads of spiders, the skill 3-2 gets an extra. Okay. So you're saying she's incentivized in having a full-on team here, huh? I mean, I only did what, like 2? So after getting Honglu, that's gonna be what, 3? So by doing 3, isn't that just gonna be she's already gonna be very powerful, and this is gonna be the not optimal setup, but still a great setup. There have been some extremely rare cases in which Heathcliff has demonstrated the ability to arrive at coherent conclusions that surprise even Faust. On further analysis, it would appear that he was employing a mechanism similar to a sixth sense, as some people call it. Is that a compliment, or are you taking the piss out of me? Though my mentor does not see fit to explain each step he takes, when all has passed, I often find that no footfall of his was taken in vain. I would ask you, grant him but a little time and wait. Keep waiting, and the shape of his intent may yet become clear. Though I confess I have also been concerned about him of late. His recent silence is far heavier than what I have noticed in the past. To wait. Don Quixote began, hesitated, then stopped herself. Before saying more, she only gave a quiet nod. Yeah, okay, I suppose a team leader has her own reasons for letting him be. That said, doesn't mean I'm happy about it. Let us return to the task at hand and do what we can for now. For every team kill she does, she loses 1 offense level but gets 1 base power in exchange at the end, so she suddenly destroys 30 base power without external offense. That's dang, okay. Fine. As the others quieted down, I finally had room to notice the place we found ourselves in. There wasn't a single ray of light, just a deep red hue pressing in from every side. Hey, those are the old photo drying rooms. I can't believe we've been chatting away in the dark this whole time, fellas. And the red lights aren't helping at all, especially with my aging eyes. Oh, are you looking for the light switch? It's right here. And right then, don't turn out the light. I heard Muersault's clipped warning, his voice coming from a corner I didn't expect to find. Muersault, what are you? Ah, there he is, that corner. Is he washing something? I'm developing the film role, manager. Exposure to light might ruin the entire role. Please exercise caution. So he'd been doing his own thing. That explains why he was quiet all along. Wait, yeah, I wanted to mention it. That's like a few moments of a rare, what's it called? Initiative he has taken. Like, for example, with Sinclair not touching it because he knows the consequences and those would be unfavorable, so he made a judgment to take the initiative. And then there's this. While the entire party is chatting, he has been developing the film because he knows what's best, and he 100% knows what would be the outcome of said action, so he is confident enough to take said initiative. Huh? I didn't think you'd know how to print photographs, pal. What's that for, anyway? You expressed the wish to have the film developed, manager. I am carrying out that instruction. I see. Oh! A photo studio first, and now a darkroom. This may be no more than a conjecture, but it would not be unreasonable to suppose the axis of this distortion rests upon a photographer. The film's serial number either match those found in the photo studio or deviate by only a single digit. It is certain that this dark room is connected to the studio in some way. The images bear striking resemblance to those photographs. I also believe this building and that photo studio have a strong connection. Where did you get those photos? I bought some from the photo studio. I cannot name the locations in the picture with certainty, yet they all appear to have been taken at various places in Corp's district. Buildings, mostly. Hey, wait, I know what these are. People take pictures like these when supplying stuff to that department store. Correct. The photos must have been taken by a docugrapher. What? Muersault chimed in, holding up an odd cylindrical container in his hand this time. He gave the container a shake every now and then with a measured rhythm. Whatever he was doing seemed to be part of the process of developing the film. Film rolls are hardly affordable for the average resident in Corp. In most cases, taking photographs is done as part of professional duties. There are approximately 21 occupations in District 14 that utilize photography. However, only a single profession involves routinely photographing specific buildings, adhering to fixed standards that can be observed in these pictures. Well, that's fucking sad, ain't it? And these docugraphers you mentioned are the people entrusted with that job? Yes. They photograph the information to be poured into canned experiences. Oh, that's how canned experiences come to be. A docugrapher? How could a person of such a decently lucrative profession fall into distortion? Decent job, maybe, but how do we know if they're a decent person? Ezra replied with a clear-cut answer after only a brief pause. What makes you say that? The photo studio we were at didn't have any dark rooms, right? No, it didn't. My team leader said there are other ways of processing film rolls, but in Corp, you have to go to the dark room to develop and print them. Correct. Film rolls are usually immersed in developer's solution to be processed. Which is why photo studios have these dark rooms equipped with red safe lights right next to them. But this place, it's pretty far from that photo studio. Hi. Yeah, now that you mention it. Check out these windows. They're only covered by newspapers or messy like. If you consider how sensitive film rolls are to light, it's really super suspicious that this darkroom doesn't have any proper blackout panels. And you know films can cost a fortune in some places in the city, right? Who in their right mind would print photos in a room patched up with yesterday's newspaper? Oh. This probably isn't even a legit darkroom. Someone just hauled in the bare minimum tools needed to develop film and threw them together in a hurry. Someone who didn't want to be seen printing photos, and people don't usually avoid scrutiny unless they're doing something not so decent. If that's the case, then I guess I see why they might have distorted. Right? Manager. Muersault came to my side quietly, still giving the strange cylinder the occasional shake. I have a request regarding your instruction to develop this film roll. What is it? Please ensure that the light in this room is not turned on until development is complete. Aren't we already doing that? Yes, however, engaging in battle opens the door to uncontrollable variables. This is why I have judged it necessary to make a separate request. Huh. This is why I have judged it necessary to make a separate request. Battle? There is no need for concern. I am capable of participating in combat while maintaining the development process. Oh wait, can you slow down? A battle, you say? Surely there must be cause for you to believe so. At the photo studio, reinforcements arrived exactly 11 minutes and 34 seconds after Corp's pin-frame team staff were defeated. Deductions based on the events thus far make it clear that the photo studio and this darkroom share some kind of connection. Furthermore, Sinner Heathcliff, Sinner Honglu, and Sinner Gregor have battled Encore Pinframe team in this very location. I hear footsteps rushing up the staircases, approaching closer and closer. I have a feeling I know what Muersault is getting at, but I ask anyway. Meaning? The initial rinse is finished. The process is now halfway to the completion of the second agitation. This indicates that 11 minutes and 30 seconds have elapsed since the start of development. A battle is imminent. Please withdraw to a safe position, manager. Muersault, you should have warned us way earlier! Understood, manager. I will follow that instruction going forward. Classic Muersault. Literally would not do anything unless asked. Or unless told to. Yeah, that's why I was surprised. Wait, he's taking initiative on his own terms? No, he's not doing that. He's doing something else. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. Of course, stages. Photos. Okay, that's gonna take some time to get through. Anyways, if you are enjoying this stream, then please be sure to like and subscribe. It helps out the channel a ton, and I really appreciate all the support I've been getting so far. Intervellos are sometimes quite slow to get through, and they have quite the effect on my throat, as I don't normally read for such long periods of time, so I really appreciate the support. Anyways, I'll be right back, so give me like 2 minutes. I need to refill my glass of drink. Filled with water. Alright, we're back. Let's go. Let's go. After the battle. Something sits ill with me. I think the pop or the snapshot or a photo clicking is kind of triggering the distortion in this case. Amid the sprawl of S-Corp's back streets distorted with the flesh, Angdu had her gaze fixed somewhere high overhead. And at the end of her gaze, are those photographs? A long line stretched across the open air, photographs hanging from it like laundry clipped to a clothesline. I mistook it for a Humjo warding rope at first and gave it little attention. Yet upon closer look I saw those pictures hanging from the line. Perhaps they have been strung within the dark room and remained thus when the distortion took hold. Bizarre. Observation of unaffected elements in the space occupied by location-type distortion is most irregular. Indeed, the items we bore from the studio have already changed into images of various sites of S-Corp, yet those alone remain as they were. That's interesting. Let me take them down and check them ourselves. Just as I was wondering if the line was perhaps too high for me to reach, Muersault stepped forward and plucked a few photos off it, and the instant he brought them to me, we heard another pop, and again, a bright white flash blinded my vision for a moment. So that's 11 minutes? Good grief, this distortion likes to change its mind, huh? Keeps switching between S-corp and N-corp. This feels like getting caught in a flashbang detonation. My whole body tenses up, then goes slack right after. The other sinners were busy grumbling about the distortion and its sudden jumps, except for Muersault, who stood right in front of me with the photo still held out in his hand. Oh, you didn't drop them? No. He gave his usual short answer, then returned his attention to the cylinder he had been shaking. He took the film out of the container and flickered the liquid off it with clean, controlled motions. Is the processing finally done? Wait, we're back here with the lights on now. Is it okay to take the film out? Yes, exposure to light will not damage the film once development is complete, and the image is fixed. There is no cause for concern. That's a relief. I couldn't say I followed all the technical details, but no cause for concern was all I needed to hear. Signed in relief, I held up the photograph so I could take a proper look. So, see anything wrong in there, Manager Bud? There are people in them. Man is more stationary than even Onglu. Yeah, makes sense. Wait, who's that? I have no clue. Some people? Flowers? What's this? The people in the photographs all look different from one another. If I had to pick one similarity between them, though, they all looked cold and indifferent. Yeah, that's the city, alright. Ordinary folks you'd see anywhere. These aren't like the photos we picked up at the studio earlier. Are these the kind of photographs they use to make canned experiences? What was that? The scenery around us seemed to ripple just now. I was about to ask Faust if she had also felt the strange sensation, but it faded away soon enough. Perhaps it's nothing serious. I mean, every single sensation, anything related to that ends up being serious, so I think Dante's more candid to admit to Faust instead of doing this. Maybe it was just a spell of random vertigo. Is it possible to get dizzy when I've got a clock for a head? No. Muersault must have noticed that I was out of sorts for a moment because he seemed to pause on purpose before answering my question. No? I thought you said docugraphers take these photos to put into canned experiences. Raw ingredients for canned experience are handled exclusively by the graph magazine Sci-Fi. There is no known method for external parties to access them. Sci-Fi? What? Oh, I think I've heard of it. Canned experiences, right? They're in high demand in other districts too, but the only brand stamped on them is Grand Magazine Sci-Fi. Same name every time. I remember some of my classmates bragging about trying them whenever exam weeks came around. Never had one myself though, I can't really explain it, but something about them just feels kind of wrong. It's that popular, huh? The unprocessed based contents of canned experiences, known as experience batter, is supplied to reprocessing factories where docugraphers fine-tune the experience's details. Photographers are primarily used for that purpose. Photographs. Ah, interesting. They can fine-tune experiences? An easier example for understanding would be to consider why docugraphers take pictures of the subjects such as buildings. A purchaser may wish to experience living in a luxurious building that they could never afford. Another may wish to vent out impulses of violence by experiencing the burning of an expensive property. Demand for haute couture canned experiences is increasing by day. So that's why the photos from earlier were all fancy buildings. Yes, Manager. Conversely, information concerning ordinary experience that can be easily encountered in reality is in low demand. Then why photograph these residents at all? Perhaps these were not images harvested for their commodity value, but pure photography in and of itself. Mayhap they have been captured for a desire to seize a vanishing instant through a lens. There are people who take photographs knowing that it would cost an exorbitant sum. I've seen some before. A staggering amount of money just to take a single photo. That is, if they could even manage to find a photographer who would take the risk and help take the picture. And not so crass as to put a price on sentiment and nostalgia, but spending this much money on film rolls. What could have made this investment worth it? I'd say maybe this isn't just a matter of sentiments or memories even. Leafing through the photographs, I quietly expressed my thoughts. Executive Manager? I'm not exactly an authority on distortions, but I know they manifest through desires or emotions that become wrapped in bizarre ways. But everything the distortion has shown us so far points back to S-Corp. That is, the S-Corp from the past that only Kim and Ongdu would have seen and remembered. These photos, though, they're completely untouched by the distortion. Doesn't that feel off? There must be a strong fixation at play, strong enough to slip past even a distortion. And if that obsession is something that refuses to let these memories be influenced, I think our next step should be to look for the people in these photos. These photographs are the only undistorted, unaltered clues we have. Dante says it would be advisable to locate the people shown in these photographs. Ooh, good idea! Team leader did say that we should accept input from the LCB with open arms. Hey, Youngdo, can you get me the Air Force catalog? We'll probably need to commission an office affiliated with 7 Association. Let's look for one that can take the request right away. Can someone tell Erza we're fine? I think I know where to find these people. Dante says one of the people shown in the photographs has already been found. What? When? What? How? Oh, guess I'm just having a lucky day. I pulled the radio from my waist and switched it on without answering Ezra's question. DWRC. I think she said, do we eat a group clock? That one was especially hard to understand, the issue. Rodia is with you, right? Can you put her on? Okay. Rodia, you there? Yeah, what? Dante wants to talk? One sec. I kind of went overboard with the bread and pastries. My hands are completely full over here. Pastries? What kind? Just one of everything. Neat. Can you grab extra broochie and baguettes for me too? Love the ones from that street, and they're so good. Hold on, I gotta readjust the pile if I wanna... Just throw them on the TF. They're packaged. Broochie, you can't treat food like that, okay? Bread has... bakers have feelings too. You know... How do you think the baker would feel if they knew someone was treating their precious babies like trash? The scabbard is rattling again for no reason. I see. Apparently the scabbard disagrees. Anyway, Dante, can you give me a second if you need me to fight? Just need to cram those into my pockets real quick. Bad ratio, no throwing stuff on the floor. No, it's not a fight. Huh? Then what's this about? I took a closer look at the words written on the wicker basket in the first photograph Muersault had brought me. Where's that bakery you're at? Oh, interesting. Okay. Cans. Oh, this is a lot more notes than I thought there would be. Oh, hey, the bakery owner. Bread Queen. Pastry shop District 14. Ah, I know who you're looking for. The owner of the bakery was a woman holding the same wicker basket as the one in the photograph. She took one glance at the picture I held up for her and gave a quick nod. This man, he works in Cannery 7, right next. He's a regular. Dante getting a lot of mileage out of Broken Mountain, true. He used to drop by every morning to buy sandwich to share with his co-workers. Haven't seen him around lately, though. And those co-workers, I assume they were wearing the same uniform? Asking the question on my behalf, I would have showed the baker another photograph. Probably. He was always wearing one too, so I guess it is a cannery uniform. This confirms our lead, Executive Manager. A few inquiries at that cannery should bring us to the information we need. Yeah, you're right, but... It's just that she doesn't seem very concerned at all. She's one of the people in the photos that weren't affected by the distortion, right? Thought she'd be a close acquaintance. Allow me to verify. Executive Manager, do you know the name of this regular you spoke of? His name? Am I supposed to know that? I wasn't expecting her to actually know his name. The apathy evident in her voice gave me pause. He took a photo of you. Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that you're well acquainted with him? Oh, that. The baker demeanor changed when Outis pressed the point. She gave a strange, unsettling smile before pulling something from her apron pocket. A thin and round can-like object. He said he'd give me 5 of these canned experiences for free if I let him take my picture. He even said he'd throw in the dukograph of the building of my choice. He dukographs buildings, right? I hear he even takes work trips to the Nest every now and then, so I asked him to get me a dukograph of this lovely mansion I saw by the Nest suburbs. I know I'll never get to afford a beautiful place like that, but this way I could at least experience what it's like. Gosh, it was everything I ever hoped for. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was a distinct eeriness to that dreamy, blissful smile on the baker's face that sent a chill down my spine, because it's fake. You're going through an experience that you didn't experience. It's VR. It may be reality for you, but at the same fucking time, that didn't happen in your real life now, did it? And also, the complicated... The entire nature of the canned experiences is built on top of this city, and especially by Corp. So there is no... Yeah, this is a lot more scary than the VR. This is like, you know, the final version of VR, where it will be a fucking sensory experience. That's what this is. It's a complete sensory experience where all of your senses are working, and you can feel everything that people are trying to push with VR pods and stuff. I don't know, I haven't kept up with the innovations on news on that front, but from what I at least looked at, it's still very much in its absolute infancy as a technology in our real world. Amen. Not human. Young Muersault, are these canned experiences truly possessed of such marvels to pluck all semblance of reason from one's countenance? They maintain high demand across the city. District 14 is only one of several markets. Does that mean that those who indulge in canned experiences may experience venturing out on expedition to the Great Lake and bungee jumping off the summit of that skyscraper yonder as they remain seated where they are? They may. However, a magic can, allowing one to pursue any dream the heart you can see, verily confess mine own soul is much tempted. It differs from pursuing a dream. Mass-produced canned experiences are made from base experience batter mixed with various modified information. The result end product enables intense stimulation through alternate memory. Therefore, it is unlike the dream as expressed by Don Quixote. A piece of memory refined along the numerous processing stages of the cannery's production lines is not equivalent to genuine experience, meaning the usage of experience in her previous statement must also be amended. The logical flaws are getting to the guy, huh? It's a piece of memory, refined through the numerous processing stages of the cannery's production lines, and it's not equivalent to genuine experience. Memories altered for intense stimulation, that does sound quite shady. Hey, I got food! I was hungry, bro. Okay, this was... oh god. This is way too much. To me, basic... Yeah, that really does just feel the equivalent of drugs. Memories altered for intense stimulation. I mean, you also get intense stimulation from drugs, and you can have a dependency on it. That can become your addiction. That would ruin you mentally and physically. In this case, it's probably more mentally. How doth this cast a shadow upon the boons granted by the can? Adventures and tales are, for so, inclined towards a little grandeur. It is because the memories provided by canned experiences are extremely vivid. Statistics have shown that users of canned interpret them as authentic experiences and become dependent on them. A possible cause for the formation of dependence patterns is that canned experiences allow one to feel as if one has achieved a dream that is in reality impossible. This is gonna clash heads. Yep. It's the instant satisfaction of experiencing, of getting there without the work, any of the effort, or nothing. Art thou implying that the users are made content with devouring forged dreams stored in instant use cans? Worse still, the user may no longer strive to chase dreams in the waking world because they have experienced this canned experience, right? So what meaning does my dreams and chasing them and having and making them into reality have when I can just experience the achievement of the dream while entirely losing the hardships and the journey that makes that dream all the more worth it? The more impossible that will appear to be grasped in one's own hand. To become a cause for surrender instead of inciting one to march forth. Verily, doth it not annul the significance of doth it not annul the significance of dreaming itself if the resultant dream rouse not the spirit to gallop towards it? Whether that annuls its significance, I cannot know. But they sell well. So, how much will it be buying? Buy what? You came barging in with all these questions, and I was patient enough to answer them politely, wasn't I? Don't you think you owe me a sale or two? You're not about to leave without buying a single loaf after crowding up my bakery and scaring off the customers, are you? The case was on point, actually, with our whole group gathered around. The passengers gave us a wide berth and hurried on, whispering among themselves. Nobody was about to come in and buy bread like that. Come on, lady, you practically cleared your shelf already, didn't I? You did? Where the hell were you keeping all that then? Do you even gotta ask? Course I had already. Course I had some already, and the rest is safely tucked in my coat pockets, where we can all share later. We already ate some. The lack of prior budgeting should not pose a problem. Oh, nice. Of course, this is the perfect entrance for the guy. See, same rice one for me, please. It was Kim. He really did have a knack for making an entrance at the least expected moments. Hey, mister, where have you been this whole time? Wait. Be cross with me, you all like, but just give me a moment. Ezra paused, waiting in puzzled anticipation. Only for Kim to take a same rice bun from the baker's hand and chomp into it. Alright, I'm ready. Freaking waste of bread! Ezra's angry fist drove straight into Kim's solar plexus, folding him to the ground, a crumbled sack of potatoes as he rolled away. At this rate, the owner might start charging us for the World Bakery and snacks, proof and all. Let's get away from me. And somewhere in those pockets is a baguette. Muersault approached me. Okay, since I am eating, I'm gonna focus a lot more on eating, so I'm gonna read a lot less unless the information stands out. So that's your clear warning for today. Ah, reversal film. Whoa. What happened? A second later, all color drained out of his face. Sinclair? What's the matter? This reminds me of something I learned in school. You draw a picture in the corner of a stack of notes or a thick book, in the exact same spot on every page. Oh, is it 2D animation? Yeah, that would be a flick book. And since it's a film, it's meant to be played, right? By either a camera or a recording device, something like that, or a projector. Yeah, bro, that's what I was wondering about. I didn't think this was just gonna be pictures. I thought this was motion pictures. Like, I already had a suspicion. I already assumed it was a film, because it's a film reel, right? It's being developed. I don't know why the game needed to make a big deal out of that, but fair enough. Those are becoming rarer and rarer. Not that many people, at least nowadays, right, know like how it's actually done or made, or how old a film reel even looked like. So this is fair. The arrangement of the frame suggests that this film strip is highly likely to constitute footage. A violation? Right. Footage, having recordings and footage is a violation, so film reel. Yeah, there we go. Taboo!
복제팀의 협조가 필요한 거지.
관리인가.
곧 작전 시작이군. 오,
명령이라면
마침내.
Oh crap! As soon as I registered Muersault's words, my hand reflexively threw the film to the ground. Broken a taboo. My mind began to race, rapidly traveling back through our journey, specifically to the time. Okay. This is not a good situation. Ah, fair. Kill you on the spot just for possessing the film roll. Really? Now that might be a problem with the film roll. It does contain genuine recorded footage, but it's not like you guys had a hand in filming it, right? When Corp dudes get here to pick it up, just comply with their commands, thank them for their service, and nicely hand it over to the authorities. And everything should be A-okay. Oh? Oh! Oh! Yeah, because it's first for the market to rob people of genuine experiences and then put them on a abusive, basically dependent substance, the canned experiences. Just you're hurting their you're basically hurting their profit for every single thing, because photos are also so expensive. Should it come after us? It's going to be fine as long as the footage is low fidelity, probably. Muersault, what happened? So what exactly does frame rate within regulations entail? It means that the interval between each frame shouldn't be like super brief. Think about photo slideshows. Only show you one image every few seconds, so it doesn't feel real or vivid, right? You can technically call them motion pictures, but there's no vividness required to violate the taboo. Then let us analyze this film roll and see how vivid it really is. Knowledgeable in such subjects concerning Corp, yes, Corp, right? Could this film roll be considered a violation of the taboo? I just picked out the film, okay. What? Ah! Oh. By moving very, very slowly. That's a pretty convincing theory, but I'm not sure if that's enough to conclude. Yeah. Creating a series of disconnected photos that, when played sequentially, would look like footage that violates the taboo. In which case, this film rule does not violate the Nest taboo, correct? That is highly probable. All right. That's an interesting experiment. So you're not actually recording footage. You are intentionally taking a series of photographs. You know, like in what was it called? It wasn't motion capture. Was it motion capture? Oh, you know the clay animations, real life motion movements. I forgot its exact term, but that's interesting. Play with fire. Cross the projection and taboo violator, right? I know, and it would make those folks violators of the taboo. But why would anyone... So would you care to explain how you know that, Mr. Brainbread? I asked around on the opposite street, and apparently some guy's been going around asking the workshops if they could make him a projector. Ah! There you go! Bro is actually pulling out all the stops. You sure that's gonna work out? I don't know. I don't feel like it's gonna work out like that. Oh my god. Nope, this crowd show doesn't look like they're gonna let us follow them. Hey. Okay, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Give me 2 minutes to finish my food so I can finally read again and finish this thing, this story. In 4 hours, so it'll probably take me 45 more minutes, and we're gonna try to speed through this. Anyways, be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let's do this. Let's do this. I'm back. with the deck a ticket. Go ahead, Caramel. Nice. Oh wait, did oh okay. If the team got jumped by the ring, do anything flash against anything? Nah. Well, happens. Okay, so are these two any different? No, not really. It's just wait for the that thing and just be faster than the other person. It's all fine. It's all fine, really. Okay. Let's get him out. We know who she's attacking. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do Muersault, we'll do that. And then have this. I'd rather take the risk there, really. I'd rather take the risk there. It's sort of just dodging. And that's favored, so I'd say... Do it as an unopposed attack, that would be good.
포위만
Right,
구축.
let's continue. Alice Wick Sharp.
가속 펀치!
Acceleration Punch. Well, question actually. When did the subtitles in battle thing came along? Because I feel like it would have come in like, I don't know, a month or two ago at that point.
필연적! 절대적!
Focus, refocus. Oh, okay.
본인은
Oh, I
최선을
mean,
다했다고
yeah, that's one way to do it.
말해주시게.
Just make the other person disappear. Refraction real distance. Oh, okay.
지령대로 움직일 뿐입니다.
We simply obey our prescription. Yeah, that is definitely one way to do it, because why? Oh my god. Sinclair, get murked. You are required to get murked. I don't make the rules. Nobody does. And I'd rather... To be fair, I'm kind of stuck. Every single one is dominating. It's all 16 gigabytes of download space. What the hell is in Railway 6 for that to... What? Huh? Excuse me? No clue. That just sound. Oh, right. Moisa's ego is ready. Hey, this really is a pretty, what's it called? Pretty nifty.
포위만 구축.
Having his ego.
3월.
Question: does the ego's effect of turning Muersault into? No, it only empowers this ID, so that's why it's being used like this, right? activated turn 2.
억제 성공. 진짜
Since it only
예측한 대로 적개체 무력화. 확인
synchronization.
사살.
Like people have wrote in chat multiple times before. Oh, it powers up all IDs, but this one is even more.
망을
fair.
참아.
And the ego on its own is pretty sick, because what did Muersault have as competition for the HP
숨을
slot then?
거두리라.
Because hey, that's a nice bit of multi-hit just by one activation of the ego.
지령의 뜻이니
Not gonna lie.
유감은 없으시게. 굳이 직접 목격하지 않아도
Clearly inherent in the
느낄
name
수
of stars,
있겠죠.
no wolf of regret.
죽음이라지만
전술 시야 전개.
별을
우제트의
잊지
눈으로
못함이 서글프.
Pursuance and Capore. I have no clue what these two are, or I may have. I have just forgotten. I would say I've probably just forgotten that one. Unapprove. That's very good. That's very good. Hey, struggling! We found a struggling. So, am I supposed to activate? Am I supposed to clash this? We found the struggling. I think I'm supposed to clash this. Anything better than struggling? Nope. It was favored. It was only struggling. So no, nothing but better than struggling.
날카롭고 정확하게.
I'm not gonna lie, this entire stream has just been a nice reintroduction to the game.
달빛이
Oh, to claim their both.
금은까지 발진난을 떠.
Bro did not even land two of those coins. Lovely. I see, so he has to lose the clash on the third one, gotcha. That's nice.
굳이 직접 목격하지 않아도 느낄 수 있겠죠.
Yeah, he's captured. No, this one's struggling. Wait, why? Ah, like a same rank skill. That's right. Hey, absolutely.
당신 짝패군요.
Need some matching points.
3코. 이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
Triple slash.
지령의 뜻이니 유감은 없으시게.
Look at the well of the street. It feels so strange knowing what they're saying now. Not gonna lie. Crimson.
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
Let everything fade away.
죽는 것도 사는 것도 지령의 뜻.
Seeing that naturally
두렵지
works, like,
않습니다.
I love a lot more. Fair enough. Yes, we read the guy. I mean, Dan to read the guy. At that point.
날카롭고 정확하게.
참스러.
죽는 것도 사는 것도 지령했듯.
So to the claim
두렵지
the bones
않습니다.
thing really gives him an advantage for this ID as well. Yeah, that that ID seems a bit fun, not gonna lie. Especially with the reveal fire. Yeah, that was quite smoothly done. Pursuit. Yeah, continue. For the support, I'll get. Where's it? I'll get this.
잠깐만. 아직 충전 덜 했거든.
Yi sang with the Wurst's help rolls like a 17 on a skill. What? That sounds absurd. Yi sang with them people. Chinese, bro. Yeah, I'm just
된다면 사활을 건너.
Which nuclears at the time get Who did like the animation? Go on. Yep. Nice.
필연적. 절대적.
It's absolute.
자, 본인은 최선을
I've done
다했다.
my utmost.
말해줄게.
I mean, acceleration punch.
지령대로 움직일 뿐입니다.
Visibly, I'll be here for sure. Sure. Come on, this is the way. Sinclair, you're next. You're gonna be obliterated. Alright, this is turn 2 circle with this. Hey, I'd go for the bigger period. Yeah, definitely have to go for the bigger period.
지령에 따라 참격.
Nesta Workshop. red team bad. Of course. Nice.
마음을 참아.
Okay.
숨을 거둬.
That was real quick. Did the animation change? Did he always throw the bottle to the ground? Yeah, fair enough. It's fine, we'll get it sometime soon or in the future.
소리와 호흡을 멈추고
Great. Barely did anything. I mean, still.
굳이 직접 목격하지 않아도 느낄 수 있겠죠.
예정된 죽음이라지만
Yeah, about 6 turns from now.
별을 잊지 못함이 서글프 따름.
Ah, it's fine. Did I? Yeah. I really just forgot, huh? Alright, let's go.
삼켜지기 전에 알겠다.
Nice dagger. Golden.
3코
3, 2, carry over. Only if we try to. So easy. Yeah, it's like the perfect. It's like literally the perfect ego for that identity, and really just brings
굳이
the
직접 목격하지 않아도
blade
느낄 수
team of the
있겠죠.
snuff. The blade lineage team. From what I can tell.
나아가주게.
It's really good, and now they've got a new idea with alongside the ego. Ah, yeah, fair enough. Whoa! Hey, we saw his special skills. Skill 3-2.
그냥 5배.
5 times
이
the weight.
순간이 다 되어 내리라.
편히 쉬시게.
We get everything.
지령의 뜻이니 유감이 없으시게. 죽는 것도 사는 것도 지령의 뜻.
All follow the plan of the
않습니다.
prescript, of course. Of course they do. In your head, right? Do you want to give the new issue a crack? Yeah. I'd like to. These streams usually are the place, in the place where I'm able to give things a shot.
당신 짝패군요. 비가 아메스코.
참소.
BS.
수행되었습니다.
진짜. 격발.
이 순간이 닿도록 되어내리라.
Triple slash.
되어낼수록 숨막히도록
That person
견뎌.
got hit. Oh wait, I did not use that
절박하게
skill.
갈망했으며 헤아릴 수 없이 저주했으니
That's interesting.
죽는 것도 사는 것도
So,
지령의 뜻.
so the second skill
두렵지 않습니다.
just triggers the third one. Nice. That's nice. When you have everything running. Pursuit 2. Ooh, clear the stage. Alright. Let's see what this ends up being. Oh, you build up a meter for that big cell. Gotcha. Alright then. Alrighty then. Do we try the new? I think I'll try the new Bishamel later. For now, I'll just go with. Yeah. I'll just go with this. Yep, to
착수.
battle we go. To battle we go. Hardly a challenge. What a... I don't know what that means. Phew, well, at least they're not much of a fighter one-on-one. Service disclosed is not a combat specialist department. While they have all undergone basic combat training for exigent circumstances, they're not prepared for head-on conflicts such as this. I noticed they kept taking pictures of us while with their briefcases. I'm guessing that's their primary job description. What are they snapping away for then? Whispering behind our backs like a load of creeps. Waste of time. Collecting photos to include in the report for their higher-ups, I'd wager. I can kind of see how they would think we're involved in this somehow. Every time they followed a lead, they ended up encountering us. It's hardly a surprise. It's hardly a surprising rationale. Muersault stood at a footstep away from the rest of the sinners and watched in silence as they tried to come up with an explanation. Hey, Muersault? I was struck by the sense of brief yet distinct strangeness. Nah, hey, the stranger. Let's go. I was compelled to speak with him. Yes, manager. Don't hesitate to let me know if there's something you want to say, but aren't sure if you're supposed to say it. Yes, manager, I'll do as you ordered. should one circumstance arise. Okay. As always, his reply was as deflatingly concise and direct, as though he had some rule of his own that told him this was the specific response for situations like this. Okay, but I'm talking about right now, actually. Do you have anything to say right now? No, I do not. It did not appear to me that he was trying to hide anything or choosing his words in response to my question. His reply was simply that, an answer, nothing more. Yes, a prepared answer written down in a list of responses, that's what it felt like to me. And thus this particular answer had always been the only one he had available for situations like this. Yet he seems autistic, not gonna lie. Almost. Clearly, prodding him for answers wasn't going to get me anywhere, so... With a curt "sure, if you say so," I turned away from him and took off to join the other sinners. As I did so, a few words lingered at the tip of my proverbial tongue, asking to be let out. So I did. It would have been nice to know what you were looking at. Of that. He spoke. I cannot form a judgment. What? That is because the precise definition and nature of the subject of my gaze are just as unknown to me as to you. Well, Muersault has been making faces he never has made before, which is always interesting, in my opinion. Stream is fine, right? Yeah, stream is fine. Okay, nice. It's because the precise definition and nature of the subject of my gaze are just as unknown to me as to you. Should you point to an object or an enemy, I can provide a verbal explanation based on my current knowledge. If you require such information, please rephrase your question accordingly. Had I asked him again then, had I tried to get to the bottom of that line of questioning, could I have found myself the smallest peek into Muersault's psyche, which had remained entirely shrouded in mystery even after an entire year of travelling together? I suppose that's not up for me to judge as well. Manager. Oh yeah? Another battle is imminent. As you have previously instructed, I have informed you of an imminent battle. I suppose that's not up for me to judge as well. Okay. Yo, Boss Clark, are you just gonna sit there all day while we do all the fighting? They're pouring out of that building over there. So they must have been on their way to that building. My path ahead seems clear. Executive Manager, let us neutralize those foes and head up there. Gotcha, be right there. The brief lull of battle came to a close, and battling enemies who arrived precisely at the time Muersault had predicted we made our way into the building. Bloody hell, them blokes we fought downstairs must have been the weaker ones of the bunch. How does Corp have so many guys on their payroll? There's no end to them. It is a wing, after all. Are these the taboo violators? I thought the culprit worked alone. No, I'm quite certain they're the ones from the subsequent reports. Then Corp fixers appeared just as confused as we were. It was clear to me that they were expecting to find the taboo violator here, not a big group of a dozen or so people. What were they thinking sending fodder like us to deal with an organized taboo violation? They should have sent taboo hunters here instead. Why do you think they told us to consume canned experience containing mass and melee combat? Must have thought our current manpower would suffice to deal with this. Oh! I don't know about that. Wait, wasn't there an extra report that one of them was a... All of a sudden, with a click, the room began to buzz with the metallic whir of some kind of machinery. And immediately, I could tell what it was. Distortion. Standing in the middle of the shabby room was a device I wasn't sure if I had seen before. Its exterior was plastered with strange shapes that looked similar to what we saw on the Chinikins' faces in our earlier battles, making it difficult to grasp its full shape. The round object affixed to began to slowly rotate, with the dull, worn-out groan of a thing past its prime. How enforceable are the taboo violations if it's committed by distortion? That's a good question. I feel like this Intervello brings up. I'm not gonna lie. District 14. Worn out groan of a thing past its prime. Might have this thing might have just fused with this. Men, shield your eyes! And the moment it began to emit a faint ray of light, Otis thundered in a commanding voice. I quickly turned away as well, making sure not to catch even a glimpse of it. The device could be playing a recorded video, Executive Manager. Even a brief look at it could constitute a taboo violation. Shit! I saw that! I'm so finished. Just as panic began creeping into the voices of several unlucky individuals. Oh man, folks, this is starting to get a little embarrassing. A sleepy voice breaks through the darkness past my metaphorical speaking shut eyes. Mentor! Eyes open, Angdu. What's wrong with everyone? Got dust in your eyes? The hell's wrong with you? Don't you know that anyone who watches even a split second of a recorded video in Incorp gets... Of course I know, but I watched it anyway. Open your eyes, esteemed fellows. This motion picture isn't recorded. Hang on, he's right. This video's not a recording. Possibly emboldened by Kim's comment, or perhaps believing that seeing the evidence video could be excused as incidental exposure incurred while subduing violators, the Incorp employees also opened their eyes and began to mutter amongst themselves. Is that thing talking to us? I finally allowed myself a good look at the machine while she was fighting a canonical beam of light against the side of the wall, and this was its message delivered via white words in a black background. They've tracked me down this far. After what I've went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without even a care about the real thing. Case number TC3224, you are under suspicion of a Category 3 violation. Reveal yourself now and forfeit your illegal records. Should you comply, we will... What is foolery but witness buffoonery in the absence of fools? The hollow vessel bereft of all but lingering delusions grants not even a crawl of echo to the dodged excoriation of tools. Oh, what's this fellow all about? If you mean to obstruct us, no consciousness. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without even a care about the real thing. Oh, it's become a distortion that only says one thing. So, can it really be classified as a taboo violation if the subject see humanity and consciousness, its being, can't even be put into categorical things, or it should literally reduce to consciousness? It's repeating the same sentence over and over. Now that does make me wonder. Was I just as far gone when I distorted past all words and reason? I mean, if anyone has an answer to that question, it'd be you folks, right? Kim said nothing more. He turned a piercing look on us, all the while effortlessly swatting away the Incorp employees' attacks, as though he was goading us into telling him the truth. Well, don't suppose there's any point in asking. I'm no different from this abomination. Just as it wields that contraption, I must have wielded the only thing I've known, the blade, transforming into a mindless fiend consumed by a mere tool, cleaving through both friend and foe unrestrained. Hey Junior, you still on about that? I tried to avert my eyes, I truly did, but such disregard is easier said than done. How can I when that distortion being has no qualms showing me that... Doesn't he know how rude the unsolicited reflection of the fathoms of one's heart is? It's got to be legal or something. Legal, I say. Turning a customer into a thug on a protection racket run, a mere ant before a car in motion into a swerving driveway. Conjuring dead followers before the eyes of their mentor, simply unconscionable, rude as hell, as some might say. My poor heart almost burst out of my chest courtesy of you. All of you blindly consuming fake experiences. In that split second, I think I saw Muersault's eyebrows twitch. A battle is imminent, manager. Just a natural response to sensing an imminent battle, perhaps? A blinding flash followed by an explosive bang. Wait, how did he predict that? My vision immediately went white and decided to take its damn time coming back. And when it did, the first thing that came into view was a particularly unsettling landscape of Escort bordered by bamboo-hatted kings surrounded by a small army of Chunikan. Mentor! Keep that up and you'll shout me deaf, Angdu. Isn't it about time we both grew accustomed to such sights? Mentor, still do I wake from these dreams drenched in cold sweat. But they might bind and drag you away. This isn't so bad, is it? It's just these folks so far. Unlike earlier when... Another flash. What was that? Everything went dark. I don't understand what's happening, but first things first. We have to neutralize everyone here and get our mission back on track. Adjusting projection. I've been staying far and wondering all day for this exact reason, and so that was its mechanism. Faust? The words began to shift rapidly before I had the chance to ask Faust what she had meant. To the one who finds comfort settling in lies, I give you what most deserved your gaze. Bollocks, I'll be blind before today's over at this rate. It changed. It did? Unlike the earlier instance, one of the distortions is different from the others. What the hell is that? As Muersault was defined, there was something off about the group of Chunikans this time. They were accompanied by someone else. A warrior in impressive armor, wielding a sword that was just as tall. That armor, and a great wonder of the Sal Circle. To be reunited in such a manner. What? The warrior drew a bow that hung from the waistguard and knocked an arrow. I suppose this is how it would have gone down had you been the one to grab me. Military Commissioner Im Young-il. How do you fare, friend? At the signal, arrows loosing, ceased the accused. The warrior loosened the nooked arrow, which soared into the sky with a piercing whistle. And with that ear-splitting sound as they accused, the Chunikan began to swarm us. That's the boss. Okay. Dang, wait. 10,000 health. Alright. Okay. Oh, I'm enjoying the music. Let's go. Okay, so there's on 3 capture. Let's go. So we will change. Wait, if we will change, then what the hell is flash phenomenon? On death, give +1 ego resource to the least stone affinity. Nice. Level 66. Oak Splitter. I think it says. Gain 3 poise. Final power 1 for every 4 bleed. Bleed and then bleed count. Bear Splitter. Oh. 3 poise count, 4 bleed on target at 6 plus poise. Just convert everything into unbreakable coins. Flash loses deal not damage, does not hit critically, damage still, but it still cannot target the target. Sword of the Homeland, Sal. Resume stance. Unaffected by the swordplay of the homeland itself. On skill use at min and max stacks, convert all coins this unit uses to unbreakable coins. Skill-based power and coin power shifted based on stack. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's not good. With assist units, prioritizes sinners. Unclashable with assist units. If a target skill is assist defense exclusive skill, convert unbreakable coin. Use 3 swordplay of the homeland and clash start. If the target skill assist defense exclusive skill, this effect does not activate. So you gotta make sure that he doesn't do an unopposed attack. Right? So you gotta protect yourself, or else he wouldn't lose these things, and we want him to lose these things. On hit, as an unopposed attack, or on hit against the target that used assist defense exclusive skill, gain 2. Guard form, unaffected, gain poison, poise count, crit damage. Turn started, 0 memory transition stack, retreat and transition into a different location. Huh. When returning to the field based on current battle form of the homeland, gain or lose. When in battle form of homeland, bear hunt, gain stack. When in battle form of homeland, tiger hunt, lose stack. Retreat and transition to a different location. That's interesting. Okay, Brigadier. Take minus 30% damage from everything. Gain the effects of fixed panic. If this unit is panicked at the turn end, reset SP to 45. Upon entering the encounter for the first time, gain 5 of these. Gain shield equal to 10% of this unit's max HP for every stack. That's why. Yeah, fair enough. Expires when it expires end encounter. What? So we are so we aren't even going to technically defeat this thing. Is that what you're saying? It'll just end the encounter. The Eastern Warstride armors are not so much equipped as they are piloted. S-Corp's Diong Brigadine is one example of such armor. Much like R-Corp's power suit armor and the flint plate armor used by the Knights of the West. The Diong Brigadine greatly augments the user's offensive and defensive combat capabilities. Yet those advantages do not mean that armors of such potency are readily supplied for combat personnel. Each unit has its own unique controls and comes with a limitation of requiring separate fuels. What's certain, however, is that, as with all the aforementioned armors, once a rider has familiarized himself with its extended reach and heightened power output, he becomes a machine of war that strides across battlefields with the promise of slaughter. Gain 5! Oh, assume a different battle form of the homeland every 3 turns. If this unit has shield, gain poise and poise count next turn. We gotta eliminate that shield. And the following conditions are met. Use a pattern that includes the wall of the homeland arrow skill. Lost 2 clash for 2 turns in a row. In the turn after the turn in which this unit is kind of staggered and low morale with panic. The sword of the homeland, traditional art of sword nature, is also divided into 2 branches: Sal, by Kill. Within their teachings exist techniques to heal and create creatures of colossal stature such as Sangans. To perform them in full, a swordsman must wield a great wand capable of bearing the strain of the techniques. Mismatched memories and battleful of the homeland bear hunt at less than 5 swordplay game. 5 okay. Stack of fragility, okay. No battle form of the homeland at more than 5. Surplus of 5. Martial arts of perseverance and clash win game will count. 5 frequency inflict bleeding deep count and attack on. Those who do not persevere in training for lack of talent, then there are those less of talent and with lesser trust. All men say that the title of Matrixzry can be seized only by the gifted. It matters not until the day comes for display. But mine rise high enough to meet the cloud that should persevere in holding my prowess. Interesting. Developed memories is panic type. Fragile. Deals more damage in a critical hit. And double the effects inflicted by the quick. Wow, so you really don't want it. Okay. Gotcha, you really don't want to send him with sinking because that's going to be punishing. That's going to be pretty punishing, eh? Alrighty. Let's see this, shall we? I suppose Dawn is about to go. Might as well have a clash with this. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting outclassed by speed, so that's not good. Unflashable over this unit. Gain 2. So I'm guessing this is how I'm supposed to tackle it. Well, let's go.
예측할 수 없게.
Okay, lovely.
가속 펀치. 네 상대는 나야.
I'm the one you're up against because there was about to be. Yeah, fair enough. Makes sense. There was about to be
진짜
unforeseen, unopposed attacks, already.
본인은 최선을 다했다고.
It's interesting on how she reassured lets Dawn take her turn and then does the other thing. Bleed, okay. Deals quite a lot of bleed.
전술 시야
Deals
전
quite a lot of bleed, I should say.
오제트의 눈으로
on. What's this? What's this? What flavors are we diving into? At +7. So, what did it say? Yeah. At +7 swords of the home, convert all coins and deal more damage in critical hit. Well, of course. Slash resist down. That's not good. Unaffected. This is the red one. What's the blue one? Is it just difference in affinities? Is that it? No. This is gain 2. This is lose 2. Because of when we transition to the other fade, I'm gonna have to make sure that this guy starts gaining stuff, right? Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough in that case. Alright, come on.
당신 짝패군요.
That should take into account like anything that might have been left to an unopposed thing, unopposed attack. I'm very much enjoying this boss fight. It's like a great reintroduction. Yeah. That was crazy. And there we go.
덧없는 삶. 예정된 죽음이라지만
Everybody gains poise, so that's good.
별을 잊지 못한 서글픔.
숨을 거두리라.
The third moon, come on. We're almost done with the setup. Okay, I think I know what to do. I think I know what to do. Oh, that's hopeless. Oh, that's nice, I guess. Hold on. Bow of the Homeland. Arrow loose. Targets the enemy that has the most bleed. Unaffected. Consume poise. Inflict bleed on hit. On hit without cracking. Okay. So what's the sort of payback I'm gonna get on this one? Counter attack. Bind and then 3 fragile. 2 bind next turn, but 3 fragile right about now. I think it's time. We risk it for the biscuit for the absolute hopeless thing we'll get. That's gonna be fucking awesome. Wait, what's the...
이 시계 소리 또한 끊어지겠지.
Do that. The glory of yield thy flesh. Claim thy bones. Okay, nice.
포위만 구축.
Let's go.
네 상대는 나야.
Hey! Let's go. I always love activating Ishmael's harpoon.
나만의 항해 방식.
upon the bowstring. Okay.
달빛이
Claim thy bones.
그 문까지 밟진 않을
이 순간이
Oh, that was fucking amazing.
되어내리라.
That was honestly amazing. 300 damage. Oh, that's... Whoa. The flash phenomenon projector. No skills. Nope. What? No passives as well. Can I just not target it? What's it gonna do? I wonder. Just a regular... I mean, if it's just a regular projector, then I feel like I should probably send it to tomorrow. Because, you know, I can. So I will.
그려낸 대로.
그대 또한 잠들.
Lovely. Get staggered. Acupuncture.
중량 5배.
Sucker punch. Alright, time to sucker punch the flipping
내가 찾은
projector.
나만의 항해 방식.
I assume it's gonna transition us to the next phase of the boss fight. At least.
하, 봇, 초목과 비. 코코.
200!
숨막히도록
Well,
견뎌왔고
you're done.
절박하게 갈망했으며 헤아릴 수 없이 저주했으니
That's crazy.
지령대로 움직일 뿐입니다.
We simply obey our prescripts. I can tell. You do simply just obey your prescripts, I can tell. I can tell that much.
지령에 따라 참격.
Oh yeah, that projector is dead.
지령대로 움직일 뿐입니다.
Which form is this guy in now? Battle form of the Homeland Tiger Hunt. Assumes a different uses a pattern of multi-coin skills. Takes advantage of lower sword play at the Homeland stack. Okay. So how do I get him to get higher than? Okay, yeah, sure. Tiger Hunt. Tiger Splinter. Ah, that's Tiger Splinter that it's using now. Slash resist. On hit against the target to gain. Okay, so that'd be good. Gain 3, lose 2. Lose 3, gain 2. Yeah, fair enough. Target with a move 3. Everybody's so interested in attacking that, huh? I think it's time to use Ryushu's skill, I think? Yeah? I think it's fair. It's probably the best time to use the skill as well. Oh, should I double dip? Should I double dip with this? That's spider death. Should I double dip with because it feels like I kind of want to see the second activation. Not gonna lie. I kind of want to see the second activation. True. 38 sanity, come on. Who the fuck are we even fighting at this point? Alright, let's go. Let's go. Decimate this person, whoever it may be.
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
Whoa!
처절한 원망.
The paralyze is crazy. It almost feels like paralyzing, maybe it's not. Shadow Western bleeding. Oh, that was good. That was fucking awesome.
아무것도 남지 마라.
Hey, get punched. Punched.
전공 모드 마크 셋.
All out attack mode. Furiac.
굳이 직접 목격하지 않아도 느낄 수 있겠죠.
Okay, Bamboo Hatchet came maybe staggered, but Bro is going to stack these until there's no tomorrow, so we're good. We're good. I kind of just want to trigger this. The hell of it, I think.
그려낸 대로.
Driving flames. Oh, those are some good metal planks, I'm gonna
한눈 팔지 마세요. 메말은 당신에게
lie. Get shafted by the waves.
파도는
Goodbye.
반드시 밀려올 테니.
Yeah, sure.
편히 쉬시게.
이리리 빠! 하!
충족. 지령이 이끄는 대로.
Well. 4 times 4. No?
지키기 위해서.
Hey, we're almost there. We're almost there. Come on.
죽는 것도 사는 것도 지령의 뜻. 두렵지 않습니다.
Oh, just one more. I shall set my form all right. Just a little more, and I think we might be able to smash that dang thing to smithereens. But Yeah, but it's really hard to focus on one thing with that huge warrior zapping in and out of reality as soon as we make ourselves an opening. It'd make our lives a whole lot easier if you could just get rid of just one of them. The battle seemed to be taking a toll on the sinners, more so than usual. It wasn't that we were up against an insurmountable foe, not even close, not to mention how Ezra and Ango were here to help us out. But haven't they had enough? About time they gave up, innit? Oh wait, didn't you like it? Don't you go legging it again? Big sword carrying fella sure is kicking our butts, but I don't know if they're the key to solving this distortion. We ain't exactly flush with options, are we? Our exit's blocked and it ain't like we can stop mid-fight to strategize. The battlefield constantly shifting, flashing between Incorp and S-Corp. We simply did not have the breathing room to focus on either the projector or Gyeongup, who was swinging that great blade of frightening force. Besides, Angdu, go cover his brack too. It shall be done. Incorp was sending far too many people against us. There weren't that many at first, but it seemed that the sudden spike in employee casualties in an area so close to the nest had alerted Encorp to our location. How do we get out of this? Faust, Altus, help me out here. I decided to stop racking my brain trying to navigate a situation I know so little about, and instead rely on the sinners with possibly more experience in the field. First, I need to know if there's any way we can deal with the endless reinforcements Encorp is sending after us. And second, will defeating the Imgo if or destroying that projector bring an end to this distortion phenomenon? If I may speak freely, Manager, it is unlikely that our present force will be sufficient to overcome the current rate of our enemy reinforcements. Not only is this battlefield situated in close proximity to the enemy's stronghold, but there is an unpredictable variable in that strange machine that makes neutralizing even a single wave of enemies difficult. I regret to be the bearer of bad news, but we are trapped in a battlefield with but a single exit, which the enemies have already blocked. Without reinforcements of our own, there is little hope of prevailing through this current predicament. Yeah, seems that way to me too. But maybe if we can neutralize the distortion phenomenon at the very least. Faust recommends entering the Dungeon of Fathoms as our exit. Dungeon of Fathoms? But how can I enter if we can't even talk to the distortion? Wait, maybe during the LCB regular checkup back at the LCE, it says that all you have to do is read what's on that note in front of his distortion. Apparently it's some kind of code. Right, keywords! This one seems to be a location type distortion, which means that regardless of whether the bright flashes take us, N-Corp or the twisted caricature of S-Corp, we're still within its range. In other words, as long as I have the right keywords, I can summon an entrance to its Dungeon of Fathoms from anywhere within it. Okay, so what are the keywords for this distortion then? Honheim had provided us with the necessary keywords for his distortion back then, but this time we had to figure this out on our own. Let's go! I mean, to be fair, I wouldn't have thought that entering into a Dungeon of Fathoms as you escape would be the most brightest of ideas, but fair enough. First things first, one of them has to be the photograph. It's obviously been present throughout the entire phenomenon. If I may, perhaps experience may be one of them. Isang put his 2 cents in, having briefly retreated from battle to the back lines. There's an undercurrent of obsession with experiences staining his every trail. It must be aught in relation to what has caused his distortion. Experience, the concept alone lacks substance. It must be something more grounded, something that is at least at once synonymous with experience while maintaining a through line to N-Corp's technology that was the core of his suppression. Canned experience? Most likely, thinks Faust. Alright then, photograph, canned experience. Not seems to transpire as of yet. It didn't, but I could feel it. Are these the kinds of photographs they use to make a canned experience? So that's what that strange sensation was. Mentioning that word shook the distortion and caused that rippling effect. But it was clearly not enough to force open the Dungeon of Fathoms. How many other keywords could there be? Scraps. Sorry? Oh, I thought we were all taking turns sharing what might have caused him to distort. And going by the way you folks were saying your piece on one after another, I thought this was to be some sort of a Zen riddle. Not a Zen riddle, no, but where'd scraps come from? See, when enjoying the benefits of slacking off at work, all kinds of mundanities come to possess far more interesting qualities, sometimes even revealing secrets invisible to eyes focused elsewhere. Take our person of interest, to wit. He has been poking around this area of town with an eye-watering expensive camera in tow, so conspicuously that every store owner I nightly prodded for information had tales to tell about him. Each tale added another facet to the long saga of at-once-driven man, a man with can-do attitude and uncanny ability to pull himself up by his own bootstraps and a clear path towards Mnestic residence. He became so bewitched by photography that he eventually squandered his fortune in what was, in the end, nothing more than a pastime. And that went on until he found himself reduced to a pauper, barely making rent on a scrap head of an apartment. Pursuit of his ideality, the man has lost grip of fortune and reality. Basically, I sought out his apartment and found a few scraps of his writing. When cold rain drips through the roof, when mold and tepid humidity together encroach from the earth, the mind begins to wander, lost. Eventually, madness is evoked in a form indistinguishable from drunkenness, and the pauper loses himself. A shadow darker than any I had seen on Kim's face crept beneath the shade of his eyes. No, I had seen that look once in the past. Though it would be more accurate to say that I had heard it in his voice, that echoed in his fathoms, distorted by guilt and regret. Perhaps I shouldn't be surprised by the fact that this sort has countless people here taken a particular interest in Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Photographed canned experience and scraps. Like inserting the final piece of the puzzle, the space before us momentarily warped and flashed, opening a pathway to all sorts of balance. Well then, we'll be right behind you, Executive Manager. Miss Erza, this is what I had seen then, the gateway to one's fathoms. Ah, this is it, huh? Neat stuff. But, before she finished, Erza had to redirect her focus from our discussion back to the battle. Most of the sinners were caught in the same predicament. Some managed to disengage from the battle and prepare to enter the dungeon of the fathoms, but Honglu, Cracker, and several others were still busy holding off the corp employees. They're gonna follow us right in there if we run right now, right? Probably. Even those who aren't chained to Dante like we are can travel through the pathway once it's open, so yeah, let's not drive ourselves into an even narrow corner. I'll keep them updated. Let's fucking go! Hearing that, Bamboo-Hatted Kim stepped up. My sword arm's not what it once was, but it should be enough for this. Besides, I have little wish to set foot in some illumined place and be tangled in such a bizarre mess. Is that really what he thinks? And there was something in his eyes that led me to believe that this was about more than just staying behind to protect our rear. It was... What the fuck? Eh? Okay, the translators knew what they were doing there. You were supposed to read it as what the fuck, not what a terrible front. At least try to pretend to be sincere and make it easy for us to believe you. Did you think that terrible excuse was going to fly? What are you trying to avoid, Swordswinger? You're not some kid trying to get out of doing his own way. I remember hearing that entering a dungeon of fathoms will bring one to the spiritual fathoms the distortionist gazing into. And what lies within must be my very own. That is what the abomination is gazing into. It's decided then, you're coming with us. We ain't about to walk in blind to a place we know shit about, mate. Guide us in there, yeah? Oh, that's... It keeps it simple. You try that too. Learn the hard way that homework, like summer reading, doesn't go away just because you don't look at it. It's still there unless the summer break comes to an end, ruining the last day of your vacation into an all-winter. Ariashiki's scabbard vibrated cheerfully in agreement. Trisha making her acronyms as annoying as possible after all. Stop procrastinating. Go do your summer reading. What was it you said? Face the homework, save the GPA. Oh my god. Face the sin, save the issue. Okay, that's a meme. I can already tell that's a fucking meme. That is 100% a fucking meme. Face the homework, save the GPA. Face the sin, save the ego. It is, after all, the attitude the company expects of its employees. Go, Junior. You guys too well to be. I can handle them all on my own. You'll make a lone stand? Hey, who the heck do you think I am? I'll show you what Team Leader Moses felt safe sending me out alone with you guys. This is basically a monster of the week situation for Team Leader and me back in our duo days. I can handle them on my own, no problemo. I wanted to see how you guys handle the inflection point, but I guess you can never really have it all. Ah well, guess I'll just have to trust our two also Team Newbies to handle that. Now that I think about it, I think I'm setting a pretty good solid example as your Team Senior, aren't I? I don't like this, but it seems I have no choice in the matter. As long as this employee card hangs from my chest. At a sigh, Kim shook his head and joined us, dragging his feet at the door. I shall take the lanyard on. Ah, Mentor, be warned that the entrance is floating. Take a tall step over and you may trip. You can clearly see that I do. Bring me a ladder if you really that worried, why don't you? Have you need have you need of one? Mere jest, you needn't worry. Victory! Ah, that's fucking victory. I guess it also makes sense that you won't be able to fight it properly right now. Oh, it's an entire dungeon of the Fathoms? I thought it was going to be something different, but no, it is actually an entire dungeon of the Fathoms. Alright. I think I'll enter it, yeah. Sure. And actually, let me just drink some last bit of water before I go ahead with this, because this took way too long. Hold on. Hello, we're back. If that's how everyone's been living, then my life, my photographs too. Oh, Mirror Dungeon of the Fathom. So this is a scope too, right? That's interesting. It is reminiscent of my homeland, but the sights are much too hideous compared to what rests in my memories. Hideous was apt when we emerged from the entrance of the dungeon into Escorp streets. What greeted us was a distorted and eerie scene I wouldn't be surprised to find in an Escorp-themed haunted mansion. It's a place hardly fit for human habitation, far more dilapidated than once expected. Thou sayest the people inhabit these lands for truth? Really, I think it has a cool vibe. Lives my foot. I don't think I'll be able to get a wink of sleep in here. The lives of the downtrodden would be behest by 1,000 woes and tenfold more struggles. And the streets they inhabit and reflect that reality. Many times I had contemplated in consultation how the folk they had even the will to live on. The shadow that had begun to haunt Kim's face still lingered there as he looked around. If the distortion reveals the fathoms of those who gaze into it, as Kim had said, perhaps this is how S-Corp was reflected in Kim's eyes. On the days when the skies were spotless blue and without orders from the counselor, I would scale to the roof of the chugga, thatch-roofed house, and feel it rustle beneath my back as I lay bare upon it. That's interesting on how imagery, it's like burned or deconstructing in these patches of photos. I thought it would be a respite solely mine, yet in this mirror world another has walked here before my arrival. I join him in looking up at the thatched roof of the chogga. Beneath it, a wicked tunnel have I passed, and now I witness myself before the one who shall strike the head from my torso. There was a figure standing tall next to the building, staring defiantly up towards the man on the straw roof. Im Gyong-yip. The military commissioner. Sao. Are you home? Are you home? I asked. What a strange visitor I have. Why not call at the front gate if you have come seeking the master of the house? Be not like a dog barking up the wrong tree. It's unbecoming. S-Corp bodyguard P. A dog, really now? I can see you up there lounging on the roof. I'm not going to speak to the door like I'm blind. Has a spell of some sort befallen the day? Perhaps such an odd occurrence transpired twice successive. The work of a bewitchment spirit, I say. What's so bewitching about checking in on someone? Isn't it odd that a high and noble military commissioner of our esteemed corporation would come in person to simply check in on how a lowly mercenary fares? You know me? He certainly knows a jest. She marches forth wested in war-strided armor, yet expects no violence. She wields a two-handed great blade like a demonic yaksha that harbors no hostile intent. Why, who else might she be but military commissioner Gyung-yup, the principal of the famed Im family? You are certainly in the habit of speaking in hyperbole. Whoa, I'm not so noble that I deserve to be complimented with an epithet as grand as the principal. Not a compliment, you see, Commissioner. This is a rhetorical technique known as a backhanded compliment, in which I damn you with praise. Well, you are so bound by your precious principles that you would rather be unreasonable than betray them. Oh, that was loud. Bro was a master of backhanded compliments back then, huh? Does an officer ranked second ordinate have no wit to engage in such banter? Second ordinate. Why am I out of line, as they say? You two are friends, right? This was our first meeting, so no, not that precious a moment. I know, I'm just saying that if I were her, I wouldn't ever let myself become friends with you after such a bad first impression. Can't imagine becoming friends with someone who keeps pushing my buttons. Maybe, but people do find friendship in such personalities if they have a taste for prickiness. Prickliness. You've got a friend in us, don't you? Oh, fine, you have a point. I guess I do have a habit of pushing people's buttons too. He's still good at him, but he's competitive. But his competition is undoing. I mean, isn't that also... Yeah, exactly. Isn't that what you do? Accusing people of pushing buttons and you yourself push buttons. It's not very becoming of you, Shmo. Come on. Still, I hope you're not seriously comparing the way I talk to sassy gotcha digging pun riddled. Well, the world we live in is a vast and diverse one. Consider yourself lucky that you're surrounded by so many quirky characters. It's because of that same luck that she took the joke, well, rather than respond by trying to cut off my head. You are out of line, yes, but not what I knew you'd be, so I won't take issue with it. Though I must admit, the rumors of your sharp tongue do you no justice. The streets speak of a man they called Kim Leb, Bamboo Rainhat. A man who once had intended to pursue the path of the brush only to realize the sins of his forefathers and exiled himself to the back streets. Yet with the sheer power of will, gritted teeth and scarred heart did he find in the path of sword another way into the nest, as the right state councillor saw and guarded that. That's you, isn't it? All those superlatives, yet the reality is that I've merely found the path of man-butchery as a viable way of life. Direct any compliments you have towards the right state councillor, if you will. I am but a butchering blade that happened to fall into the right hands. Aha, not a compliment, just the word on the street. Huh, you're a quick learner. And spare me the fancy reading of my name, watching you pretend that pompous posturing comes naturally in his paper already. Keep it simple and spell it out as Bamboo-hatted King, thank you. And does he continue to wear away from the line? And does he continue to wear away from the line? I'd rather be a corpse cold and dead than stay in line. Have sure of mercy on me, oh mighty one. If I had come all the way here just to punish you for every little misdeed and ill manners, I would have laid you out and split you in 2 or 3 ways before this riveting dialogue brought us this far. Feel safe to continue trip-sizing outside the line, but in return, would you answer a few questions of mine? A few of my questions. I've been watching you from a distance for a while now, and really, stalking someone not very principled of you. Stalking someone's not very principled. Oh, I can sense the memes from a while away. You sure she didn't give you a good wallop after that? No, truly a mystery, isn't it? Besides, she gave you free reign to continue pissing outside the line. I couldn't in good conscience turn down such offers of kindness. Not that I ever do. You sure have a way with words. A way with finding a way with finding your way under the listener's skin. Perhaps. Yet are such japes not to be expected in fellowships of close mutual bond? They don't look like friends yet, though. It's okay to tell us why she's been watching you. I was engaged in the age-old pastime of throwing rocks. Oh, we speak of the games. Zikjum, rock tossing. Save them for the festivities of Dano. I was throwing rocks at the passerbys. What? Fee on thee! That is a wrong deed, good sir! This feels less serious than the fucking than the moments we experienced right before. I suppose it is. People of pure bone and sour flesh in particular found it to be distasteful, and they did not let their discontent be hidden. But the pea and the downtrodden cheered me on to a degree. They found it cathartic. The blood. The flesh, blood, and bones. That's interesting. The pure is bone, the soul is flesh, and the pea is blood. Oh, curious. Then is it a right deed or a deed not right? Joy, soul, whatever it is that thou art describing. It is a well-known truth that Escorp is also known by its other name. So, pure agro-industries. Owing specializing in the general agriculture and livestock industry of the city, the vastness and depth of its responsibility have necessitated such divisions of labor. Thus, District 19 is split into 3 court circles responsible for different aspects of the industry. Ah, District 19, okay, Escorp. The Sal, P, and Pure, each meaning flesh, blood, and bone, respectively. Sal responsible for the cultivation of rice and other grains. Pure responsible for meat and livestock. and P in charge of the technological aspects of both. Ah! Sal, the flesh, responsible for cultivation of rice and its grains. Huey, the bone, responsible for meat and livestock, and P, the blood, in charge of technological aspects of both. As a scientist and a researcher who once toiled at Corp, he must have felt the persecution the P faced firsthand. It is believed that the Trinity was designated for balance, that they would provide assistance when requested and keep an eye on each other and keep one another in check when needed. There was once a promise of cultivating a fair and sustainable Corp. Alas, the noble intention of yesterday here now lies sullied, the Trinity now degraded to the quarreling balance of property is blinded by avarice, relying not on honor but betrayal and perfidy to claim the top of the triangle. An adherent of the flesh claims the position of chief state council and monopolizes rice as the common folk starve. An adherent of the bone, once a right state councillor, tories to sell and eats and rises to the seat of left state councillor. Such shameless conspiracy permits not the common folk to even till the land as they please. Anguished cries of suffering flood the streets. Thus the common folk are reduced to livestock bleeding out, hanging out from a hook, while bone and flesh collude like that of emaciated dead. Angdu has glazed him so much he might be better than Aldous because she believes what she says. Also hi. Hello, Chasibara. Jesse, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day. Continue to have a good time on stream. Welcome. We're just continuing with this. It's been pretty fun. It's been very fun actually. Just reading it. Not having that many people, so I'm just more so able to focus on what I want to focus on. But this is interesting details about Corp. The category of really dense and crazy. True. Who shall claim the severance of flesh and bone and force them both to yield? An oft-heart poem when walking the streets of Corp. And the people whom thou hast targeted with thine rocks they weren't people, rats. Rats? Oh yes, the councillor finds rats detestable. Much better to stop them from a distance if we want to crush them. By any chance, do these rats have a habit of sneaking into the royal cook to better pilfer what the common folk rightly deserve? They certainly suffer from a severe case of kleptomania. Kleptomania is interesting. Okay, kleptomania is a type of impulse control disorder, a disorder that involves problems with emotional and behavioral self-control. You have difficulty tending the recitation of flesh to act on performance. Ah, that's interesting. Inability to resist the urge to steal. They purposefully threw a rock at his feet to trip him to the ground, knowing that he was a kleptocrat. Well, I simply could not help but react as such in the presence of his scurrying rats. Me playing Darkest Dungeon and having vendettas against kleptomaniacs. Is there odds you find funny? Speak if you do. I could use a good laugh about now. Just heartily expressing my gratitude, that is all. Expressing my gratitude. Those whose corruption is revealed ought to readily receive their scarlet aura book bonds. The gal to scamper away with their expensive prosthetics. We're having some trouble apprehending them until now. Ah! They keep eluding trap stuff and making my run worse. Well, if that is your intent, you are invited to take a token of gratitude somewhere in the vicinity. Perhaps I'll happen to pick it up. wouldn't want to get thrown in the dungeons teeming with the real vermin. Oh, I was going to do just that. So, when you'll stop being a sword and be human again? What? When do you clock out? The way I see it, you're not the kind of person who will ever let a drop of liquor get to his tongue while on duty for the right state councillor. Return to the Shonga when you're human again. I'll buy you a drink as thanks. Hey! S-Corp Military Commissioner Sal. You get to see her face as well. She's a funny one, huh? Mentor, then this fellow you had often mentioned fondly was correct. Mentor mentioned her a few times as a drinking fellow I had left behind in S-Corp. I must say I myself found that relationship most intriguing. That a military commissioner of the Sal faction would fraternize with the bodyguard of the right state councillor who was of the Pi faction. The Sal is the flesh, Pi the blood. Still, I knew not that the fellow was none other than a military commissioner of S-Corp. Angdu's eyes had gone wide in shock, her voice rising unconsciously. It is news to me that you have ties to a second ordinate official, a military official with command over high-ranking employees of the wing at that. Well, I was in service of the right state councillor, who was a first ordinate, you know. Oh, well, that might be true, yes. Yes, you would like to know why I, with such a powerful friend by my side, have ended up an exile from my school. Yes, your silence over matters of such great importance is why I come to introduce you to others as a reticent one, Mentor. Baby Catherine does. We had made the blade lineage our home, for S-Corp availed no home for us but the lineage. A shoe, Mentor. I'd rather show than tell. Let us proceed, shall we? This enchanted place seems intent on unearthing all of my past, both savory and unsavory. All shall be revealed in due time. Kim looked around, a twinge of loneliness in his eyes before moving on. We followed without words. That was a long scene. How long is the... It's already 6 hours! Oh my god. Okay, on. We don't know whose fathoms this is. We emerged into a dark and muggy cavern filled with air so stale that it almost felt stifling. Up ahead, a thin ray of light shone through the darkness, seemingly guiding our path. Following the light led us to a four-way fork in the road. A constant, powerful gust howled through one of the paths. Another one was filled with a metallic tang, the smell of blood. Then there was a path that was entirely silent, but the last one echoed with the harsh noise of swords striking on sword. Which should we take? The wind howling path, the path that smells of blood, the silent path. The silent path. But that only intensified the uncanny dread, pervasive silence, nervousness. Okay. Though we reached what appeared to be a pedestal made of stacked stones. On top of the pedestal was something we'd become familiar with. A can made for inhaling. Hey, that's nice. Okay, I'll be right back. Hold on. Get right back. Hi, we're back. The only good thing to come out of today's stream, I mean, aside from me enjoying the Intervello, the other good thing to come out of today's stream, I should say, rephrase, is the fact that Jesus. But it's the fact that I've gotten to properly
반드시 팬다.
but yeah, it's the fact that
아비들도
I've gotten to
거미집도
properly
지금까지
Bamboo has his cape. Fair enough, I guess. Properly drink stuff. Oh, level 80? Limbus Company LCD Blade Lineage Syndicate. Wait, what's the reference there? Because wasn't level 90 Roach Emperor territory? And Virgilius is also something like level 80 or something? Upon entering encounter for the first time, Grand. No. Base offense level minus. Base defense level minus something. Bang Salsu. He's double his original level as a distortion. That's crazy. Virgis Virgilius and Roach Emperor are 90. At 1 point count, lose 10 HP instead of losing poise count. This effect cannot stagger this unit and does not drop this unit's HP below 1. Okay, because finally getting to see Battlehat Came is crazy. But I thought this would happen, considering we got the reveal once and for all. Deal, short play of the whole unit. The Pride Resonance was activated in poise. Oh, wow. You really would have preferred. Okay. Now you know why he didn't join the race. He's 4 levels below Rain and Mantis, by the way, because they were both 85. That sounds absurd. Just even hearing it. Apply 3 poise, potency, poise count. Blade Lineage Center assist defense is defeated. This unit loses 10 speed. Heals my flesh to claim their bones, and this counter when this unit takes damage, that brings its damage down to 0 and 5 damage. Ooh. Nice. 10 enemies. Yeah, and it's also just minusing. Yeah, he isn't hitting 1 HP. I think that's obvious enough here. Bro's not hitting 1 HP, nuh-uh.
그려낸 대로
Oh shit, I probably should have looked at this. Yeah, I'm thinking a lot more, huh? Okay, buddy, okay. Draw off the sword at +5 poise, coin power +1, gain 2 poise count, poise, 3 count, acupuncture, poise, coin power, poise count, poise, yeet. Draw off the sword. Acupuncture, yeah, that's the same. Yield my flesh. Targets the skill slot that has the highest max power. Wonder why. Damage from attacks with every poison cell. Poison cell. Staggered from taking damage. 5 poison. Used to claim their bones after being hit. Cannot use a yield of my flesh until next turn. Use slash resist damage. Overthrow. Just slash damage up poise, even more poise to claim the bones. Oh, there. Oh, whoa. Poise count, poison cell. 2 point power for the final point. 2 point. Oh my god. So basically on crit you can get That sounds absurd. 10 bleed, 2 count, and then 2 paralyzed. That sounds absurd.
예측할 수 없게.
Render it unforeseeable.
사물. 앵화.
Yeah.
본인은 최선을 다했다.
코이.
말해주시게.
충정.
Yeah, it's a
지령이 이끄는 대로.
evade.
그려낸 대로.
There we go.
좋아.
This entire time
거의
I
거의
people wanting to lose clashes.
덧없는
That's the first time
지령대로
I've
움직일
seen
뿐입니다.
that clash.
죽음이라지만 별을 잊지 못함이 서글프.
Everybody wants to. Sorry. That one's hopeless because of the increased sanity. Oh, this is gonna be amazing. Oh, this is gonna be amazing. Hold on.
포위만 구축. 진짜 적개체 무력화. 확인 사살.
사물.
Okay.
산코.
One hit. Almost 500 damage. Let's go.
우리는 원망들.
지령대로
I
움직일
feel like that
뿐입니다.
would have reached 600
전술
if
시야
not
전.
for the enemy being fucking
오제트의
weak.
눈으로.
나아가주게.
Can't wait to attack the boss with this power.
좋아.
코이
But yeah,
코이.
today's stream has gone on quite longer than I thought.
지령대로
it would
움직일
go on for.
뿐입니다.
As we were slowly walking through the streets of Yukop, a youth, after fidgeting and hesitating for a moment, walked up to us and asked for help. The youth explained that, wishing to better his own status, he took the royal exams against the public. Was able to attain, and that was when his problems began. So the people who passed the exam flag on the second Let me ask my group if they can help. I mean, I understand this may be a bad choice, sure. Oh, this is easy. Might this be a water dropper for brush calligraphy? I have no practical need for this, for I see none of you are much acquainted with the art of grinding ink into inkstone. I impart this gift to you in hopes that this drop may form a small flow in your rivers, light trifle flowing. Though it would have made for a rather moving moment had it not been for the exaggerated scoff he gave, you'd carried on the path without the sign of discovery. Interesting.
해왔던 숙제들에 비하면
Muersault has
별것도
Kim,
아닌
Seri, and
일이다.
Lei Heng ID, who are so also unserious compared to me. Yeah. That's makes sense. What? Sorry. Oh, they're just permanently erased. Okay, I see. So he literally cannot use them because in the Dungeon of Fathoms they have been permanently erased. Interesting. If that's the case, then
제가 원하는 대로 베어버려도 되나요?
that's interesting. Yeah, also makes sense.
당신 짝패군요.
I'm gonna actually get the video later. You get to keep the book. Yield my flesh? No. Never yield my flesh I'm dominating, because that's not good. Vanguard
포위만
team.
구축.
이 순간이 다하도록 베어내리라.
2 hit.
베어낼수록
진짜. 전술 시야 전개.
Alright.
오제트의 눈으로.
Slash these, eh? Oh, I have a remedy just for that. That's interesting. Ah. Activating so many egos at the same time is probably not a good idea, but at the same time, it's funny
한눈
that I
팔지
can do
마세요.
that.
매번
just
당신에게 파도는
Like that.
반드시 밀려올 테니. 수행되었습니다.
예측한 대로.
내가 찾은 나만의 항해 방식. 원망도 엿하지마. 지령대로 움직일 뿐입니다.
Resentful blade lineage Salsu. Sniper Sands, 200, Slash Series. Down to passive. I see how they're hitting so hard. At least. I do see that.
날카롭고 정확하게.
To claim their bones. Claim everybody with the bones. Well. Yeah, I'm pretty certain he's just gonna do the 1000 damage that he did before.
내가 찾은 나만의 항해 방식. 헛! 지령대로 움직일 뿐입니다.
Okay, one more. Okay, stirring on the dog and then claim that we are the prisoner's guards, keeping an eye on the prisoner and sheath our blades instantly. Sure. Nothing happened. I guess we would have prepared for. We should have prepared for battle. Huh? Interesting.
반드시 팬다. 아비들도 거미집도.
No, it cannot be. My life is. The experiences, the memories I had recorded are different. Alas. Kim came to a stop with a grim look on his face. Again, I'm returned to this day. His voice had dropped to the same Morse pitch we had heard it before. Mentor, I've been here before. Ah, have you? Peek inside my memories when I had distorted, did you? I must say, it's a bit embarrassing to have my deepest and darkest secrets revealed like that. Kim grinned sheepishly as though to clear the air, but it was becoming rather clear to me what he was doing. That his flippant demeanor and seemingly devil-may-cry attitude were but a mask to hide the true darkness in his heart. And this must be, indeed, the right state councillor's estate. Someone whom I had once protected, thought was worth protecting. Kim pushed open the main gate and walked into the front yard. Watch out, Engdu. Take a tall step over and you might trip. There were bodies laid about the yards and I couldn't dare start counting them. I felt faint watching the aftermath of the carnage. Some were decapitated, some had their torsos split diagonally, and some of them were so mangled I could hardly even tell which parts belonged to who. I guess it's just the sheer amount of bodies here. Are they not retainers of the royal court? What were they doing at that council's? No, were they killed by assassins? Assassins did infiltrate the estate, yes. And you're looking at what remains of them. Though I had but a moment to glimpse it, I clearly remembered what the S-Corp logo I saw in Kim's Fathoms looked like. The hats these corpses are or were wearing are adorned with the same logo. So why is bamboo-hatted Kim calling them assassins? In this corrupt land, the right state councillor's life was always as precarious as a candlelight in a tempest. Such is the fate of all those who have the guts to speak the truth in a square. Their positions of influence are hoarded by corrupt sociophants whose chokehold on power is ironclad. I don't know, man. S-Corp seems like a really deep, roundabout reflection of Korea's reality. The most prominent among them, the Left State Council, with the Chief State Council's blessing, sought to wield his own private army to silence forever the tongues of those who would advocate against the corrupt. Private army? But they're prohibited in our homeland. So they're kind of like how the great houses of H-Corp each had their own armies. That is similar to what is happening, but not exactly. If S-Corp circumstances were to be explained in plainer terms, it would be akin to a situation in which a company whose employees outwardly appear to be all working for the same side is in fact fractured within, with certain departments pledging allegiance to a different individual than the chief executive. What assassins they had been in the past at least wore masks to hide their allegiance, I thought this was no different, though with assassins, significantly less invested in maintaining their disguises. Not realizing that I'd just placed my stone inside the tiger's maw. Looking around at the yard, teeming with assassins, I recall thinking of thought just how many of them they had sent. Though the left state councillor's power had grown to loom over that of the king, I should have realized how ridiculous such a brazen attempt on the life of one of the triumvirate councillors of the royal court would have been. Councillors. There were simply too many of them, as though they had decided that tonight was the night they would have finally slayed a councillor or died trying. I was soon overwhelmed, and some of them eventually managed to get around me and reached the councillor's bedchamber. The moment I heard them breach the door, all strength left me, and I fell to my knees. I couldn't land. A poor excuse of a bodyguard, and I failed you. And I knew who the author of the foul scheme was, the left state councillor. Let this be my final act of loyalty ere I depart this life. I am too meager a person to carry on the royal council. What I can do is plant seeds of terror in the hearts of the unjust, only to shackle their blackest hearts with committing freedoms. I shall go before the villain who contrived this betrayal and see that the favor is paid with steel. Only by such vengeance shall the council be. Close his eyes and sleep. Or so I had thought. What? Greetings, honored bodyguard of the right council. I see that you have been hard at work. Cursed parasite. I ought to flay you alive and reveal the wretched soul underneath. And gal, you have to show your face here. Here, you mean the home of the honorable right state councillor who toils day and night in service of the royal court. I know the assassins were sent by the left state councillor. Get out of my way. I should collect your head once my task is over. Alas, this unsightly display of anger shames us all. Are all those who live by the sword as uncaught as you, the cruelty of your damning words is an oppression upon decent men like myself? Let's see how long you can. Heed me, soldiers. Arrest that mad butcher. What? The accused shall heed his crimes. 1 moon ago, an anonymous letter threatening to take the life of the revered right state councillor arrived at the royal court. This audacious... Oh, so they wanted to get rid of the powerful man by basically accusing him of murdering his own superior and using the evidence for assassins as well. He killed these. See, these are the people that tried to stop him. That didn't happen. Ah, this bitch. The left state council had been long in disagreement with the right state councillor on matters of the state, found this offense to be so heinous that he has personally commanded his men to protect his political enemy on the day right on the letter. Huh? Yet a tragedy has struck. All those lives sent to protect the noble councillor are slain, the bravery and justice of the honourable hearts trampled upon the ground by this villain. And now the villain promises death to yet another pillar of the royal court. Thus we are to arrest the criminal and restore the rule of law. Saw your men make their way into the councillor's bedchamber with their blades drawn. Councillor, might you be looking for the right state councillor here, alive and well? So it was a kind of convoluted. Oh, so it was a scheme from both sides. Perhaps you should have known where not to stick your nose. Did you really think you could overcome the entire private army in the left state councillor's service? Sent so many of his men to their deaths just to lure me into a trap. Why? I don't take this as a compliment, as you're not even the apex blade of the homeland, nor are you the young Cloudblade, but you have been a rather egregious obstacle to the execution of my plans. Couldn't get through with the first thing in my plan, with you constantly getting in my way. Let's keep you nicely locked up and out of trouble. For what it's worth, young man, I'm sorry. I've come to realize the error of my ways. The truth is, the scope is indeed a pond of turbid water. It is those like us who have stirred the dirt from its beds and turned it cloudy. Yet I have to protect the revered right state councillor. 1,000 curses upon the villain in his quest for the right state councillor's life. The butcherous man has already watered the ground of the Despope's labourers, the very lifeblood that runs in the veins of this most serene wing. And that charcoal-hearted villain is none other than the councillor's sword guard, Kindling. Heed us, O villain, and obey! Or our bonds take you. You've fallen far, my friend. You who were once considered a candidate to the honor of Hungyum, and with that brand of Fenobi sapping your strength. So that brand actually is something that physically saps your strength, huh? So you mean to say he still has the brand on him, and he's weaker than he was before. Even your mastery with the blade will only dull. Are you to be my executioner, Gyungyu? I hadn't received the orders to pay head to you, if that is what you're asking, nor would it be befit someone of my station to sully my hands with an executioner's duty. How will you live on now? I don't know. The council has abandoned me. There's no path forward. Salpio Angro Industries is more corrupt than I had thought, rotten to the core. This is where the game ends. Time to resign my stone. Indeed it is. Why are you freeing me? Once a game has been lost, you start anew and test other gambits in the next round. Why don't you stop playing this unfair game where the opponent always starts with stones placed on all 9-star points on the board, and find a place where you can begin anew with equal standing? As soon as they realize it was you who freed me, they'll come after you. It's okay, unlike someone who made a fool of himself and fled after passing the royal examinations, I have the royal court's backing as its military commissioner. My position in the court isn't so frickled that they would cast me down right away just because I let go of someone like you. You're a branded criminal in the eyes of the royal court. You're as good as inconsequential. I report that even if you were to flee, you would still be nothing more than a plaything in the palm of their hands. I don't think you were the crime to go against your honorable principles. Some things can be done without bending a rule or two. And you are indeed Escop's future. And you are needed. Escop's future is in need of those who are less bound by expectations, like yourself. Besides, it's not the rules I stand by, it's my own principles. I did say I owe you a token of gratitude, didn't I? Consider this a settlement plan. Gratitude and vengeance, after all, share a common quality. They're both debts to be repaid. There's wholly no hope left, Escort. You said it yourself, didn't you? You'll never win as long as we're playing their game. Listen, they might have a 9-stone advantage over you, but to me, it's the smallest 3. I'll manage and keep my finger on the pulse. Besides, change doesn't always have to come from the outside. The old wisdom says that to catch a tiger you must enter its den, but wouldn't it help to have an ally within the tiger's den to back you up when the time comes? They're all done, your bonds are severed. Go now. Go and build your strength beyond the walls of Escort. Yet beware of relying overmuch on foreign powers, of relying overmuch. I don't have it in me to take up such a grand purpose. I'm done with Escort. You know how I am. Just go with the flow. Yes, do as you will. Go with the flow, be whatever you want to be. But I'm just hoping that the currents of the river will someday bring you back with Escort. That's all. Though I'd left the rigged game behind, my records afterwards were stellar. The laying of the stones on my board were always full of holes and mistakes. I joined the Blade lineage, became their mentor, dragged them into the library, until eventually I cut those who had placed their faith in me, self-defeating move after self-defeating move. Ah, so he did get dragged into the library, right? That was a thing. That was a plot point I just completely forgot for some damn reason. Also, I did not notice the internet had been dying so hard for the last like few minutes. But that's not good. When Gyeonggip had let me go, I thought I'd escape the Daigers more. But as I let the game progress with the flow, I soon came to the realization that my life was an endless sequence of connecting dials. I was in a losing play from the start. Shadows dancing by the distance, humanoid forms begin to grow like wildfire. And those in the entire of the Blade lineage, one by one. And was a badass I took full advantage of in the library. Lovely. One by one leap over the wall and approach us. Like the projections of Kim's darkening fathoms. They're from his memories. Films and photographs can sometimes remain undoctored, but the impressions a person gets from viewing the photograph is malleable. And they must be after... Yeah, Kim believes that if the Blade lineage were to come back to life, they would want to kill him. Ah. Hey. He wasn't even a main encounter in the library. Funny how that works out sometimes.
벤다는 4월을 간다.
I'm in the grinding stage of the battle. I see what I do this. Okay, I legitimately didn't think that this was going to go on for like 7 hours, so... Honestly.
망을 참아. 숨을 거두리라.
이 순간이 닿아도록
Heal back, I should claim that goal. That's lovely.
원망도 무엇하지나 지름대로 움직일 뿐입니다.
Okay.
증폭.
So how much more is left here? Because I think I'll immediately just move in about, let's say, roughly 30 to 40 minutes I will have to end the stream.
이 순간이 닿아도록 되어내리라.
Lovely. Extraction.
굳이 직접 목격하지 않아도 느낄 수 있겠죠.
Okay. Now we learn. Save that.
정확하게. 이
But not long
순간이
left
다
to walk, yes. I mean,
배어내리.
that's good to hear. That's definitely good to hear. Because I
굳이
did
직접
want
목격하지 않아도
the
느낄 수
person
있겠죠.
to walk because wait, who was it? Wait, who was I aiming for again? I forgot. There was another person I was trying to aim for in Walpurgis. Someone carrying a sword on his belt and a sack on his shoulder leaped into a haystack near us. Uh-huh. Point them in the wrong direction. Right, anyway. There we go. Blade lineage. But it seems that the common folk have taken to calling the like-minded the Blade lineage. Only stealing sacks of rice, the corrupt fish have stolen and telling them to away from them. Just like Mentor Kim. Oh. Take these, it's not much, but it should be quite fitting for those on the road. All allies healed for 50% of max HP.
미호스럽군.
Nice. That's lovely.
알고
Alright, let's see
침식도
what this ends up being.
양호. 아마도
It shouldn't really take, like, what's it called? It shouldn't take too long. Definitely shouldn't take too long. Why is it that everybody is targeting the same person?
벤담이
이
사활을 건다.
순간이 다 배어내리라.
억제 성공. 진짜.
Remember what were the... Oh right, I was aiming for rear shoe, but I didn't get it right. Now I remember. I was like, wait, there was something I was trying to aim for. I just cannot think of them for whatever reason. It was rear shoe, of course. The gunslinging rear shoe. It fit right into my team. Oh right, being at the next wall Pakistan. Fair enough.
가만히 있어.
전술 시야 전개. 오제트의 눈으로.
I mean,
지령에 따라 참격.
talk about teeth all the time. Yeah, she really does look like, huh?
지키기 위해서 너도 누군가에게 납해졌겠지만
You must have read some interesting. What?
내가 찾은 나만의 항해
Yeah, as I
방식.
thought. As I thought.
헛!
There we go. And since that was only 2, 3 should be
이
contained.
순간이 닿도록
Nice.
베어내리라. 원망도 옅어지나.
지금 구해줄 테니
지령대로 움직일 뿐입니다. 날카롭고
The tea and
정확하게.
coffee chocolate, yeah.
적개체 무력.
지령대로 움직일 뿐입니다.
확인 사살.
Okay. Boss fight, finally. Didn't really get anything out of this, but sure.
잠깐만.
To battle
아직
we go.
충전 덜 했거든.
Like a prey backed against the cliff's edge, I am left bereft of paths. My hand hesitates with no room to place the stone. Misjudgments burgeon when contemplations harrow the mind indeed. And now all that remains is to neutralize that one enemy combatant in the yard. Tell me, who's waiting for us in there? You should know, this place and its enemies are projections of your memories. Not the hardest guess to make, is it? I expect to find him, Young Yup, in there. Young Yup was a woman of loyalty and principles. Even as a military commissioner, she never stopped wanting to change the way the royal court was. But even she must have broken in the end. And I scoured the newspapers and TV for anything I could find on the current state of Escort, but it was plain as day that nothing had changed there since my departure. Mentor, is that not but a baseless speculation your conscious concerns grow uncontrollably? Never have you spoken to us about such a monstrous one in the past. As what lies before you is but a figment of the distortion reflecting upon your memories. Did this young up appear as that monster does Mentor? No. Young Yip wasn't like that. Young Yip. I still believe that Salpipio Agro Industries deserves to die. But destruction's not the point. The point is that I want it to be a place where I can cut away the voracious corrupted and have it be a wing that cares for its common folk. If I didn't know better, I would have thought he was seeking to supplant the current Escort. You know, that's not what I was talking about. I'm just a wanderer floating down the this flow to where the currents take me. When the river is bent and I hit a wall, someone picked me up and made a blade out of me. Once abandoned, I returned to the flow and found myself a mentor to those who afforded me the undeserved faith. And the river continues to wind, carrying me back to Escort, where whence I had fled. Shall I let the blade sing my inner thoughts? You think I'm satisfied with the way Escort is? But your method as it is now goes against the principles. I expected better from someone of your wiles. If you enjoy those principles so much, then why ask me to leave the game? Because someone has to stay behind and try to bring change within the limits of their principles. I only hope that one of those bends in that river of yours would lure you back to knock on the gates of Escort once it was primed for change. Has that changed? What do you think? You have seemed to think of that. That I have. Because you believe that I shall stand in your path. Stand in my path. And stem the flower of this river evermore. Very well. The law states that denial of the will of the royal court is a crime deserving of death by beheading. Whoa! And stem the flower of this river evermore. Gyeonggip, second ordinance of the South Pure Agro Industries, official of the sword and military commissioner to the royal court, shall uphold the command and sever the buds of rebellion before they propagate. Well then. Yeah, I thought so, that something like this was gonna happen. No, it's not gonna happen. Wait, why is that? Okay. Okay, Corp Circle Cell, less Corp, level 66, huh? That has to be like from his memories. That's why she's only level 66 as of this moment. Because at least I feel like she's gonna be much more powerful if we ever have the chance to end up meeting her in the city. Oh, Splitter. There's Splitter. Nice. Sword of the Homeland, lose 3, gain 2. 8. Higher sword play. So right now, I want to make her do sword. Yeah. Sword of the Homeland South, resume stance. Gain or lose. Stack based on the battle form. Ah, in the first turn of the encounter. Gain stack, lose stack. It will not be affected by stack adjustments that can be set. Stack 5 next turn. Fix panic. Battle hardened, fragile. Potential. I think I've understood her, you know? What was that? Yield my flesh, deal and take 30% more damage on critical hit against and from bamboo headed kin. This flesh I play. Or bamboo kimono. Developed memories is an interesting title. Lose 3 clash start. Is an unopposed attack. On hit as an unopposed attack. But on hit against target at least. Basically, she'll gain. So we don't want it to gain. So we just want it to pass, right? Right,
호위만 구축. 사물. 앵화.
Not gonna lie, I'm really enjoying this boss fight.
망을 참아. 숨을 거두리라.
억제 성공. 진짜. 격발.
이 순간이 닿아도록 베어내리라. 지령대로 움직일 뿐입니다.
전술 시야 전개. 오제트의
그림자 없는 햇살은 없으니 이 그늘 또한 기꺼이 받아야
For every 7 poison self, attack weight +1 until the skill ends. This unit cannot be staggered from taking damage. Okay. 5 paralyzed, 3 bleed, more damage and critical hit, more damage for every missing HP. So when the skill missing will let you deal 100% more damage and figure the encounters in single combat. Oh, lovely. Lovely indeed. Okay. Where's this one? At A plus poise, deal 40% damage and critical hit. Final power +1 for every bleed on target. At more than 6 sword play, gain final power for every excess sword play. Switch. Should be fine. That's cool. Wait, didn't she start off with 3? Did I fail? +7, yeah. Fair enough. On hit as an opposed attack or on hit against unit targets? On hit against targets that used assist defense, exclusive skill, gain 2 off. I mean, previously, nobody ever did that, so we should be fine.
되겠다.
내가 찾은 나만의 항해 방식.
Next turn, the phone button's here. Lovely. And the post.
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
Interesting. 19. $28. Okay, cool. So we're
굳이
going
직접 목격하지
incrementally.
않아도 느낄 수 있겠죠.
Oh, we are hopeless against everything. Their spine breaker, even singles. Okay, it's this. Yeah, bear spine breaker, so that's twice now. And that is 3. Okay, so we are sending her down one by one. Even Sangun's shall be cleft under the sword. Whatever the weakest skill is, yeah. The skill always flips heads, hits crits, and does not consume voice stance and flash room. Flash ruse. That's great. Okay. Alright. Alright, buddy. I think I kinda wanna just, yeah, lose a simpler clash from this. Nothing else. Unaffected. That's interesting. That's already liking to use. Anything else? it's okay. Alright, that would be hopeless. Fair enough. And that would be favored.
당신 짝패군요.
Does have the bowstring. Probably should let probably should let Gregor take a hit, but it's fine. Shouldn't be too bad. Let's go, title LV. We didn't hit the first
한눈
one.
팔지 마세요.
We didn't hit the first one.
메말은 당신에게
The second one?
파도는
And
반드시
alright.
밀려올 테니.
I appreciate it. Now let's see on 36. First one.
주목과
Oh,
비.
second one.
코코.
Maybe if we stayed at 3. Would have been better if we get more. Can always ask for everything. For the sword.
달빛이 밝
Flame thy bones.
금음까지 밝힌 너를 떠
지키기 위해서.
A single slash and one shot.
이 순간이 닿도록
Oh, doesn't seem like that happened. String. Okay, that was a hit. Does it decide to hit? This is
굳이 직접 목격하지 않아도 느낄 수
okay, is
있겠죠.
the stance changed? Yep. The bat. Ooh. It's going. Interesting. Now, I need this to freeze. I think, yeah. Because that actually prefers lower. So, yeah. And we have paralyzed her, so this is going to be even more of a choke than what it already is. Actually, yeah, do that. This one's this. Content roll. I'm kind of curious what the second activation is going to portray. Fair enough. We still have like one more to go.
당신 짝패군요.
We still have one more to go. That paralyzed is so fun. Acupuncture. Okay, what are we doing? Sure. That was something. Yeah, don't flash it.
이 순간이 닿도록
Haven't fact.
되어내리라.
Hey, the triple flash. Echo shield.
숨막히도록
let's go.
견뎌왔고 절박하게 갈망했으며
Thought so.
헤아릴 수 없이 저주했으니 굳이 직접 목격하지 않아도 느낄 수 있겠죠.
Nice. But when the stacks do increase, it becomes a bit of a... Yeah, it becomes a bit, no tiger's flesh. Oh, that's a multi-skill. Oh, I didn't realize just how much of a multi-skill this was. We still have one more skill left. Multi-attack weight skill. So if we flash this skill around with the speed, targets when using weight, staggered, final power, everybody 4 bleed on the target. Okay. Yeah, maybe. Okay, so who has the lowest amount of bleed? Funny how it's literally... I have Rend space Echo Shear, and then I have Rend space. And I just have Rend space. What? Okay. I think I'll do that instead. I think I should do Rend space Echo Shear, right?
포위망 구축기.
Okay, this was a little unlucky.
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
63.
몰아치는 것을
200.
처절한 원망.
Oh, the more Muersault there is a sacrifice, the more she's gonna do the call. Fair enough.
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
Take full advantage, folks. You ain't gonna be seeing the day much longer.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
I really appreciate the music.
앞을 밝히지. 구애할 것이 잘 보이도록.
죽는 것도 사는 것도 지령했대.
이쪽으로
두렵지
와.
않습니다.
Hey,
내가
lovely.
안전하게 지켜줄 테니까.
Then there's multiple. Absurd. I'd say we overclock here for good effect. We're currently using one Muersault. Yeah, true.
해고 감응도 증폭.
Yield my flash. Nice, come on.
내가 찾은 나만의 항해 방식.
I honestly didn't expect that we would dive full face into
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
getting more lore about Encore, setting up some hints for Canto 9 that
낫도
was expected.
방긋이
But the fact that I
숨이
didn't
닿도록
expect was
배우네.
the fact that we'd be straight up getting overclocked. Sad. But yeah, what I wasn't expecting was
충정.
Pan to revive
지령이
Kim's
죽는 것도
backstory
사는
for
것도
him.
지령했대.
He's not as powerful as I recall, yet weighed down by the brand. I'm not so far ahead or behind. I don't know, I think you're doing pretty well. Steadily, they appear evenly matched, yet he's wielding that sword like he's trying to get himself killed. That blade work is far beneath him, seeking the end here, is he? Can you afford to look away in a duel? What are you doing? You'd rather lock your sword with mine than parry it away? And have a proper sword fight without a blade, not so, huh? But duel between the mentor of a syndicate and the military commissioner of First Corps, neck to neck, clash after clash. The two warriors eventually lock their blades in a contest of might before it comes to a close. In a final bout, the dust settles, the mentor lies in the sand. And that is what you want, I will grant. Good. Let's finish this. Just as Bamboo Hat came in, Imgo ready for the final bout, Angdu looped in between them. Angdu? You're really so ashamed that you would choose death over life, mentor? Are you so scared to live that you would rather die? Yes, I am. I'm scared. I'm terrified of my own audacity to live as my days as though I haven't failed everything and everyone who had the misfortune of placing their faith in me. My mission, my honor, my fellows, as though my path isn't haunted by ghosts, as though I can stand shamelessly before the watching eyes of the heavens. Survival skill times 10 out of 10, huh? What have I even done with the life that was given to me, blind to the realities of my homeland? I served a master who chose politics over loyalty and justice. I cut down my merry fellows who chose to trust a fool like me. This is someone else's dungeon. Fathoms have done in my way. I mean, to be fair, while it is true, the function of the Dungeon of Fathoms here is just to literally reflect Bamboo Hatted Kim's thing, because the distortion took an interest in him. So there you go. It's pretty true. But yeah, so this is someone else's, and that someone else thought it would be a great idea to have a Dungeon Fathom relating to Bamboo Hatted Kim for the second time. I walked my entire life as the flow carried me, and when I finally had the mind to look back, all I saw were blood-red traces everywhere I had gone. Isn't it about time it admitted that this game cannot be won? That mentor, the weakness in your strength has failed your mission. The weakness in your position has failed your honor, and the weakness in your heart has become the fiendish blade that cut down your fellows. Angdu, I thought you were you had to talk me into keep living, yet your words pain me so. What weakness of yours is it this time that you would cast away your own creed and life? What other weakness will you use as an excuse today? Stop trying to bear responsibilities, ask none of you. Not of you. The Blade lineage was never about responsibility, nor was it about you, mentor. Or does your overbearing guilt help you overestimate your importance? Hey, the student knows her master best. She's spitting facts as far as I'm concerned. What was that saying again? Fellow travelers in the same boat will aid one another. Not a single soul demanded that of you. Talk about kicking a man when he's down. And I have enough of that flippin' larking of yours. We all have. Do you truly believe that not a single one of us had picked up on the fact that your levity was a means of relieving yourself of the burden you had cast upon your own shoulders? None of us ever demanded some impossible feat from you. What was it that you've always said to describe yourself? That you are but a butchering blade that wields not itself. A tool wielded by willing hands. Why, mentor? I know not what kind of shame or responsibilities a mere tool has, do you? Because I fail to see any. Very justified rebuke. If the shame does not subside still, then surround your face with that bamboo hat of yours and live on. Live on so that you may repay your debts. Out of blade, but of arrows. Even the heart that sought death lies defeated at your feet. There's no stone left for my next gambit. There's nothing more. Indeed, perhaps there was some merit in the words, but I must retreat since some games will become fiend of blades. And for that's not what I said. Interesting. Whence did you hear that one? Yes, when inverted, a bamboo hat is like an unlaid shirt. Ding! There's just a ding, that's all I hear. Angtu and Imge were knocked away from Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. Is he manifesting ego as of this moment? Sorry? Kim raises his gaze to meet the empty air as though someone were there, a hollow laughter escaping his lips. He knew who he was talking to. It's the voice. But your last move was not a good one. Indeed, I did wish to become Blade, and what did you do? Force me into an indiscriminate one that cleaves blindly into fiend and foe both. It seems that you, in your excitement, you have cornered yourself with that last move. I love that the bell sound. Yeah. Well, as it seems that I have had an opportunity to retrace our past moves, allow me to try something different. Be not so vexed by this round, as you see. As you say, we never know what next game shall bring. I appreciate and will treasure the other bits of your advice, but let us play by my rules for tonight's game. Something's different this time, innit? Yay, the sword. I think that's a fluorescence, perhaps. An efflorescence ego. Nothing is for certain indeed, yet I trust that the words of my last remaining follower have also reached your ears. I am but a tool wielded by willing hands. Nothing in my life has ever been certain. I know not whether this move is what cements my defeat, but I desire it to be victorious still more or less. Thank you. I will take what encouragement I can. The strange invisible pressure dissipates and the armored woman, Imgyopip, reaches her grip on the sword. Kim turned around to look at her, and I saw that weighty shadow seemed to have been lifted from his face, replaced by a mix of relief and determination. A bit embarrassing to change my stance now, but now I fight to live. And I suppose you will be okay with that. Of course. Oh my god, okay, let's go. I mean, I was expecting a cutscene, but hey, that's a cherry on top. That's a cherry on top. To hide from the heavens' gaze, this hat I wore. An empty boat, it bore my friends along. In bamboo whale we drift from shore to shore. With wine I don my hat to watch moons throng. In mirth I doff that shroud to moon adore. So with this bamboo hat to veil my brow, though wind and rain may rage, I shall not throw. Oh, let's fucking go. Let's go. He to me, bamboo-hatted one, speak your name, for I find your outfit dubious of character. I am he who has mentored the lineage of blades to its premature end. I am he who has sought to bring salvation to the downtrodden to no avail. What to call a man who has failed to disburden himself of the world? How to name a man who has failed to bear the weight of the world? There is none. I mean, also his eyes, his hat, and then his sword. So call me Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Bamboo-Hatted Kim, the treacherous wretch. The treacherous wretch. Oh, no. Victory, of course. That feels like a succinct conclusion, not gonna lie. The photographs rapidly flood away from reality. Perhaps because Kim had successfully managed to face his own past. When the photographs and memories that were overlaid upon the fathoms were pulled away, what remained was a man in dirty, ragged clothing. The fathoms of escort slowly lose grip on this world, and soon reveals the fathoms of the distortion that was hidden beneath it. I see residents of the back streets in their blissful highs from taking the canned experiences, and a man is watching them with disapproval. From an office, a manifested an eagle. A sword got an eagle. Everyone gets it. Why is everyone running away from all this? A baker always surrounded by smell of freshly baked bread. A florist makes lovely bouquets for graduating youngsters. A photography captures beautiful sights to remember. See, our lives are experiences. You want to be a billionaire with an extravagant mansion and a nest. A legendary fixer who can make the syndicants cower in fear just by going on a stroll. What you get from these cans is not real. Is everything in your lives, all of this, just empty means to an end so that you can get high on fake purchased experiences nailed into a can? If that's all your life is, then my life and the photographs I've taken are all... can't be. My life, those experiences and memories I've photographed are different. We're all blindly consuming fake experiences after fake experience without a care about the real thing. That's why you're all floundering, grasping at illusions. Just let me show you the things I've shot. The memories. Experiences. The reality of your lives. The reality of your lives. It was only in passing that I glimpsed an unmistakable grimace, a scowl on Muersault's face. If I hired by Limbus company, you're either someone who's special or you're just fodder who dies because you're stuffed. I reflected upon the events of today and could at least begin to guess as to why that might be. You don't believe there's any experience in either the canned experience or that guy's photographs, do you, Muersault? Because experiences and memories aren't the same thing. What really distinguishes them, I wasn't sure. Correct, manager. But what I knew was that the distinction was, for whatever reason, important to Muersault. Dante, you didn't need to make it rhyme. What really distinguishes them, I wasn't sure. But what I knew was the distinction was, for whatever reason, important to Muersault. Oh, hello, you're back. Huh? A figure materializes into a humanoid form, swirling out of the projector. He must be the distortions. And next to him is another figure stumbling out in a giant suit of armor. Blimey, that thing's still alive? It is, but an overlay of fathoms created within a distorted space. The concept of life and death has little meaning for such a thing. Overlay of fathoms created within a distortion space, so that's why it's still here. Yet faint does she grow. It must be that the distortion's power is waning. Accursed, accused one, for these are your crimes. The crime of forming chaos in a foreign wing while impersonating Chunuks of Salpio. Okay. Agro-industries. The crime of exploiting the suffering of Salpio agro-industries downtrodden as mere whale for one's fathoms. And though it be but a part of reenactment, impersonating a military commissioner of the kingdom without the royal decree. Pursuant to the law of the homeland, the accursed is to be sentenced to death by beheading. What? Can an entity of the fathom slay one outside it? Such an instant has heretofore never been observed, but as it is happening right now, right before our eyes, I can only say yes. What the fuck? How many fucking questions are there gonna be? And an entity of the fathoms can just slay a real person out in the real world? Yep is a woman of principle. She would have done the same to the bitter end, had she truly been there. As the headless body of the inflection point crumbles to the floor, Im Gyong-Yip's shape slowly phases out of reality, and we found ourselves back in the projection room. And there... No way! Don't tell me that headless corpse is... We found a large group of injured NCorp staff thrown pell-mell about the room, and Ezra, who was looking down at the headless body of the docugrapher. I got woken by the cat. How's it going? We're right at the end, and we have been streaming for 7 hours. That's crazy. Okay, how long is this going on for? It's about to be 12 AM here. Yeah, right on. Gotcha, team leader. And that's the initial report done. Good work, guys. Tucking away her radio back in, Ezra commended us in a relieved voice. The distortion has perished in the mission. Will that not cause trouble? Yeah, that kind of sucks, but it's not like you guys could help it. Who would have thought that the distortion would kill its own inflection point? If we knew that in advance, we probably would have prepared something to stop it, but... Well, that's for LCD and Team Leader to investigate. All in all, this mission was still a success, since we managed to eradicate that distortion from Corp. Not to mention, satisfying a client. Also, Azara looked toward Engdu and Kim with a light-hearted shrug, clearly less concerned when she had been earlier. Now I finally know why you've been disappearing on your own without letting us know. Glad you don't seem to have any more reason to, though. So it's all good. Hey, that's the real win of this mission in my book. Ooh-wee, the point is, we did it. We did the thing. It's done. Gosh, I swear, I'm never doing one of these without the team leader again. Seriously, I got this close to losing it more than a few times. It seemed that the responsibility of looking after her LCD juniors had kept her stressed and high-strung throughout the mission. I hadn't noticed it, but her brows had finally relaxed, bringing back to chipper Ezra I was more familiar with. Thus, I shall not abide by more of your indolence. You will now join us on missions and tasks, as you expected to. Is that understand, mentor? The obsessive student, now that the obsessive student, the obsessive and crazy student now knows the mentor's weakness, she shall exploit it fully to make the mentor straight again. And would you mind releasing the helms of my sleeve? Oh, what I wouldn't give to lie down and pass out right about now. The raw emotion in Kim's voice had likewise faded, and with Engdu's voice no longer as bad as it had been in the Fathoms, it seemed to me that the two were back to their more relaxed selves than you. Can't exactly say more relaxed for Kim though, because that's how he's always been, at least from what I've seen. In any case, fine, you're released. You always gave me a good, heart shake. I don't feel so good. Say, Youngdu, I'm afraid they may be gone overboard with upgrading you up. With your helm release, allow me to reiterate that. Stop. My heart finds peace as well as I watch them pick. Is everyone doing okay? Yes, Executive Manager. Our forces have only suffered minor injuries that do not require you to go through the trouble of rewinding the clock. Hang on, mate. I've got a dislocated shoulder. I can pop that right back into place for you. Allow me. I've taken care of similar injuries in the field. Yeah, and guess what happened that last time I let you do that? You rotated. Oh, my voice is dying. You rotated my bloody arm the wrong way and turned my bones into shoulder into a chip. Don't sweat it. I can rewind that. I know I've already grown used to the pain of rewinding this thing. There is a dislocated shoulder. Shouldn't be a big deal. I have what to ask thee. A clarification, if thou wilt. Eh? Dost thou recall how, as we battled the Corp's pin frame team, the foes have taken photographs of us? Oh, fuck. We're wanted now. They are those who were sent to identify and capture the one who had violated a taboo, forsooth. As we stood in their path, it's no mystery why we had come to blows, yet I find this to be most perplexing. Wherefore did they take so many photographs of us? Maybe they were taking photographs to report their locations? Recording footage is taboo in Corp, meaning they can't install security cameras here. Their only option for keeping a consistent record of tracking down a case or person is by photographs. Then words hold water, yet most puzzling but so. It's a motion picture. It's a fucking motion picture. They're making a video reel out of the photographs. For I recall with clarity that from a certain point, they began photographing us with a renewed obsession. Oh hey, that sounds like a question for Muersault. Given how often I had to rely on the information Muersault had provided me in this mission, I think I've gotten enough practice on how to phrase my questions the right way and pull the answers I need from him. I couldn't get him to tell us his own judgments on matters, but since he seems to have a near photographic memory of what he's seen. Muersault, do you remember how many pictures of us the Corp staff took? I do, 56 times. That's a lot of pictures. You actually remember the exact number of shots, the times they shot us? I do. It's always so neat seeing his memory in action. So, did you get the chance to see which one of us got the most photographs taken? I did. Oh, who is it? Is it me? I make for a fine model. if I do say so myself. No, it wasn't you. I fucking knew it! It was me. Huh? But why? I mean, what's the most statistically likely reason that it was you? It was at that moment that I heard the sound of pebbles crunching under boots approaching us louder and louder. Oh, he's gonna be sentenced to a trial. What the heck? Corp. Oh, dang it. Are you here because we beat up some big guys? Listen here, we had to because the distortion, see? It is as she says, the skirmish was an unfortunate consequence of combating the distortion phenomenon. The Limbus company provides a custom damage compensation program in case of such unforeseen events. Instead of engaging us in battle, please elect to contact the emergency response team at our headquarters as your first. Yes, we fully understand the circumstances surrounding the battle, and we intend to submit an expeditious request for damage compensation as you have recommended. But we are here on different business, so if you would be so kind as to let us speak. Different business? They're here to arrest me, manager. Hold on, Muersault. Let me hear them. Wait, what? Muersault did not resist. He walked past us and joined the group of Corp employees. Please confirm that you are Muersault, formerly One Who Nails, and a former member of the maintenance and management team at the Grand Magnesium site in headquarters. Formerly One Who Nails? What? And a former member of the maintenance and management team? Confirmed. By the decree of the Giants, you have been expelled from Corp with imprisonment as the penalty for non-compliance. Pursuant to Article 12 of the eviction regulations, you have also been informed that remaining in Corp's district for more than 6 hours may subject you to immediate arrest. Please confirm that your memory pertaining to that above incident has not been expunged, and you are of sound mind to recall it in entirety. Oh, he's just gonna go along with it, isn't he? He's just gonna go along with everything. Confirmed. Very well. Then in keeping with the regulations, I hereby notify you that you are now subject to arrest and transport. Place your hands behind your back and please offer no resistance. I am required to inform you that resistance may incur further penalties. Wait, stop! What the hell is going on? Wait, forget all that. Did you know this would happen, Muersault? Muersault, who stood calmly with his arms behind his back as the Corp employees handcuffed him, nodded placidly in my direction. I did, manager. Then why the heck didn't you warn? It was less a question and more a reflex, but I didn't need to hear his reply to know why. Alright, I never asked, did I? You did not. I'd say you should have warned us way earlier, but you'd just reply with, I will follow those instructions going forward, right? Yes, I would. Subject now in custody. From this moment onward, you are considered a suspect and will be transported to Corp headquarters for your trial. As for the rest of you, would you be the organization the suspect is a part of? Organize your ass! What in the bloody hell do you think you'd... Heathcliff, you're about to antagonize Corp a wing. In the absence of a reasonably justifiable cause, such as a contract, engaging in battle with the city's corporate entities is strongly discouraged. Yeah? We're just supposed to twiddle our thumbs while they drag him away? This must be another piece of information they've neglected to tell me. Yet another development that was set in stone. Despite her calm and collected explanation, I could tell this was not a pleasant situation for Faust either, and she was sending an uncomfortable glance at the Corp employees. So, where are you taking them? A retrieval would be scheduled for the execution of the exile's sentence. They replied dispassionately as they took Muersault into custody. Reed looked back at them, not knowing what to do or say. The late afternoon sun pricked at us like 1,000 hot needles. Muersault, in cuffs, gazed at us with an expression that would not have seemed out of place on any ordinary day. Yeah, I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. It was gonna be a trial. It was gonna be a trial. And it's gonna be an unfair... It's gonna be an unfair trial, isn't it? Welcome to Canto 10. When the hell is Canto 10 dropping again? Please do remind me. Yeah, sure, fuck off. Please do remind me. August. I do have some time. I do have some time. That's good. Nice. I may do this again, but that was way too long. Anyways. So thank you all for watching. thank you all for watching. If you did enjoy, please be sure to like and subscribe. It helps out the channel a ton, and I really appreciate all the support I've been getting so far. And I would like to say that we're gonna see just how involved Limbus company is gonna be in this matter, or if Limbus company is gonna take the position of hey, it's under the rules of N-Corp, so we can't really do anything about it. And the manager might have to go rogue to get either manager out, to get Muersault out, because I sincerely believe that the trial is gonna be rigged completely in N-Corp's favor, and he's either going to be sentenced to an actual execution, like beheading, or he's going to be sentenced to a longer time in what's called prison. Or I can see it plausible, he's gonna have all of his memories erased. Or probably have his. He also have to put up with a new League of Night and Literature. So yeah, that's also what's gonna happen. Funny. And how everything just goes away the moment you look away. Well, yeah, a lot to look forward to. Hope it doesn't arrive in a flash, because I still have quite a bit or two regarding other things on the channel. But anyways, if you did enjoy, please be sure to like and subscribe. It helps all the channel a ton, and I really appreciate all the support I've been getting. For all the World Watchers I couldn't catch it live, remember there's a comment section down below to comment out all your thoughts and misgivings that you may have had in this stream. Anyways, I shall see you in the next one on my birthday on June 14th at 3 p.m. Indian Standard Time. Be there. We're gonna stream some Flash games, and I'm also gonna make sure to make a YT post, YouTube post about it. So be on the lookout. Bye bye. Good night. I need to